This bluestone sword sat in a grocery store for 20 years without anyone giving it a second glance. Everyone believed this was nothing more than a useless piece of scrap. Yet I chose to spend my entire fortune to bring it home. Everyone around mocked me, calling me a fool with too much money. This kind of stone would shatter with just a light touch, never mind actually using it to fight monsters. What they didn't expect was that I have awakened a mythic-level talent, all things sublimation. It can upgrade the quality of any item by 1 rank, and best of all, there are no limits. With enough luck, it can even ascend a common item into a mythic artifact. In my previous life, I was the god of slaughter, one of the 10 strongest in the Long Kingdom, but I was tragically betrayed by my girlfriend and my best brother. They conspired with other experts to trap and kill me, just to steal the supreme divine artifact in my hands. Tao-defying divine sword. This was the trophy from when I soloed a god-level beast. It is said it can reverse rules and even reconstruct one's physical body. In the moments nearing death, endless regret and extreme hatred surged within my heart. If I ever get to be human once more, I will surely tear you all into 1,000 pieces. By the time I woke up again, I found that I had returned to the age of 18, right on that fated day of awakening. A pitch-black ring was clearly visible on my index finger. The engravings on it had faded significantly. To think this divine artifact could actually reverse time. I suppressed the myriad of emotions in my heart. Living another life, less than greater than. I will definitely rewrite all my regrets. Less than greater than, and personally slay that wretched couple. Less than greater than. Host's killing intent has reached the extreme threshold. Less than greater than. Ring system is linking, changing class to the strongest god of war. System linked successfully, granting 1 starter lucky draw. Would you like to use it now? I thought to myself. Since even reincarnation could happen, it's a mere system. After a moment of surprise, my resolve became as firm as a rock. Use it now. In the blink of an eye, a roulette wheel appeared in my mind and manifested before my eyes. Countless brilliant items were engraved upon it, with millions of different small slots, intricate and dense. A golden needle pointer, adorned with divine patterns, it hovered among the skills. Class advancement books, skills, experience points, artifacts, equipment, everything was on the wheel. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, ancient, legendary, all the way to mythic, every quality was gathered there. I even saw the God of Slaughter class in there. That class advancement book was of legendary quality. The God of Slaughter is the highest special advancement for the assassin class. It is unique, meaning once you become the God of Slaughter, there will be only one God of Slaughter in this world. Normally, one must undergo many class advance to become the God of Slaughter, but if I pull this advancement book, I can bypass all the intermediate stages. Right now, from an unawakened state, I could leap directly into the God of Slaughter class. It's truly a meteoric rise. With a single thought less than greater than, I ordered the draw to begin. Less than greater than. The wheel began to spin rapidly. Less than greater than. My heart couldn't help but race with excitement. Less than greater than. I watched the pointer glide over countless rare treasures. Finally, ding. The pointer stopped on a brilliant golden slot. I have received the mythic level talent, all things sublimation. All things sublimation. A mythic talent that can take any loot dropped from a dungeon and upgrade its survival quality. Like equipment, skills, any item can be sublimated. This mythic level talent can actually sublimate items at will. There is absolutely no limit to the upgrades, which means if luck is on my side, I could even turn a silver tier item into a mythic tier 1. The system's notification sound was like music to my ears. I regained my composure and looked ahead. There were Jiang Yang and Ren Jiaomen, that wretched couple, standing in the class formation in front of me, whispering to each other. Staring at their back, my brow furrowed deeply. Every turning point in my past life began today. I successfully awakened as an assassin, and I even possessed 9-star innate attributes. My future was brilliant, beyond comparison. That's exactly why, starting tonight, Ren Jiaomen, the goddess of yesteryear, did a complete 180 in her attitude toward me. As it turns out, it was all Jiang Tang's calculated scheme. They had targeted my future talent long ago. They only chose to get close for the sake of their own prospects and interests. Today, as an outside observer, everything is crystal clear. Unlike in my past life, I was too foolish to see through it. I closed my eyes tight, exhaling a long breath. For this wretched pair, death is drawing near tonight. At this very moment, a status panel naturally appeared in my mind. Su Ming, class is currently in an unawakened state. Talent, all things sublimation gold. Skills, God of Slaughters, single strike. Legendary rank, mastery, return to origin. The ultimate technique of the God of Slaughter, where the resonance reaches, destroying all things in a single blade. God of Slaughter's divine step, legendary rank, mastery, return to origin. An extraordinary peak. Upon activation, it grants immunity to all physical damage. Even magical or mental attacks cannot target the user. Selfless and invincible, completely hidden. Legendary rank, mastery, return to origin. capable of hiding all personal information at will, less than greater from equipment and class to skills. Less than greater than, Bai Chi, insightful words. Less than greater than, legendary rank, mastery, return to origin. Less than greater than, eyes possessing the power to see through all deceptions. Less than greater than, can perceive the essential information of all matter. Looking at this status panel was as if thunder exploded in my head. My originally calm heart suddenly surged with violent waves. My eyes trembled. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. What on earth is happening? I have a portion of my skills reincarnated back with me as well. In my previous life, the base class I awakened was Assassin. After a lifetime of effort, I finally advanced to an 8th advancement God of Slaughter. And the God of Slaughter's single strike was the most terrifying skill I possessed. It was thanks to this skill that I slayed the strongest beast in the NS rank dungeon and obtained the Tao-defying Divine Sword. Divine Step is the exclusive skill of the God of Slaughter class. Once activated, it's like vanishing completely from the laws of this world. You cannot be targeted. This is a skill that integrates every advantage. When unleashed, no matter can harm me. It was this very skill that helped me survive in the Death Cave. The Insightful Eye was a skill I obtained from an extremely high-level dungeon. It was originally a rare skill, unique in the entire world. However, these skills consume an immense amount of energy. In my past life, I was ambushed after a bloody battle. At that time, I had not a shred of stamina left. I couldn't activate any skills anymore. In the end, I could only die harboring deep resentment. What a massive surprise! Not only did I reincarnate, but I also retained these 4 skills. However, I absolutely cannot be careless. Even if part of the skills remain, my level has not been preserved. I muttered to myself, current body's level is too low and too weak. If I force the full version of the God of Slaughter's single strike, I fear that before the enemy dies, it'll have perished from exhaustion. In my past life, I own hundreds of skills. Now only the 4 strongest remain, but this is enough. Right from behind, a clear and sweet voice called out, "Hey, Ming, what class do you think you'll awaken?" I turned around momentarily dazed. My gaze suddenly turned solemn. A girl with a slender figure and a delicate face in a white shirt was standing right behind me. Her voice was so familiar. That slight smile and the question were exactly as in my memories. Her eyes seemed to hold 1,000 rays of light. It was Ji Yao, my deskmate. "I'm asking you." Ji Yao gently tapped my shoulder with her small hand. As she drew closer, a faint, gentle fragrance drifted over. My gaze suddenly softened. At this moment, all the hatred in my heart was temporarily buried. "My class, huh?" I answered slowly, looking at her. My heart was a tangled mess of 100 threads. There were so many things I wanted to say. Seeing me staring so intently at her, Ji Yao's face suddenly turned bright red from embarrassment. "Why do you keep staring at me like that?" She had a naturally carefree personality, but being stared at like that made her inevitably shy. She had actually harbored a secret crush on me for a long time, giving me hints many times at school. But in my past life, I just pretended not to notice. I really was a man as dry as iron and stone. She knew that the one I liked was the school belle, Ren Xiaoman. Over time, perhaps she had chosen to give up. "Humph, you old blockhead. Did you only just realize I'm beautiful?" She put her hands on her hips, teasing me with a bright smile. In the sunlight, her face seemed to shine radiantly. But no one expected that in the next second, I would take a step forward and give her a very tight hug. Ji Yao was stunned, frozen right on the spot. The classmates around also stared with wide, shocked eyes. "Oh my god, Brother Ming is so cool." The first awakener was Wang Chang, a demon enchanter. Wait, am I seeing things? Did Su Ming actually land the class bell? "Su Ming, slow down, buddy. Don't let the teachers see that." The classmates burst into teasing clamor. After letting go with a slight smile on my lip, her body trembled slightly. Her eyes were misty, and her face was so red it looked ready to explode. "Dutcha, what are you doing?" she asked, caught between shame and anger. "This awakening of mine is going to be quite astonishing." I smiled faintly and calmly. Having said that, I turned away immediately. Even with 1,000 things to say, I ultimately chose to keep them bottled up. Reincarnation is something only I need to know. This girl once protected me in my past life, buried with me in the Death Cave when the world abandoned me. I swear that in this life I will protect you well. Ji Yao's face was burning as she lowered her head to steal a glance at my back. She still hadn't recovered her wits. Within my gaze lay an unshakable resolve, looking toward the awakening stage. Next, Zhang Yang. Hidden combat class, Demon Mace Warrior. Innate attribute rank, 8 stars. The Awakener's words sent a wave of shock through the crowd below. 8 stars. To think our school produced an 8-star genius so quickly. Students were stunned, but then again, he is the young master of the Zhang family. His father possesses a combat class, and his mother is also a magic warrior. Pure bloodlines certainly make a difference. Not just the students, but even the leaders on the stands couldn't hide their joy. Wonderful. Our high school number 1 finally has an 8-star genius. I watched Zhang Yang standing on the high platform. My eyes narrowed in thought. Everything is unfolding exactly like the past life. Jiang Yang awakens the hidden class, Demon Mace Warrior. His initial talent is exceptionally high. His clan will pour endless resources into nurturing him, eventually helping him ascend to an extreme realm. But within all that, my assistance was indispensable. In the past life, we faced life and death together. Yet in the end, I was betrayed by him. This time, I am determined to eliminate him right from the start, to cleanse this bone-deep hatred. Ji Yao, what class do you think you'll awaken? Hearing the classmate behind ask, Ji Yao replied, me? She paused for a moment. Then she regained her spirit. Probably just a blacksmith at most. After all, both my mom and dad are blacksmiths. She laughed clearly. Being a blacksmith won't make me rich, but it's fine. It's not bad at all. No need to be slashing and killing all day. That's just her pure personality. I smiled slightly. Not necessarily. Jiao, who knows? You might just awaken a hidden class. I didn't turn around. Still with my back to her, I spoke up abruptly. Hearing my words, she suddenly felt an invisible surge of confidence. With a radiant smile. All right. Su Ming, thanks for your blessing. Next person, Jiao. Jiao quickly ran up to the high platform. She placed her hand on the awakening spirit stone. A faint gray mist suddenly emerged. It condensed into an ancient scythe, engraved with ancient scripts and mysterious magical sigils. Hidden combat class, Undead Summoner. Innate attribute rank, 7 stars. The whole school buzzed with excitement once more. Another hidden class, an Undead Summoner. That's one of the high-tier hidden classes. Compared to regular Summoner, the Undead branch possesses many unique skills, such as critical strikes or blood-leeching arrays. Those are masteries that only an Undead Summoner can perform. Furthermore, this class is extremely rare in the world, and the most important thing is the summons of an Undead Summoner can be revived almost infinitely. Even if a summon is defeated in a dungeon, it can be resurrected with just a little time or mana and rejoin the battle immediately. This is an overwhelming ability that other summoners cannot possess. Truly amazing combat endurance. Therefore, all the teachers and students now looked at Ji Yao with eyes full of extreme terror and awe. Not a few people also appeared intensely envious. No one expected a girl with such fair skin and such a pretty, gentle face could awaken such a dark and violent class. It's truly a fascinating contrast. Someone below the stage exclaimed, "Damn it, that's an undead summoner. How many years has it been since our school last produced a hidden class genius like this? I'm so jealous." Others discussed. Her innate attributes aren't low either. Clearing the beginner dungeon tomorrow will surely be a breeze for her. However, someone warned, don't celebrate too early. The difficulty of the beginner dungeon is still very high. She'll still need teammates to make it through. Quick, go ask her to form a party. The corner of my mouth quirked into a faint smile. None of this was a surprise, because everything is unfolding exactly as it did in the past life. My expression remained composed, as calm as drifting clouds. Ji Yao looked at me, her heart filled with wonder. Why does he look like he already knew the result? She quickly ran down from the high stage. Excitedly, she said, Su Ming, you were right. I'm an undead summoner. I'll protect you from now on. She puffed her chest out proudly. I smiled softly. All right. She was slightly taken aback. Normally, it'd have teased her, but things are different now. For some reason, I'd become so gentle. Her face felt hot. She wasn't used to this at all. I'm clearly the one who awakened a powerful class. Shouldn't I be the one in control? Why did he make me so flustered already? Her heart felt like 1,000 deer racing wildly. Her cheeks were flush pink. And next, it was my turn to step onto the stage. Next, Su Ming, Class 12A1. I stepped up to the spirit stone, taking a deep breath. I placed my hand upon the surface of the spirit stone. The students below suddenly turned serious. Su Ming, his grades were always perfect. He studied incredibly hard. But unfortunately, he's been an orphan since he was little, surviving on subsidies and scholarships day by day. I truly admire him, but his talent is bound to be poor. Likely he'll fail the awakening and be a laborer for life. Everyone whispered with pitying expressions. Suddenly, a heavenly anomaly arose. The spirit stone shook violently. A terrifying ripple, completely different from anything before, suddenly exploded with power. Radiant beams condensed in mid-air, transforming into illusory sigils that spread across the sky, vivid and crystal clear, shimmering with countless strange patterns all around, terrifying pressure that crushed the hearts of all. Every teacher and student was struck with horror and awe. The school leaders, observing from afar, more than 10 of them, had eyes trembling uncontrollably. This ripple. Could it be an innate attribute beyond 9 stars? Has a peerless genius just been born? An old professor exclaimed in shock. It's most likely true, said an old man with glowing eyes. Don't celebrate too soon. What if it's just a life class occupation? That is a possibility. But regardless, this is great. Whatever the class, he is likely the most talented student our school has seen in years. An outstanding talent never seen before. Our school's ticket to the Sky Tower selection finally has hope. The high-level leaders were overjoyed, lost for words. I too was filled with amazement. My expression became cold. My eyes were fixed intently on the spirit stone. What exactly is going on? Wasn't my starting class supposed to be assassin? This current heavenly anomaly is definitely not something an ordinary assassin could produce. The system answered my doubts. The system has linked a brand new class for you. I was beyond shocked to think this system even possessed such a feature. Immediately, the terrifying aura above the spirit stone began to condense, less than greater than, nearly forming into a longsword, less than greater than. The 3-foot sword caused the surrounding space to crack, less than greater than. The melodious ring of the sword echoed endlessly. A voice rang in my mind, awakening successful. Mythic tier class, Sword God. Damn it, it's another mythic tier class. Compared to the legendary class God of Slaughter, less than greater than. Sword God is a mythic class on a completely higher level. Less than greater than. I couldn't help but swear. How could it be possible, less than greater than, to gain a mythic class right at the awakening? This must be the first time in all of history. I immediately activated my passive skill, Total Concealment. This is the ultimate camouflage technique of the God of Slaughter. It can even deceive the awakening spirit stone. It can disguise all personal info, including my class. I immediately disguise my class as Sword Controller, a similar job. I absolutely cannot let the Sword God class be revealed. Otherwise, countless troubles will surround me. The weak are not guilty, but carrying the treasure brings its own danger. Afterward, the anomaly in the sky gradually shrank. Finally, it condensed into the shape of a longsword. Looking at that giant longsword with its immortal-like aura, less than greater than. The entire faculty and student body were dead silent. Less than greater than. The teachers were all stunned. Less than greater than. The students' eyes trembled incessantly. Less than greater than. Only after a long while did the Awakener manage to announce the result. Su Ming, innate attribute rank, 10 stars. The entire school grounds exploded in an instant. The atmosphere shattered with amazement. What? Max 10-star innate attribute. What kind of heaven-defying freak is this? This is the talent level of the top provincial scholar. Oh my god. Jiang Tang's 8-star Demon Mace Warrior was terrifying enough, but I didn't expect someone with a max 10 stars to appear. The students were completely dumbstruck. The teacher continued to announce my class. Hidden class, Sword Controller. The whole school suddenly went silent for a second. Then it exploded into chatter. Wait, a sword controller? I thought it was a swordsman. Looking at the patterns, it's definitely a sword controller. Definitely a sword controller, no doubt about it. The Awakener's judgment must be correct. Someone scoffed. I knew it. If God opens a door for you, he will surely close another one. The sword controller class effectively drags down his 10-star attribute because sword controller is the biggest trap among hidden classes. While rare, it's actually very weak in reality. Sword controller and swordsman look very similar, but there is a massive difference between them. Swordsman is a specialized melee class, while sword controller can fight at both long and close range. Cultivating both physical and magic, it's truly a hidden class. It sounds very powerful on paper, but in reality, the sword controller is extremely weak. Many people mistakenly believe becoming a sword controller means being elegant and stylish, controlling swords to kill enemies from afar, just like the cultivators in novels. However, the truth is quite the opposite. The biggest weakness of a sword controller is an extremely weak early stage. Because it must cultivate both physical and magical paths, it requires far more attribute points than other classes. Therefore, a sword controller's early combat power is even lower than that of a regular swordsman. Furthermore, the sword controller's skill system lacks truly powerful techniques in the early stages. Even if I have the maximum 10-star innate attributes, it would still be hard to fill this bottomless pit. Hearing the results, my expression remained perfectly calm. If the Sword God class were to be exposed, blessings and disasters would follow together, and that is definitely not something I want. Sword Controller and Sword God are two completely different class concepts. One is a hidden class with lackluster combat power. At best, one can only comfort oneself with a promising future. To put it nicely, it has potential. To put it bluntly, it's current trash. But the Sword God is a top-tier mythic class that can sway the destiny of a nation. This is a one-of-a-kind class in the entire world. Aside from me, there will not be a second person on Earth. If I reveal the Sword God class, not only will there be protection from the state, but I will surely be targeted for assassination by enemy forces. At that point, I fear I wouldn't even be able to sleep in peace. Thus, disguising myself as a sword controller is the choice after carefully weighing all the pros and cons. Max 10-star talent, yet the result is just a sword controller. The psychological gap here must be massive. Someone shook their head, sighing, "What a pity." Hey, don't speak so soon, everyone. Sword controllers are actually quite powerful in the later stages. Combine with Suming's talent, I think he will definitely go far. Someone retorted, "Keep dreaming." It's a big question whether a sword controller can even clear the newbie dungeon. That's right, sword controllers are just too weak. Stop sucking up to him already. The group of students began buzzing with excitement, arguing back and forth incessantly. However, at the VIP stand in the distance, the atmosphere was completely different. My God. A hidden class plus a 10-star celestial attribute. The voices of all the deans were trembling. An old professor slammed the table and stood up abruptly. How long has it been since our first high school seen a student with a combat class and a 10-star celestial attribute? Another teacher marveled. Forget about first high school, less than greater than. Even in the entire Zhuanjing city, less than greater than. You wouldn't find a genius like this for years. Less than greater than. The teachers couldn't stop showering him with praise. Less than greater than. Those students are still so naive. They only see immediate gains, without realizing how significant a 10-star celestial attribute truly is. Even as a sword controller, he can still become powerful, absolutely. Though sword controllers are a bit weak in the beginning, they will become incredibly dominant later on. Principal Wang Dingxin put on a serious expression. Sword controller is a class that cannot dual cultivate. This child needs a massive amount of resources to develop to his absolute fullest potential. To maximize his combat power, he needs attribute stats significantly higher than other classes, perhaps even double. Fortunately, he possesses the ultimate 10-star celestial attribute. The principal waved his hand and ordered Dean Zhang, "Go to the school warehouse immediately and get a strength-enhancing pill. I want to reward him." Strength-enhancing pills are extremely valuable. They require many rare ingredients and must be crafted by highly experienced alchemists. Taking one can cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, significantly increasing physical strength. Another professor looked shocked. A strength-enhancing pill. Principal Wang, isn't that too generous? Please understand our school doesn't have many left. Wang Dingxin impatiently cut him off. Say no more. I am the principal. His tone allowed for no resistance. Furthermore, not just the pill, less than greater than. I also intend to support him with my own money. Less than greater than. The principal's words left the teachers stunned. Less than greater than. I strode down from the high platform. My eyes glanced toward the VIP seating area, silently observing the reactions of the principal and the deans. In my past life, when I awakened the 9-star celestial attribute, it also shocked the entire school. That night, I was summoned by the principal and received a strength-enhancing pill as a reward. In this life, I not only have the ultimate 10-star attribute, but also the hidden class, sword controller. I wonder what the principal will bestow upon me this time. The corner of my mouth curled into a faint smile. I'm actually looking forward to it. Just as I stepped off the stage, I saw Zhang Yang from the next class and Ren Xiaoman, both of them staring intently at me. Zhang Yang clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with determination as he clenched his fists. He was ready to take on the challenge. Zhang Yang clenched his fists. His gloomy gaze was filled with complexity and horror. His jealousy was clear. He was the young master of the Zhang family. He should have had the top talent in the school, but instead, I had stolen all the glory. His mood was at its absolute worst. Zhang Yang lowered his head close to Ren Xiaoman's ear and whispered something. "Young Master Zhang, are you sure you want to do this?" She looked surprised. "Don't worry, there are countless unexpected accidents in dungeons. You won't have to endure him for long," Zhang Yang said, "a few years at most. After we squeeze every bit of benefit from him, we'll find an opportunity to take care of him in a dungeon." Ren Xiaoman nodded, and suggestive smile appeared on her face. Everything fell within my line of sight. Even though I couldn't hear them, I could easily guess what was being said. Seeing me look over, the pair thought I was greeting them. Zhang Yang smiled and waved, tending to look harmless. Ren Xiaoman flipped her hair and called out a greeting with seductive charm, but her heart was full of contempt. Poor people stay poor. So what if you awakened a 10-star attribute? You'll still have to kneel at my feet. How pathetic. I guess my charm is just too powerful. She thought to herself, though she kept up her flattering facade. I sneered inwardly. Keep being arrogant while you can. After all, you won't even survive through tonight. With a leisurely demeanor, I slowly walked back to my class's ranks. My classmates immediately swarmed around me. Holy crap. Su-Ming, did you really awaken the ultimate attribute? Even as sword controllers are a bit weak, I'll carry you through the early stages. Brother Ming, I'm still your loyal little brother, right? Some were brown-nosing to the extreme. A sword controller might not be as good as a common class, but the allure of the ultimate attribute is still massive. A huge crowd gathered around. Su-Ming, the class president. Don't forget how many times you didn't do your homework, and I was the one who covered for you. Some use old memories to try and get close to me. Remember in 10th grade when I treated you to beef noodles? A girl approached. Su-Ming, The calls from my classmates drowned me out. Su Ming, let's form a party. We really need you for the newbie dungeon tomorrow. I just smiled and brushed past them. Faces are familiar, but hearts are unknown. In this life, I will not trust anyone easily again. Everyone, please don't get too excited. It was just luck that I awakened a slightly better attribute. Don't forget I'm a sword controller. I'm very weak in the beginning. Future prospects depend on each person's own destiny. I hope everyone can stay calm. As for forming a party, let's figure that out for tomorrow's dungeon. I spoke calmly. On the contrary, the crowd's enthusiasm didn't fade at all. Oh my God, he's so humble. Neither arrogant nor boastful. This big shot aura is so cool. I want to party with you. Not just my classmates, but more and more students from all around rushed over. I had truly become famous. Soon this reputation would resonate throughout Zhuanjing City. Looking at the people surrounding me, I was a bit speechless. I didn't expect my words to backfire like this. Some flattered while others were filled with anxiety. Talking up to a mere sword controller. How embarrassing. You'll see once we enter the dungeon. I'll show him what true madness looks like. A swordsman's clearing speed can crush him even if their attributes aren't as high. Sword controller means a slower start, so what right does he have to put on airs? People talked incessantly. School courtyard fell into chaos. Fortunately, the homeroom teachers stepped in to intervene, stopping the discussions from becoming more chaotic. Everyone, quiet down. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order of the awakening ceremony will be expelled immediately. Everyone, get back in line right now. The teacher's authority was still very effective. The crowd gradually dispersed. Whether they were praising or mocking, they all left. At that moment, I saw a girl standing there gracefully, silently watching me from amidst the crowd. Without meeting any special actions, she remained the most captivating girl. Su Ming, congratulations. Ji Yao smiled softly. There wasn't a hint of flattery in her eyes. She used to like me, simply liking the person I am, not because of any accompanying talent value. That's why she could maintain such composure, always staying true to her heart. This was what I cherished most about her. Yeah, Ji Yao, you too. I replied briefly as the awakening ceremony continued. The subsequent students mostly had ordinary talents. Only one person was noteworthy, Yan Zi from class 12A4. He was a thin male student with sharp eyes and a hidden class, Demon Hunter. With a 9-star talent, he even surpassed Zhang Yang. His awakening caused quite a stir. But because my 10-star talent had come first, even his 9 stars couldn't create a larger shockwave. The cheering quickly died down, though the whispering continued. Another genius, this is insane. Am speechless. First High is really hacking the game this year. Yanzi was usually very low-key, and his family background was nothing special. And yet he possessed a 9-star talent. Amazing, but he's different from Su Ming. His class has incredibly strong combat power right from the start. Everyone scrambled to find Yanzi to form a party, but his nature was cold, and he rejected almost everyone. I stood below the stage observing this 9-star classmate, my eyes reflecting deep thought. In my past life, he perished in the newbie dungeon. After the awakening ceremony concluded, I returned to my private dormitory. That's right, after the ceremony, the principal had upgraded my room to a premium version, at the same standard as teachers with private rooms for each student, an en-suite bathroom, and 247 hot water. This was something other students of First High couldn't even dare to dream of. I lay on the bed, opening my personal status window. Su Ming, level 1010 EXP. Class, Sword God Mythic Grade, unique in the world. Strength, 10. Vitality, 10. Agility, 10, less than greater than. Intelligence, 10. Luck, 10. Talent, all things sublimation, less than greater than. Sword origin, physique. Skills, less than greater than. God of Slaughter's strike hidden, less than greater than. God guiding footwork, clairvoyance. After awakening, every attribute reached 10 points. This is the value of the ultimate 10-star talent. The total attributes reached 50 points. Working backwards, someone with a starting 1-star talent only has 1 point per stat, whereas a 7-star like Ji Yao has 7 points per stat. My initial attribute already rivals some level 5 awakened individuals. So one can only imagine when I actually reach level 5 how terrifying my attributes will be, and how much it'll surpass everyone else. That is the sheer importance of talent. Though I always say talent doesn't matter out loud. Only I truly understand what having high talent means. Cultivation efficiency is doubled, breakthroughs are easy, and combat power at the same level is much stronger. To a great extent, talent determines the limit of one's life. The Sword God class is of mythic grade. Its future potential is definitely higher than the God of Slaughter class from my past life. I exclaimed silently to myself. God of Slaughter was only a legendary grade class, still one step below Sword God. After all, it evolved from a mediocre starting class like Assassin. But the God of Slaughter's skills were also very powerful. I noticed a new talent added to my personal status, Sword Origin Physique. This is surely the innate talent skill of the sword god class. When others change classes, the first thing they awaken is usually a skill, but I directly gain a talent. I immediately checked the information for this talent. The moment the information panel opened, Trupden. I took a deep breath of astonishment. Sword origin, physique, Trupden. Passive talent, mythic grade, Trupden. The essence is spirit, innate sword intent, allowing me to master all sword-type skills, regardless of any restrictive conditions. The power of all sword skills is increased by 300%, speed is increased by 300%, and the rate of proficiency gain is increased by 300%. As my realm advances, the effects will continue to grow even stronger. This talent is already at the peak upon emergence, Trupden, directly reaching mythic grade. Seeing these effects, Trupden, my eyes widened in shock. This is insane, absolutely overpowered. Setting everything else aside, less than greater than. Just the fact that sword technique power is tripled, less than greater than, is already terrifying enough. Less than greater than. This means that even if I only held the most basic iron sword right now, less than greater than. I'm confident I could solo monsters under level 3. Less than greater than. And that's while I don't even have a single sword stance yet. The triple proficiency gain is also incredibly game-breaking. Any skill, once its proficiency reaches the peak, can undergo a breakthrough to be upgraded. For example, my clairvoyance was originally just an assassin's bronze grade eagle eye skill, which evolved into this through repeated practice and maxing out its proficiency. With proficiency increasing 3 times faster, it means my sword technique can evolve at a speed far exceeding normal people, eventually reaching the ultimate peak. Add to that the triple slashing speed, which is also an incredibly powerful effect. I couldn't help but marvel, strong. Way too strong. Not only that, I still retain my techniques from my past life, like the stealth footwork and the God of Slaughter's strike. So in reality, I'm practically a dual-class practitioner. It's just that I only know the God of Slaughter's strongest ultimate, not its other skills. Blood boiling, if I can't defeat an enemy with a sword, well then I'm sorry. I'll just have to pull out my daggers. It seems I can consider challenging the newbie dungeon on the highest difficulty. Vengeance, the newbie dungeon is the very first challenge for all newly awakened 18-year-olds. Early tomorrow morning, the newbie dungeon will officially open. Or more accurately, it will pull everyone who just awakened inside. There's no choice in this matter. Once you successfully awaken, you must enter the newbie dungeon a day later. You can choose to form a party or challenge it solo. Partying up offers a much higher survival rate. Basically, unless someone is suicidal, almost no one wants to be a lone wolf. The newbie dungeon is the lowest rank F. Of the 7 dungeon difficulty levels, F is the lowest. F is the lowest, but that doesn't mean it's easy. It's extremely dangerous inside, where even players in their teens can lose their lives in this dungeon. Thus, no one dares underestimate the newbie dungeon, even at rank F. However, the rewards are much more abundant than in regular rank F dungeons. The most important thing is that there's a hidden boss in this year's newbie dungeon. This is information that only I know. A hidden boss is the most special ruler within a dungeon, with an extremely low spawn rate and absolutely insane combat power, far exceeding the current difficulty level of the dungeon. If it appears and is defeated, the rewards will far exceed standard expectations. Everyone in their lifetime only gets one chance to enter the newbie dungeon. In my past life, I chose the safe route, only killing the regular boss to complete the quest with a party. Back then, I had just awakened and lacked skills, so I didn't dare be reckless, choosing to avoid the hidden boss despite its danger. But this time, I want to test my strength. Right now is just the beginning. I need to seize every possible resource, even if there's a little risk. Tomorrow, once the dungeon opens, less than greater than, I will head to that area alone to finish off the hidden boss. Less than greater than. Now that I've decided, nothing can sway me. Less than greater than. Perhaps besides me, no one would dare set foot in that dead zone. As for Ji Yao, there's no need to worry. In the past life, she was safe, clearing the dungeon unscathed with another party. Now, it's time to think about revenge. A cold smile appeared on the corner of my lips. Pulling out my phone, I saw 2 messages from Ren Xiaomen. Suming, don't you still love me? I've changed my mind. I smiled faintly. The messages were identical to those in my past life. It was these 2 messages that led to us making our relationship official that night. I immediately typed a reply. Let's meet tonight on the rooftop of the academic building. After getting a response, I started thinking about where to go to buy a good sword. Meanwhile, inside a motel outside the school, a scene was unfolding that would make anyone blush. A while later, Ren Xiaomen was covered in sweat, her cheeks flushed red. Zhang Yang was panting, with a cigarette in his mouth, his breathing clearly irregular. They had obviously just finished an intense tryst. Ren Xiaomen picked up her phone, raising an eyebrow slightly. Appa Yang. Su Ming took the bait. Hearing this, Zhang Tang's brows knitted slightly. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of misty white smoke in a dramatic fashion. Then he revealed a sinister smile. Very good. Even if his class is just a sword controller, his stats are just too high. Higher-ups will surely invest in him. His future is wide open. I want you to get close to him. You must squeeze every bit of value out of him. Jiang Yang laughed with a scheming air. As the direct heir of the great Jiang family, he had been taught the art of manipulation since childhood. How to seize more resources had been his mandatory subject since he was 10. Talents in his eyes were merely chess pieces. He wanted to use Ren Xiaoman to drain resources from me. Ren Xiaoman snuggled coquettishly into Jiang Tang's arms. Then, young Master Jiang, I'm about to head out. Don't you have any intentions? Jiang Yang gave her but a hard smack and laughed out loud. You little slut. The battle resumed. I had made it outside the school and followed my memories to find a weapons shop. The place was extremely bustling. Every year this time is when business is most prosperous. After all, today is the day of awakening. Students from well-off families would all come here to pick a suitable weapon to serve as their starting gear to ensure a safer challenge in the newbie dungeon. A good starter weapon significantly increases the survival rate. There is no shortage of weapon shops in Zhuanjing City, but I chose this specific shop because the owner of this shop is a blacksmith with extremely extensive experience. His blacksmithing level is very high, and he has some fame even in this remote Zhuanjing City. The weapons he forges are of decent quality, good goods at bargain price. Moreover, the scale of this weapon shop isn't small either. It doesn't just have self-forged weapons, but also items looted from dungeons that were bought back, making the selection extremely diverse. For someone as broke as I am right now, this place is the only choice, because I hold a secret. This shop has a stone longsword. Simply shattering the outer stone layer reveals its true form, which is actually a silver-grade longsword, but its selling price is dirt cheap because its appearance is so crude that no one recognizes its value. I must seize this chance to buy it for a song. Outside a luxurious weapon shop, the traffic was heavy and people were bustling about. This is one of the largest weapon stores in Zhuanjing City, covering thousands of square meters. Many luxury cars were parked right in front, and the massive crowd of students made the entrance so packed that there wasn't a single empty spot. The walls were hung with all kinds of swords and blades, less than greater than, a wide variety of cold weapons in different materials, less than greater than. Among them was a sword forged from pure blood essence, less than greater than, its blade reflecting a chilling deep blue light. Its beauty was incredibly alluring, making the students constantly stop to admire it, but the price was too high for anyone to afford. They could only stand there and stare longingly. I glanced at that sword with my peripheral vision, sneering inwardly as I evaluated it. In my past life, I visited this weapon shop frequently, less than greater than, eventually getting to know the owner, less than greater than, even drinking and discussing life with him, less than greater than, all through the night, less than greater than. I knew well that the sword was just a fake. The real treasure was hidden in the owner's storage. The real item was truly extraordinary, a diamond-grade sword, named the Frost Dragon Celestial Sword. Once the sword is swung, it can completely freeze the blood inside a monster's body, after which it only takes a light tap to shatter it. If it falls into the hands of a swordmaster, this sword would possess peerless power. Pity I can't afford it right now. This sword is the shop's crowning treasure, and its price is exorbitantly high. My main goal was never that sword. My appearance caused a small stir among the students. Look, isn't that Su Ming? Sword controller Su Ming is here. He really is handsome. Several girls' eyes already lit up. Historic, well-known individuals in the sword controller class all have very romantic and dashing appearances. Though weak initially, no one can deny they're handsome, and I was no exception. Wow, he's a real heavy hitter. Everyone was whispering about me also being here to buy a weapon. Anyway, he has to enter the newbie dungeon tomorrow, so even with a 10-star talent, he wouldn't dare be careless. He possesses the ultimate 10-star celestial attribute. Calling him a peerless genius is no exaggeration at all. If it weren't for that sword controller class, he probably would have shocked the entire province. But that class really is useless. The students whispered among themselves. I acted as if I heard nothing, walking straight toward the checkout counter with incredibly steady steps. Right then, a young woman in her early 20s stepped out from the crowd of students and blocked my path. I frowned slightly. Stopping, I realized I didn't know this woman. What the hell was she doing blocking me? She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in mysterious black fishnet stockings with an incredibly hot figure, and an aura of noble elegance. You could tell at a glance that she was wealthy. She was momentarily terrified by my cold gaze. It was the gaze of a murderer that could only be forged through countless battles of life and death. She thought it was just an illusion, that everything would return to normal soon. Forgive me, classmate, I didn't mean any harm. As she spoke, she flashed a smile full of mature boss lady charm. She pressed a business card into my hand. Jiang Lan, Vice President of the Jiang An Group. Today, all the weapons you purchase here, it'll represent the Jiang An Group and cover the entire bill. The moment those words left her mouth, the surrounding students all gasped in collective shock. Covering the full cost at a weapon shop, That is truly an ultimate display of wealth. Some of these students come from rich families and villas with powerful parents and plenty of family money, but none of them would dare offer to cover the entire expense like that. After all, weapon shops are easily among the most expensive places in the entire world. Ordinary families simply cannot throw money around so recklessly. Despite her alluring smile, my face remained as calm as a still lake. Cover the whole bill. If I may ask, Miss Jiang Lan, what's the catch? Nothing in this world happens without a motive of profit. I didn't even know who she was. As strangers meeting for the first time, there's no way she'd spend money to help me for no reason. Having lived 2 lives, nothing is clearer to me than that simple truth. Hearing my composed response, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. She already knew I was just a penniless orphan. Without parents for support, being here to buy weapons meant I was likely desperate for cash. She had targeted that exact weakness to make her offer. Trading based on the other party's needs, that is a merchant's vision. That's exactly how a savvy trader thinks. But she didn't expect me to be just as sharp as her, refusing to jump at the offer immediately. Facing such temptation without wavering, she secretly felt a sense of admiration. It seems Su Ming is not only exceptionally talented, but also far smarter than most. She gave a compliment first. You guessed correctly, I indeed have a favor to ask of you. Jiang Lan smiled casually. She signaled the crowd, and immediately a slender girl in a green dress stepped forward. I noticed right away, she was wearing a high-grade defense ring on her finger. That is an incredibly expensive item. If she were to take a fatal blow, the ring would shatter to form a protective barrier, tanking the attack for her. Her family is clearly loaded with wealth. This is my younger sister, Jiang Yongqing. Jiang Lan said, if you party up with her and protect her through the newbie dungeon trial, I will sponsor whatever weapon you want. How about it? She was confident and charismatic, her voice ringing with authority. It was the sheer confidence of someone holding the purse strings. Hearing that, I didn't budge an inch. I sized up Jiang Yongqing from head to toe. Her expression was calm, showing neither arrogance nor humility towards me. Though her talent was a bit below mine, she had money, and a faint trace of pride lingered between her brows. I stared directly at her, my face cold, my eyes as still as deep water. Jiang Yunqing and I are the same age, both part of this year's batch of new awakeners. But she looks so frail, no wonder her sister wanted me to carry her for a bit. Only those who have just awakened their class and enter the newbie dungeon. The family's top experts and bodyguards are all barred from entry. This means that the second miss of the Jiang family must brave the danger herself, so naturally, she needs a powerful expert to protect her. I've seen this play out many times before. Since only newly awakened players can enter the newbie dungeon, the only choice left is to pick from those with high potential. I am the absolute best candidate for the job. I have peak talent, my base stats are far beyond ordinary people, and secondly, am poor enough, which makes me very easy to buy. Moreover, among the talented newbies in Zuanjing, I'm the only one with high talent who can be bought with cash. The other geniuses aren't exactly hurting for money. I rubbed my chin, looking at Jiang Lan with an innocent face and smiled, saying, Fine, then I want the Dragon Frost Heavenly Cold Sword. I want the Dragon Frost Heavenly Cold Sword. I gave a thin smile. As soon as those words were spoken, Jiang Lan's eyes visibly flickered with shock. She clearly didn't expect me to be so greedy. The Dragon Frost Heavenly Cold Sword, that is the shop's ultimate treasure, with tens of millions of coins. Neither her spirit coins nor her personal funds could pay for it instantly. She likely thought a silver-grade weapon would be enough to handle a poor student who had never seen the world. A silver-tier weapon should have been more than enough. The looks from the surrounding students turned strange as well. Is Su Ming being a bit too thick-skinned? Even if he's the stat king of the newbies, don't forget he's a blade master, which is incredibly weak in the early game. Exactly, he's really letting people down. My impression of him has plummeted. That's a diamond-tier weapon. He's just a newly awakened player right now. It's a question if he can even equip it. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, I didn't care in the slightest. At this moment, only my own goals mattered. Jiang Lan's eyes showed a hint of frustrated anger. It seemed my greedy man made her feel like she had lost face. Her gaze darkened slightly, and her expression became extremely stern. Are you serious? I'm dead serious. Is there a problem? Sister, I said, playing the fool. I tilted my head slightly, an expression that made her grit her teeth even harder. Jiang Lan sighed helplessly. Say, Su Ming, could you choose something else? No matter what, she wouldn't keep indulging me just for the sake of appearances. After all, a merchant's priority is always profit. The Dragon Frost Heavenly Cold Sword is simply too expensive. I don't think your current combat value is worth such a massive investment. If you choose a silver-tier weapon instead, I would be more than happy to pay. She flashed a professional, business-like smile. I shook my head slightly. Now I was completely firm. Then let's forget it. I only want this sword. Nothing else is worth discussing. My voice was flat. She stepped closer to me, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor. At such close range, I could smell expensive perfume on her. My expression remained indifferent. Are you sure? She asked. Positive, I nodded in response. Jiang Lan shook her head slightly, a hint of gloom flashing in her eyes. Fine then. Yunxing, let's go. She pulled Jan Yunxing along and left. Jiang Yunqing glanced back at me. In that moment, her eyes shimmered slightly. It seemed her sister hadn't gained the upper hand in the negotiation. This made me realize that my classmate Su Ming wasn't just a genius, his mind was far from simple as well. Truly, a strange individual. After the two of them left, I let out a breath of relief. I never actually planned on accepting that deal. If I refused too bluntly, she would have just kept badgering me. So I demanded the Dragon Frost Heavenly Cold Sword, simply to force her to back off. I knew she would never buy such an expensive sword for me. Su Ming had already planned to head to the most dangerous zone, to solo the hidden boss. If I had accepted the trade, having to drag Jiang Yunqing along and protect her, there's no way I could have entered that zone. As for missing out on a free weapon, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everyone looked at me, erupting into a storm of gossip, and clearly dead broke that I blew such a profitable deal and gave up a free weapon. It was truly baffling. I remained expressionless, acting as if I couldn't hear a word they said. Cutting through the crowd, I walked up to the counter alone and spoke to the clerk. Bring that stone sword down for me. My face was indifferent, but my words were shocking. The clerk's eyes narrowed in surprise when she heard my request. Following the direction I pointed high up, she saw a dull gray stone sword hanging inside the glass display case on the wall. Its surface was bumpy and ugly, barely resembling the shape of a normal sword. It looked like a crude weapon mold. Never mind cutting someone, it looked difficult even to use for bludgeoning. Does someone actually want to buy this? The clerk couldn't help but feel bewildered. Are you sure you want this weapon, sir? She asked again, her red lips parting in disbelief. She was already aware of my reputation as the genius blade master of Zhuanjing City. To everyone, I was a genius, so naturally she didn't want to sell me a piece of junk that would lead to my death in the newbie dungeon. That's why she kindly double-checked with me, nodded firmly in confirmation. The clerk, seeing no choice, tapped the screen in front of her. The glass case slid open automatically. With a swipe of her finger, the display rack lowered, placing the stone sword right before me. I picked up the stone sword and tested its weight. Not bad. A faint golden light flashed in my eyes. In an instant, all the information on this stone sword was scanned. Weapon stone mold, dropped from beasts in silver-tier dungeons. The drop rate is quite low. It looks like nothing more than an ordinary stone longsword. But once this stone shell is shattered, a silver-quality sword will be revealed within. This is the one. In my past life, I saw a student buy this very sword. Inside the newbie dungeon, he accidentally broke the outer stone layer, revealing its true form. So I know the real value of this sword. Very good. What's the price? I asked, holding the stone sword with one hand. My strength stat is at 10 points, nearly double or triple that of other students. Holding it with one hand didn't feel heavy to me at all. A holographic control panel appeared before me in the clerk's hands. Classmate, according to our manager's policy, every year on Awakening Day, students can get a discount based on their awakened talent level. Those with an awakened talent of 5 stars or more can purchase weapons at a 50% discount. This stone sword is 1,000 spirit coins, but the current price is 500 spirit coins. This price was quite satisfactory, well within my ability to pay. After all, other silver-tier weapons usually cost around 10,000 points. This was the perfect chance to buy it. I knew full well once the stone shell was broken, the value of this sword would skyrocket by dozens of times. My current savings were less than 800, so I had to grab it now. With a single thought, my personal account balance appeared before me. Planet Zhuanlan have long since digitized everything. Transactions were completed through data. In the blink of an eye, the balance was transferred. Transaction complete. Sword instantly became my property. Thank you for your purchase. The clerk bowed slightly, flashing a somewhat unnatural smile. Clutching the stone sword in my hand, I turned and walked away against the flow of the crowd. Every step I took felt like I was wading through a sea of shock. The watching students all stood there with eyes wide as saucers. A voice cried out from the middle of the crowd. Has Su Ming gone crazy from poverty? Another shouted. No matter how cheap that sword is, you can't possibly use it to kill monsters, right? Jeers and mockery began to surround me. Buying a stone sword like that is literally a death wish. Someone shook their head, lips curled in disdain. Does he think high stats actually make him invincible? The last one stated with absolute certainty. A new awakener only gets 1 starter skill. What good are high stats then? In the middle of the noisy crowd, a boy with glasses furrowed his brow, secretly conducting a different kind of analysis. Stone weapons are common in dungeons, but most are just low-quality junk. They shatter at the slightest impact. But, he added in a very low voice, however, there is an extremely tiny chance it's a sealed stone weapon. If it is, the value would be immense. He thought to himself, is he actually trying to gamble on it? Those words were like throwing a heavy stone into water, triggering endless ripples, yet they still didn't cool the atmosphere. Instead, the crowd's mockery only amplified the scornful laughter. A student raised his head arrogantly. "Let me tell you, those odds are beyond impossibly low." Another chimed in with cold sarcasm. "Believe it or not, there are hundreds of those in the store's warehouse. You could break 10 at once and still find absolutely nothing." Another nodded. "Gambling with 500 spirit coins, that's just pure stupidity." Hearing the malicious talk around me slowly came to a halt. The corner of my mouth curled into a smirk, and I swept my gaze across the room. Raising the stone sword high in my hand, I shouted, "Does anyone dare to bet with me? If I break this and a good weapon is revealed, you give me 3,000 spirit coins. But if it fails, it'll pay you 5,000. Any takers?" Murmurs began to ripple through the shop. Even the shop clerk was left standing there in a daze. Stone weapons are common rewards from dungeon clears. While the possibility of a sealed weapon exists, the odds are truly vanishingly small. And yet, I was determined to play this hand. The people gathered in the shop, including the girls standing nearby, couldn't help but feel tempted to join in. A crowd quickly formed around me. Gambling fever had everyone excited to grab a piece of the action, regardless of how much money they usually had. Finally, a burly student stepped forward quickly, beaming with a broad, confident grin. It seemed he was already certain the prize money was his. "I'll take that bet," he announced loudly. I replied calmly. At this very moment, my insightful eye skill immediately went into full gear, scanning his entire profile. His name was Yang Ding. Level 1 class, Shield Warrior. Strength and stamina both at 9, agility and spirit at 5, and luck at 7. He possessed the skill Full Power Strike, an attack that channels one's entire life force. His total base stats reached 35 points, which translated to a 7-star talent level. He could certainly be considered elite. Staring at him, my gaze turned deep. Yang Ding, that familiar face. He was a wealthy man, always acting arrogant at school, bullying students from less fortunate backgrounds. In my past life, he had cruelly tricked me in the newbie dun. Seeing him now, I narrowed my eyes slightly. Anger surged with me. "Let's sign the formal betting contract." With a flicker of my will, a digital information panel appeared before me, detailing the rules of the winner. Whether this stone sword contained a sealed weapon or not was the condition that would decide the winner. According to the agreement, if I won, it'd get 3,000 spirit coins, but if I lost, it'd have to pay out 5,000. Such low odds for me seemed completely unfair. The watching students all held their breath. Wow. He even had an official contract ready. Someone whispered from the back. If he loses and can't pay up, he's in deep trouble. With the binding power of the contract, there is no way for anyone to back out. Yang Ding stared at the control panel. He hesitated for a moment, but quickly made up his mind. With such a clear win, why wouldn't I bet? For his wealthy family, 3,000 spirit coins was nothing more than pocket change. What's more, he wanted to use this big bet as a chance to completely crush my spirit. Among all the students at high school number 1 this year, aside from myself and 2 other standouts, Yang Ding and Ji Yao were both students with exceptional talent. He couldn't avoid this competition either, a battlefield fraught with grand ambitions. Even though Yang believed he could hog the entire spotlight in this dramatic wager, he never expected my actual base stats to completely overpower him. Not just him, but even Bled. Jiang Yang, famous for his 8-star attributes, Bled and Yanzi with 9 stars were totally eclipsed by me. Yang Ding had always harbored resentment towards me, Bled, and today he finally saw his chance, wanting to take revenge right in front of everyone. He confidently signed his name in the official betting contract. I kept my expression calm as I watched him, certain that the fish had finally taken the bait. Yang Ding stood with his arms crossed over his chest, gave a cold laugh, and told me, "Go ahead then, shatter that useless stone sword of yours." He showed utter and absolute disdain. Honestly, I'm starting to doubt. If a dirt-poor brat like you, Bled, can even dig up 5,000 spirit coins to pay me. Before he could even finish his sentence, the smug grin on his lips froze instantly. His face was now flooded with a look of pure horror. In the terrifyingly still air, I decisively struck and shattered the stone sword. The sharp sound of shattering echoed throughout the shop, as if piercing through a dark curtain of time itself. Everyone stared as the stone fragments fell to the floor, revealing a long sword of ancient jet-black steel within. The 3-foot blade shone brightly, etched with patterns as red and vivid as flowing blood. In that very moment, the magnificent gleam of the sword tore through the shop's silence. I immediately used my insightful eye to scan the info. Black Iron Crimson Peak Sword. Silver quality, low grade with special attributes. Skill Bloodlust. After wounding an enemy, it drains their blood to heal the master. This sword is essentially like having a personal healer by my side at all times, saving me the expensive and risky cost of hiring a support team. I gripped the sword tightly, giving it a few light swings. A gleam as sharp and cold as morning frost sliced through the air. The entire shop suddenly exploded into a frenzy of noise. Every single bystander stood there, frozen in utter disbelief. The shop clerk's jaws nearly hit the floor from the sheer shock. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the ship erupted into a chaotic uproar. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He actually found his sealed weapon inside the stone. Every eye was glued to the blade, as if they were all witnessing a real-life miracle. Everyone agreed that this sword had to be silver tier at the very least. Yang Ding's face was now as pale as a ghost, his gaze turning hollow and lifeless. He stumbled backward repeatedly in absolute stunned disbelief. How is this even possible? He stared at the sword, mumbling incoherent words. The mysterious black steel, with its sharp, shimmering aura and winding blood veins, had completely backed him into a corner. Witnessing this, my face remained perfectly calm. I reached out toward him. Yang Ding, pay up your bet. My tone was casual, as if I'd known the outcome from the start. Yang Ding's mind was a complete mess, and he scrambled for an excuse. This sword hasn't been appraised yet, so its actual rank is still unknown. But before I could even respond, students around us spoke up for me. Come on, Yang Ding. There's a real sword from the stone. It's clear Su Ming won. Those have always been the rules of the game. Countless eyes were on him, leaving him with no way to back out. The system contract officially declared me the winner. He gloomily transferred the 3,000 spirit coins to me, whispering through gritted teeth, "You just got lucky, that's all." After receiving the money, I gave a thin smile. Thanks. I didn't leave right away, but instead walked back to the shop clerk. Please, help me pick out an ebony scabbard for this. The clerk stood frozen for a long moment before she finally snapped out of it. She immediately busied herself of measuring the sword's dimensions. A custom-made scabbard was far from cheap, but to me right now that was no longer an issue at all. Seeing me immediately spend my winnings on a high-end scabbard, the watching crowd once again erupted into chatter. He's spending that money on a scabbard so fast it's truly unbelievable. He's clearly grinding Yang Ding's pride into the dirt. The students around began to whisper, "Isn't this just the classic move of showing off after a big win?" Another nodded in agreement. This kind of action really does invite enemies. Did he really know there was a treasure sword in that stone from the start? Speculation began to spread through the crowd. Using 500 spirit coins to gamble like that, maybe he really has a skill that senses sword-type weapons. A moment later, I received the beautiful ebony scabbard. It was a perfect match for the ancient steel blade I held. The moment I strapped the scabbard onto my back, my black clothes seemed to blend with the sword's dark aura, emanating the heroic air of a lone wanderer. I maintained a calm face as I strode out of the weapon shop, leaving behind a trembling Yang Ding in a state of ultimate fury. He glared at every step I took as I passed him, his face alternating between pale and flushed with anger. Coming from right behind him, I could clearly hear the sound of teeth grinding. Su Ming, I will definitely remember your face. I calmly picked my ear as if nothing happened, only giving him a cold, indifferent glance, before quickly vanishing at the end of the long street. Once I safely returned to the dormitory, I slowly drew the sword from its scabbard, unable to resist swinging it in a few basic moves. The ring of the steel sounded as smooth as silk to the ears. I muttered to myself, original sword body, enhance the power of my every strike. It's just a shame I haven't reached the loneliness of the sword's edge realm yet. I rubbed my chin in deep thought. Those expensive medicines and skill scrolls, my current funds are nowhere near enough to buy them. I can only hope to scavenge something from the newbie dungeon. Just as I was calculating, my eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. I still have another talent, all things sublimation. A skill that can upgrade any loot found in a dungeon. I haven't had the chance to use it yet. Unable to wait any longer, I placed the sword before me. Activate talent, all things sublimation. A divine golden light flashed brilliantly. In an instant, the blade began to transform. As the light receded, the blade revealed even purer jet black patterns, like veins of flowing blood. The sword's aura became more bloodthirsty and sharp, sending chills down one's spine. The notification of a successful sublimation filled me with joy. Black steel blood-slaying sword, upgraded from low-grade silver to high-grade silver. This not only makes its inherent concealment many times more powerful, but also adds the blood slay effect. After killing an enemy, all attributes temporarily increase by 5 points. This miraculous talent is truly worthy of its reputation. My power soared instantly. I raised my hand and slashed down at the table. A sword light flashed. The wooden table was instantly split in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Not a single sound was made. This sword's sharpness far exceeds my expectations. Less than greater than. It's even more terrifying than before. Less than greater than. Looking at the night sky through the window, I whispered to myself. Less than greater than. The night has grown deep, which means less. It's time for me to go meet Ren Xiaoman. I left the dormitory alone, killing intent surging in my chest. Standing on the building's rooftop, holding an ordinary short dagger in my hand. To maximize the power of the God of Slaughter's single strike, a short dagger is the best choice. Even though it can be performed with a sword, the effectiveness would be somewhat diminished. Tonight, I will use my strongest move to end Ren Xiaoman's life. My face remained calm, but my bloodlust was hidden deep within. Along the way, I tried to avoid everyone. I didn't want anyone to see what was about to happen. The moonlight was bright. The night breeze blew gently. The moon in this world appeared divine yet eerie in the night sky. The sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs. I frowned slightly. She's here. I looked up. She approached wearing a simple black dress. Her complaints drifted from afar. Su-Ming, why did you pick such a remote place to meet? The hem of her dress swayed, revealing her seductive curve. Any ordinary guy would have been captivated by her long ago. But my mind didn't waver for a second. I responded calmly, not wanting to say much. You're here? After we met, she looked impatient. Even though I said I consider making up, I need to test you for a while first. We'll see how you perform before I decide. She gave a meaningful smile. I watched coldly, thinking to myself that so-called test is just endless manipulation and exploitation. In my past life, her promises blinded me, leading me to sacrifice everything. Now, I will absolutely not repeat the same mistake. In my past life, I risked my life fighting in dungeons, getting my life forced to gather resources. But she snatched away most of the benefits. Thinking back now, I was truly the ultimate fool, giving my heart and soul, only to receive betrayal and death. The corners of my mouth curled into a smile under the moonlight, exuding a bone-chilling coldness that made Ren Xiaoman shiver with dread. Why are you smiling so terrifyingly like that? She realized I had changed a lot, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Emotionless, I slowly approached her. From the depths of my soul, a bone-chilling bloodlust began to radiate, making her spine turn to ice. As if she were facing a mortal enemy, she instinctively began to retreat. Su-Ming, don't come any closer. She raised her hands in self-defense, her voice filled with frail panic. I ignored her completely, my will as firm as iron. Suddenly lunging forward, a short dagger in my hand swung out like a flash of lightning, the movement as smooth as flowing water. When she saw that dagger, her face turned into a mask of pure horror. She finally realized my resolve. You dare touch me! Young Master Zhang Yang won't let you get away with this. She screamed until her voice went hoarse. I pretended to be confused and stopped. Zhang Yang? Why are you mentioning him? Mistakenly thinking I was intimidated, she began to speak recklessly. It was young Master Zhang Yang who sent me to approach you. Since you've already guessed it, I don't mean to act anymore. She decided to stake everything on a desperate gamble, her face becoming twisted and malicious. A dirt-poor loser like you, even with a 10-star talent. Don't even dream that I'd change my mind and come back to you. In this world, family background decides everything. Pausing for a second, she continued with a cold laugh. Mere name Zhang Yang is enough to stop you from acting. How pathetic. My reward is already as good as in my hands. Whether you succeed or not, those 100,000 spirit coins already belong to me. Thank you very much, Su-Ming. But the reaction she expected didn't happen. I just stood there, perfectly calm and composed, only letting out a faint smile. Very well. In that case, are you ready to die? My voice dropped as if echoing from the deepest pits of hell. This immediately stunned Ren Xiaoman. Thinking my fear had been exposed, she stood dazed for a long time. Astonished by my composure and confident demeanor, she flusteredly reassured herself. I don't believe you dare. Before she could finish, I rapidly closed the distance, without a moment's hesitation. For a woman of her kind, I felt nothing but ultimate disappointment. Gripping the dagger, I stepped forward, my speed breathtakingly fast. My eyes were deep and cold like an eternal night. In that instant, Ren Xiaoman completely broke down. Recognizing my resolve, she shrieked, "Wait, don't." But I didn't say a word, directly executing God of Slaughter's single strike, turning into a streak of blood light. Thwack! A crimson flash tore through the air. The blood-colored blade's shadow ripped through the night, killing intent surging like a violent tide. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Ren Xiaoman. She felt as if she were lost in a sea of blood, surrounded by the endless wailing of vengeful spirits. I was like a demon god treading through the waves. That downward slap carved a perfect line across her throat. Fresh blood erupted like a fountain as she fell powerlessly to the ground. Unbelieving shock still lingered in her eyes. This strike of mine was as swift as a phantom, far beyond anything she could have imagined. Both her body and will were severed forever. Such power was absolutely not something she could comprehend. Until the moment of death, she couldn't quell her shock and regret. Watching her collapse, I flicked the blood off the dagger and stored it in my spatial storage. Looking down at the corpse, my face was as cold as frost. I have to admit, Ren Xiaoman's beauty was indeed top tier at school. Her lithe figure and skin as fair as jade were truly eye-catching. She also had great taste in fashion. It's not hard to see why I was so infatuated with her in my past life. However, she was nothing more than a beautiful shell. Her heart had long since rotted beyond salvation. Now that the debt is paid, I feel at ease. However, a lingering sense of weakness began to spread. The fatigue of exhausted spiritual power washed over me. In this world, all classes, whether warrior or mage, rely on spiritual power to cast skills. From fireballs to blink, without spiritual power, there is no potency. And once spiritual power is drained, I become a completely exhausted soldier. I need rest or supplementary medicine to recover. The price of the god of slaughter's single strike is indeed very high. I gasp for air while reflecting on the limits of my power. Every strike pushes me to my absolute limits. Regardless, this move remains invincible against low-level enemies. The strike from those years past truly had earth-shattering power, but now that seems like a distant memory. For now, I can only rely on this single trump card to handle the newbie dungeon. As long as I'm fast enough, I can take an enemy's life in an instant. I silently reminded myself of that. I leaned down and took out Ren Xiaoman's phone. The first thing to do was to wipe out all traces of communication between us, ensuring no loose ends were left. Just as I was about to destroy it, less than greater than. I happened to discover the chat history less than greater than, between her and Zhang Yang. Less than greater than. Every word was shocking. Less than greater than. June 7th, that's today. Less than greater than. Ren Xiaoman skillfully said she wanted to settle everything once and for all, while Zhang Yang was calculating how to bleed me dry of all value, waiting for the right moment to eliminate me in the dungeon. He promised Ren Xiaoman a sum of money, revealing the arrogant and heartless nature of a wealthy scion, yet she was completely obsessed with that trait. Their conversation was truly despicable. My hand clenched tight, the phone shattering under the pressure. Zhang Yang, your life won't be long either, I muttered to myself. With nothing left to regret, I quickly left the rooftop. I walked firmly back to the dormitory, ready to face tomorrow's dungeon challenge. The campus was empty of people. Many students chose to go home to say goodbye to their families, in case something unfortunate happened in the dungeon. That would be the last time they'd see them. When I arrived at my room door, I unexpectedly found a box placed on the floor. The envelope clearly bore the principal's name. I carried the box into my room and carefully opened it. Inside were two gifts, a blue body-tempering pill and a set of black snakeskin clothes. This medicinal pill can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones, while the black suit is known for its durability. Wearing it would allow one to move as lightly as a shadow. These two items will definitely be a great source of support for me. The principal's thoughtful care touched me deeply. The principal is indeed very generous, not only giving a body-tempering pill, but also a silver-grade defensive gear. Clearly, he wants a genius student like me to survive and return from the dungeon. Therefore, he didn't give a weapon. His top priority was survive so I wouldn't die young in the newbie dungeon. However, it's a bit of a shame these items were all crafted by blacksmiths and alchemists on Blue Star, manually created, rather than loot obtained from a dungeon. Therefore, my all things sublimation skill cannot be applied to them. Even so, I'm still very satisfied. I immediately changed into that black coat. Its material is incredibly durable, feeling very smooth and glossy to the touch. If you look closely, you can even see a layer of shimmering snake scales inside. With this gear, my survival rate has definitely increased significantly. Next, I opened the letter and read it carefully. The letter read, "Greetings, student Su Ming. I am Principal Wang Dingxian. This is a handwritten letter from me. First, I congratulate you on your successful awakening, achieving a 10-star innate attribute and the sword controller class. In the box is a body-tempering pill gifted on behalf of the school, and a silver-grade equipment I'm giving you personally. This equipment is of mid-tier quality. I know you've been living very frugally, so I've specially increased your scholarship to 10,000. The spirit coins have been transferred directly to your account. He advised me not to forget my alma mater in the future and wished me a bright and shining future." Seeing the flamboyant signature at the end of the letter, less than greater than, I immediately checked my personal status panel. Less than greater than. My account balance had indeed exceeded 12,000. He's quite generous, I couldn't help but marvel. This help is surely a long-term investment. The principal isn't looking at immediate gain, but looking toward the future, the glory and repayment I could bring to high school number 1. This foresight truly far surpasses narrow-minded people like Ren Xiaomen. With a slight smile, thought Principal Wang, you truly have a keen eye. This investment will definitely be worth it. I will surely repay those who have helped me in the future. As for those who stand in my way, I'll settle accounts one by one. Without hesitation, I swallowed the body-tempering pill, sitting cross-legged on the bed to wait for the medicine to take effect. Unlike in fantasy novel, medicinal force caused no intense pain, nor did any filth or impurities come out. As time passed, I felt my whole body become incredibly warm, along with faint rays of light flowing throughout my body, increasing my constitution by 10 points. Experience increased by 100 points, officially reaching level 2, and receiving 10 free attribute points. These notifications left me pleasantly surprised and joyful. Since my initial attributes were already so high, the strengthening effect was halved, but the remaining energy converted into experience, helping me level up smoothly. Overall, I didn't lose out at all. With 10 attribute points granted per level up, I carefully calculated. I decided to pour all those points into agility. That's right, agility is the symbol of ultimate speed and flexibility. As the points increased, I instantly felt my senses become much sharper. My spirit also became clearer and more energetic. As a sword god, the most important thing is to be as swift as the wind. Agility is life. This class shares many similarities with the assassin from my past life. Then I rechecked my status. Suming, level 2. Experience, 200. Class, sword god mythic level, worlds unique. Strength, 10. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 10. Luck, 10. Talent, all things sublimation. Skills, sword control, god of slaughters, single strike, stealth steps, eye of insight. Looking at these stats, nodded in total satisfaction. By now I have officially distanced myself from other players. The level difference might look small, but in the dungeon, it will be a massive advantage. I started preparing thoroughly for tomorrow's challenge. First, I opened my personal storage, placing the black steel blood-slaying sword in, the most convenient position for quick use. My heart stirred as I thought about the Tao-defying divine ring. I wonder what incredible potential this newly reconstructed body still holds, filling me with great anticipation. Slightly curious, I focused my mind, longing to uncover the secrets of the Tao-defying divine ring. This ring is called the Tao-defying divine ring, a unique mythic-grade item. It carries the destiny of the entire universe, capable of reversing the laws of time, to recreate life under certain conditions. But for now, its runes remain dim and lightless. It seems the resurrection function still needs to wait, pending a full energy recharge. Since I have no other chance to revive, I've resolved to act with extreme caution and not risk my life recklessly. Just as I was about to go rest, the phone's ring interrupted my train of thought. Although after awakening, we have full personal status panels and features, less than greater than. Many still stick to the habit of using mobile phones. Less than greater. To my surprise, this message was from Zhang Yang. Less than greater than. He texted to praise my talent and also invited me to party up for the newbie dungeon tomorrow. This 8-star demon mace warrior expressed that he was willing to help me during the early stages. In the face of such kindness, I coldly replied with just 2 words. Sorry, I already have a team. Then I casually turned off the phone, not bothering with a single word of explanation. Another message popped up. It was a party invitation from Ji Yao, accompanied by some very cute emojis. I smiled but still gently turned her down because I was worried that facing the hidden boss might involve her in danger. I decided to face this challenge alone. She replied disappointedly. Okay then, just let me know if you need anything at any time. After replying, I quickly lay down and drifted into sleep. Using the god of slaughter's single strike last night had drained me. Only deep sleep could help me recover my condition. In my dreamlike state, I felt my body as if it were floating. When I woke up, the day was bright, and a deep blue light completely enveloped me. The dungeon has begun. I told myself with a vigilant look. My body immediately vanished from Blue Star. The Interrealm Massacre is about to begin. A voice echoed in my mind announcing to the newbies, less than greater than. This is a land filled with slaughter and opportunities. Less than greater than. Only when the boss monster is slain can you leave. Less than greater than. And receive your corresponding completion rewards. Less than greater than. Everyone will receive rewards based on their level of contribution. Less than greater than. In a flash, I found myself standing in the middle of an unfamiliar forest. The trees were lush but carried an eerie red tint. Everything around exuded an unusual sense of danger. The newbie dungeon map changes unpredictably every year. However, with the experience from my past life, I don't feel unfamiliar with this place at all. Despite the familiarity, I remain solemn and cautious. Not daring to slack off, I quickly opened my status panel to reconfirm the dungeon information. Huangqiao Forest, newbie-level dungeon. A thick smell of decay hung in the air. I opened the world chat channel. Someone was screaming miserably. Oh my god, why did I spawn on top of a tree? There are steel-spine boars everywhere below, what do I do? Someone replied, just wait for death. What else? Hearing the discussions about the dungeon, I continued to monitor further. Many people were advertising their talents to find a party. I'm a 5-star swordsman. Initial skill is horizontal slash. There were also those struggling amidst frenzied monsters, yet still not forgetting to probe each other's abilities. The number of stars is the accurate measure of talent. My title of 10-star sword god is enough to eclipse all other newcomers. However, this difference won't be as obvious in the future. After leveling up, it will be replaced by the number of job advancements. Someone called out on the channel, Imli Dabiao, 6-star barbarian warrior. Coordinates 42,342, 371. Countless people wanting to party up began to gather. Many were eagerly bracing themselves for combat. Wait, there's a bloodthirsty rat coming over there. Let me handle it first. Lee Dabiao's voice gradually went silent on the chat channel. At that very moment, the world channel suddenly displayed a notification that instantly stunned all players. The first player has died. Player Lee Dabiao was mauled to death by a bloodthirsty rat. The entire world channel exploded at the news. Everyone was abuzz. What's going on? A 6-star talent was taken down in an instant. Others were skeptical. Aren't bloodthirsty rats supposed to be the weakest monsters? Fear began to spread. It seemed this dungeon really was a house of horror. People scrambled for help. Can anyone lead me out of here safely? I'm willing to pay 10,000 spirit coins. Some girls didn't want to be left behind. Big brothers. I don't have money, but I have looks. Please let me tag along, send your coordinates. Gradually, the new players realized this dungeon wasn't child's play, but a true life and death trial. So people began to automatically group together, to rely on each other for survival. And I could only watch that crowd and sigh inwardly. The smart ones had already finished teaming up before it started. That's how they could enter the dungeon together safely. Only I still chose the path of the lone wolf. Closing the virtual status panel, my expression remained extremely calm and firm. Memories of the bloodthirsty rats began to resurface clearly in my mind. These monsters are famous for their incredible speed, coupled with extremely aggressive combat power. Though they only differ from normal rats by the word bloodthirsty, in reality, they are worlds apart. Currently, in the dense forest of this dungeon, many similarly ferocious mutated beasts lie in wait. I tightly gripped the black steel blood-slaying sword in my hand, slowly drawing the blade from its sheath, cold as autumn water. I moved gracefully through the forest. Before I had gone very far, a tragic scream suddenly echoed from deep within the woods. I crouched low and quietly approached, carefully observing everything around me. A thud was heard as a body fell from the treetops to the ground. It was a woman's corpse. The fall kicked up a cloud of dust. I used Eye of Insight to check, discovering she was actually a rare healer. A pity she was left isolated. Less than greater than. Eventually becoming prey for the monsters. Less than greater than. This must be the work of carnivorous apes. Less than greater than. I closely examined the wounds. Less than greater than. Making a precise assessment in my mind. Right at this moment, a low growl rumbled. A giant ape with a hideous appearance leaped down from above, its two massive hands clenched tightly together. Its fist swung out like a giant sledgehammer, striking directly downward. I remained calm, leaning aside to dodge as quick as a flash, escaping the attack by a hair's breadth. I had anticipated this long ago, knowing that the appearance of this corpse was only to lure me into a trap. Sure enough, the monster had another uninvited guest. I followed suit accordingly. Having prepared for this confrontation, I reacted with extreme speed immediately. The advantage of agility helps me walk along the edge of danger much better than ordinary people. In the moment of swinging the sword to counterattack, I slashed the sword down with force. A deep gash appeared on the mutated ape's head. Fresh blood gushed out profusely. But this monster didn't fall immediately. Its burly body still stood firm, but its expression remained as ferocious as ever. Its gaze was extremely vicious, dyeing its entire fur with the color of fresh blood. Having been alert, I now confirmed this was no ordinary ape, but a much more powerful opponent. Flesh-eating Yama. Its power explained everything. Its body was taller than a grown man. Its appearance was incredibly terrifying. Its eyes exuded the gaze of a predator. It launched another fierce attack, perfectly dodging the attack. Though the consumption was not small, it ensured that I remained safe and sound, just by approaching its back in a blink, thrusting a fatal sword strike. Ferocious Beast, Flesh-Eating Ape King, Level 3, Strength 28, Stamina 24, Agility 5, Spirit 6, Luck 4, Skill Mad Strike. This information confirmed what I saw. This Ape King was definitely no ordinary opponent. Perfect timing. At this very moment, the sharp blade pierced through the back of the Ape King's neck. With iron determination, I ended its life. After thoroughly dealing with the Monkey King, its massive guardian-like body crashed down, kicking up dust. Right now, a virtual screen appeared before my eyes. The ferocious beast has been defeated. Receive reward. Skill scroll, single character / bronze grade low tier. A skill book fell into my hands. Not bad at all. I secretly felt satisfied. Although it was only a bronze grade skill scroll, it was extremely suitable for my class. At this very moment, the World Channel was once again shaken. The sword controller of Long Nation has achieved the first kill. Title reward, Blood Drop. All players of Long Nation receive a recovery potion. Very soon after, every player of Long Nation had received the medicine. The entire chat channel suddenly became a buzz. I didn't expect our Long Nation to be the one to get the first kill. So cool, just when I was injured. This recovery potion came at the perfect time. Is it a sword controller? Could it be? Is it Su Ming from high school #1 who's been so famous lately? Maybe not. After all, there are several sword controllers in various places this year. Regardless, I'm so glad our Long Nation has taken the lead. My expression turned serious when I saw in my personal profile that a special title had been added. Blood Drop permanently increases all attributes by 5 points. At this moment, all my attributes jumped to 15 points. Agility even reached 25 points. Combat Power took another step forward. My gaze returned to the skill scroll in my hand. Although it was only of bronze quality, but I could rely on my special trait to upgrade it. Closing my eyes, I focused my thoughts. All things sublimation. The scroll in my palms silently transformed, turning into silver quality. Draw sword / silver grade low tier. Sheathing the sword. Spirit condensing, a single strike to take a life. My eyes flashed. I didn't expect it to leap from bronze quality to silver. This is truly a leap in rank. My luck is unbelievably good. All things sublimation can randomly upgrade item quality. In the most ideal situation, it could even raise silver quality to mythic rank. But the probability is too low. In most cases, it can only upgrade an item by 1 tier, and each item can only be upgraded once. I decisively chose to learn this swordsmanship skill. Skill received. Draw sword / silver grade low tier sword skill. Current proficiency, 01000. Sheathing the blade. This is the prerequisite for this sword skill. With just a thought, I stepped out with the footwork and the sound of the sword ringing out. I saw my body turn into a deep blue sword light. The sword light sparkled. This move had incredible speed, almost tearing through the wind. Wherever the sword's majesty spread, split countless falling leaves. On the ground, it also left a deep sword mark. An explosion sounded. A burly giant tree snapped instantly. With a crack, it collapsed. Deep inside, I felt slightly shaken. A normal silver skill shouldn't have this much power. Perhaps it's due to the effect of the primordial sword body. I finally understood. The power and speed of the swordsmanship have tripled. Truly astonishing. Skill consumption is not high. I can use it frequently. Proficiency plus 30. I finally understood. Just one move increased the proficiency by 30 points. Even without hitting an enemy, using it just a few dozen times is enough to reach the maximum level. The power is exceptionally fierce. Normal players increase proficiency very slowly, but mine grows directly by 3 times. I sheathed the sword. With the sword on my back, I strode through the dense forest. The small mutated beasts met along the way were all swiftly eliminated. With seasoned combat experience, I already knew the attack trajectories of these beasts by heart. Slain fierce tiger, EXP plus 80. Slain mutated rabbit, EXP plus 40. Slain iron-scaled turtle, EXP plus 100. Before I knew it, my level had risen to level 4. Received a total of 30 free attribute points. I poured all of them into the agility attribute. Currently, my stats compared to other newbies have far surpassed them by a long margin. Suming, strength 15. Stamina, 25. Agility, 45. Spirit, 15. Luck, 15. The hidden boss is likely deep inside the beauty cave. I quietly calculated the route. Currently, I'm in the northern part of the forest. I need to speed up the progress a bit. Muttering to myself, I gathered my strength and rushed toward the cave. The scattered small monsters met on the way were all crushed without mercy. Loot was collected into the storage space one by one. Beast skin, meat, turtle shell items from mutated beasts are all high-grade materials. They can be sold for a good price on Blue Star. No longer need to worry about poverty at all. I dashed through the forest, feeling as if the entire world around me was left behind. Monsters collapse one after another by my hand. My level is also soaring rapidly. Soon after, I broke through to level 5. Swinging the sword down, the blade flashed. This battle brought me several new skill scrolls. Among them was a skill scroll called Basic Swordsmanship. It caught my attention. After use, it could unexpectedly awaken a random swordsmanship skill from level 1 to level 10. I didn't hesitate to combine it with all things sublimation. Upgrade successful. Now I possess the Rushing Thunder Sword Art, a lightning element sword art with incredibly fierce power. Speed so fast it strikes fear into people. The rank of this sword art has reached silver mid-tier. Even more formidable than draw sword slash by 1 tier, far exceeding my expectations. The upgrade took place amidst the light of blades and shadows of swords, making my strength leap once again. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I crushed the scroll. Instantly, a bolt of lightning quickly surrounded the black iron sword in my hand. Sparks of electricity crackled on the sword, shining brilliantly, fierce enough to make one tremble, exactly as if it were enchanted, making the blade's power soar to a new height. Right now, a gray-backed wild wolf lunged into view. Not knowing life from death, it charged straight at me. Without thinking, I raised my hand and swung the sword. The current circulated, striking down the beast in an instant. The wolf's head rolled on the ground. The corpse fell silently. The notification for 123 additional EXP rang in my ears. The battle has only just begun. While sheathing the sword, a pungent smell of blood wafted from the forest ahead, accompanied by the sound of wolves howling from all directions. My gaze suddenly narrowed. It's a pack of gray-backed mutated wolves. There are dozens of them, swarming from all directions. Their claws are as sharp as cold steel. Their speed is extremely fast. A single encounter could tear an enemy to pieces. Although I felt the situation was not good, but I couldn't suppress the excitement. This seems exactly like a small beast wave. If it were an ordinary newbie team, they might have given up long ago. But I'm no ordinary person. Toward this wolf pack carrying a massive amount of EXP, I really couldn't bear to just leave like that. Thinking for a moment, I licked my lips. With a thought, I decided not to run away, but to face the battle. Although this pack is numerous, thanks to the black steel blood-slaying sword, I can quickly recover my state after killing enemies. Plus, I have backup recovery potions. My confidence multiplied. These ferocious beasts in my eyes are no longer a threat, but stepping stones for the leveling process. As the one who will challenge the hidden boss.
How could I say the word retreat so easily? Ruthlessness surged strongly in my heart. I let out a roar. Drawing my sword, I rushed forward to meet the enemy. Amidst the flashing sword light, draw sword slash was instantly unleashed. The wolf pack was incredibly bold, relying on the forest terrain to attack without fear. In a blink, their roars echoed throughout the forest. All sorts of chaotic sounds rang out continuously, ferocious and bloodthirsty. The sword light in my hand carried sparks of electricity. The sword's path was as fast as a whirlwind, emitting a completely overwhelming power. Rushing thunder sword art, combined with draw sword slash, its power was fully displayed. In an instant, several wolves were struck down by my blade. EXP plus 150, proficiency plus 134. The experience numbers continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, the wolf pack before me became a chaotic mess. Fresh blood scattered everywhere, like a cold, heartless killing machine. But for ferocious beasts like wolves, their savage nature is not easily extinguished. Right at this moment, a silver-white wolf king rushed forward like mad. Its whole body emitted a sparkling fluorescence. Its fur seemed coated in moonlight, standing out immensely in the middle of the battle. The wolf king's speed was terrifyingly high. It appeared before me almost immediately. Its sharp wolf teeth nearly clamped onto my arm. Unexpectedly wounded, less than greater than. I was secretly amazed at this wolf king's explosive power. Less than greater than. Fierce beyond expectation. Less than greater than. 2 deep bite marks immediately appeared on my arm. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, this arm would have been good as gone. I quickly scanned its ability data. It's actually a level 6 monster. The silver fur radiated a cold glow under the sun. The wolf's cruel nature didn't diminish at all. It sends a shiver down one's spine. Indeed, this is truly a battle. Only the winner has the right to continue living. The Wolf King's attack couldn't take me down. After landing, it seemed to still be looking for a chance to attack again. It paced slowly around me. Its eyes flashed with ferocious glints. I looked coldly at this wolf. Coldness and determination intertwined in my heart. Little Wolf King, you are indeed extraordinary. But unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent, I muttered, fully sheathing the sword. And as I stepped forward, it was a powerful explosive blow, filled with confidence. The proficiency of the previous draw sword slash has reached maximum. Draw sword slash proficiency reached 1000. Skill upgraded. Draw sword flash. Silver mid-tier, proficiency 2000. Right now I possess my second silver mid-tier skill. Once the sword is sheathed, mental power surged like a tidal wave, instantly pouring straight into the sword's tip. Thunderlight sparkled, shaking all 4 directions. The glow on the blade made the air vibrate. Suddenly, a deep blue lightning shadow flashed unexpectedly. I shot straight up into the air. The sword stance traced a path like a rainbow. The Wolf King didn't even have a second to react. It collapsed powerlessly. Fresh blood sprayed, and the wolf's head rolled on the ground. Slain Wolf King. EXP plus 500. Draw sword flash proficiency plus 145. Rushing thunder sword art proficiency plus 100. Loot, iron cutting bone. Wolf King's heart. The black steel blood-slaying sword was like a bloodthirsty fiend, quickly sucking dry the bloodstains on the blade. The blade revealed its flawless, sharp edge once more. Immediately after, a surge of warmth flowed from the hilt into my body. The wounds healed as before with miraculous speed. The wolf pack now began to show signs of panic. The cowardly ones even intended to flee. My eyes flashed with a sharp, cold glint, only giving a faint laugh. Want to leave? It's not that easy. My movements were extremely agile, instantly transforming into a frenzied shadow, hunting down the wolves that intended to escape secretly. In this fierce competition with the wolf pack, my level has taken a real leap.
reaching the threshold of level 9 peak. Just one more step to reach level 10. Therefore, this pursuit must not be neglected. Sword light burning like a rainbow. Wolf blood sprayed like rain onto the black clothes. Determined not to show mercy. These wolves. I won't let a single one return alive. The wolf pack scattered in panic. I looked at them with contempt, like fish on a cutting board. In the end, wolves are just foolish creatures. No matter if they evolve or mutate, they can't escape their fate. If they had scattered to run,
Perhaps a few would have truly escaped, but unexpectedly they gathered into one mass. Then I can just catch them all at once. Looking around at the wolf corpses everywhere, my mood remained unmoved. On the personal status board, the level number has jumped to 10. Congratulations, Su Ming, for reaching level 10. The first job advancement quest is being initialized. I relied on combat experience to speed up the progress. The efficiency is unbelievably high. Following the system's guidance, I headed toward the Beauty Cave. Quest: slay the Guardian of Beauty Cave. That's a very powerful elite monster. Reward: Sword God. Job advancement: exactly what I wanted. Nothing could be more perfect. I know that after the first job advancement, other professions will have countless branching paths, but with the Sword God profession, I will only have one path. That is comprehensive reinforcement, constantly advancing. Lost in thought, I stepped forward quickly, conveniently opening the personal profile to check the latest status. Su Ming, level 10. Performing the first job advancement quest. Profession: Sword God. Mythic grade, unique in the world. Strength 15, Stamina 25, Agility 100, Spirit 30, Luck 15, Talent. All things sublimation. Primordial sword body, skills. God-slaying blade, total concealment. Hidden god footwork, Eye of Insight, Rushing Thunder sword art, Draw sword flash. To ensure the highest combat efficiency, I've poured most of the attribute points into agility and left a little for the spirit attribute to meet the requirements for using skills. Agility attribute broke the 100 mark. Receives Sword God profession skill, Sword Dance Master. Passive skill, Platinum grade low tier, proficiency 100,000. You can equip any sword type weapon regardless of level, defying all requirements, and all sword type weapons in your hands will have their sharpness doubled. The effect is truly powerful. It really makes one excited. This means I can easily equip the top sword type weapons. Great. All skills have been prepared. The stats are also far superior. Advancing once more to the challenge of Beauty Cave is fully ready. I walked according to memory, headed straight toward the cave. Once the hidden boss is successfully slain, then this dungeon journey will officially close. Remember to keep it low-key and hide my own achievements. No, I can't be too flashy at this stage. Using the total concealment ability, hiding all current levels and achievements. The total concealment skill is like an essential tool for the Slaughter God. Even the supreme rules of the dungeon cannot peek. Currently, I don't want to be caught in the storm of the leaderboard. Still need to seek stability to grasp victory. In another part of the newbie dungeon, another group of people who just advanced their jobs after a long struggle finally managed to take down 2 gray-backed wild wolves. These wolves are truly too fast and tough. Fighting them drained all our strength. The experience these wolves give is way too little. Unexpectedly, only 34 points. This is so meager. Can't help it. Since everyone is in a party, naturally the experience will be divided equally. That's why the harvest is so insignificant. The whole group was panting for breath, hands holding old newbie knives. Everyone was exhausted. Yang Ding, in his capacity as captain, a burly physique, still several bleeding scars on his body. At this moment, his face was as gray as cold iron, gritting his teeth, suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. You useless bunch. Basically, in the one taking all the damage and acting as the main force. He rolled his eyes around, his tone icy. And yet I still have to share the hard-earned experience with you guys. What a total waste of effort. Hearing this, though, they showed looks of defiance. But before the captain's aggressive attitude, they had no choice but to bite their tongues. After all, Yang Ding was the strongest on them, with extremely high potential and combat power. Now he has become the pillar of the entire team. Opposing him now would be no different from seeing death. Damn it, if it weren't for that time at the weapon shop, being tricked out of 3,000 yuan by that brat Su Ming, then I wouldn't be so miserable as to have to use this toy. He clenched his fists, his heart full of resentment. His voice trembled with anger. He had intended to use his 10,000 yuan savings to buy a silver-grade weapon. Who would have thought he'd be fleeced so suddenly? Money gone and misfortune followed. In the end, he had to swallow the bitterness and endure it alone. Even though his family was well off, money isn't infinite. Brother Yang, why don't you consider getting a bronze-grade weapon as a replacement? One person in the group asked curiously, "What the hell do you know?" Yang Ding rolled his eyes and shouted. He didn't hesitate to give the other person a slap. A bronze-grade weapon compared to a newbie knife. What's the significant difference anyway?
In helplessness, everyone also had to accept reality. As a result, it was very hard for us to break through. This efficiency is truly pathetic beyond words. Utter disappointment was evident in the voice. Right at this moment, an unexpected joy arrived. Luckily, this wolf just dropped a bronze-grade bow. Xiao Wang, you're a ranger. Equip it quickly to support us with firepower. Although still resentful in his heart, but life must go on.
They continue to fight under Yang Ding's command. Before long, the level has increased a bit, along with a few items of loot that made the atmosphere less tense. Yang Ding was almost exhausted, finally managed to get a bronze-grade great shield. Finally regained some confidence. Wolf Bone Shield, bronze grade, stamina +5. A sturdy bone shield can help you persevere through the initial trials. With the shield in hand, he was like a solid fortress wall, able to protect the squad better against beast attacks. The team members gradually matured through this training, becoming calmer and more resilient, but as they stepped forward, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Everyone around knit their brows tightly. Yang Ding couldn't help but take a sharp breath of cold air. They had ventured deep into the forest, but the sight before their eyes made their blood run cold. Wolf carcasses were scattered everywhere, and the thick metallic scent of blood refused to dissipate. No way could they have run into a beast hide. With so many bodies, which team could have committed such a slaughter? Panic and dread laced everyone's voices. Yang Ding knelt down to examine the wounds. Looking closely, this probably wasn't the work of a squad, but rather the work of a single person. These fatal wounds on the wolf carcasses were all inflicted by the exact same blade. He explained with his somber, pensive look. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's an elite squad of swordsmen. Either way, we're not strong enough to face them. His voice grew heavy. They weren't mentally prepared for a confrontation. Even with their upgraded gear, this squad was still in no position for a head-on battle, so they chose to avoid the brunt of the danger, quietly following a trail to take a detour, silently praying in their hearts that they wouldn't run directly into that team of swordsmen. In dungeons, lethal conflicts between players were a common occurrence, so avoiding danger was their best option right now. At the same time, inside the meeting room of Zhuanjing No. 1 High School, a heavy, suffocating tension filled the air. The school's top officials gathered, standing ready, their eyes glued to the holographic screen in the air. The rankings for newbie dungeon number 144. First place, level 8 Li Shenguang. Second place, level 7 Yan Zi. Third place, level 6. Not just limited to Zhuanjing City, but from several neighboring cities as well. Names of genius rookies were all clearly listed, yet Su Ming's name was conspicuously missing. On this list of the top 500 performers, he was nowhere to be found. This is impossible. Su Ming had incredibly high starting stats and is a sword controller, so how could he not even make it into the top 500? Sitting in the room, the department heads were filled with anxiety. Su Ming, a student with a 10-star talent, was a world-class genius who should have shone like a star. Principal Wang Tingshan sat with his hands clasped, his brow furrowed deeply, his heart racing with unexpected concerns. As the school's star of hope, Su Ming's performance was directly tied to the school's future investment prospects. But if this child were to perish in the newbie dungeon, it would be a devastating blow to the institution. He prayed silently, hoping that good news would arrive in time. Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed across the sky, and every eye in the room turned toward the newcomer. A woman descended through the air, her power clearly marking her as a fifth advancement expert. The woman swiftly entered the room, her feet touching the ground gracefully, exuding an aura of absolute composure. Wang Tingshan stood up immediately. The teachers and department heads followed suit, bowing deeply to show their respect. That woman was Vice Mayor An Ran Ling, the powerful vice mayor who governed the affairs of Zhuanjing City. I heard your school produced many talents this year, An Ran Ling said, so I came specifically to witness it for myself. Her voice was casual yet authoritative as she glanced up at the screen with an arched brow. And yet, I don't see that Su Ming you mentioned anywhere. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Wang Tingshan's forehead. Previously, due to Su Ming's awakening, Wang Tingshan had reported to Vice Mayor An, expecting a performance that would shake the heavens. But the dungeon had been open for quite some time now, and Su Ming was still missing in action, which completely contradicted Wang Tingshan's initial report. He should have broken into the rankings long ago. No matter what, genius should have started to shine by now. Such an anomaly was deeply concerning, Wang Tingshan thought privately, then spoke slowly. Vice Mayor An, forgive me. There was a detail I overlooked. That student, Su Ming. He chose the sword controller class. Wang Tingshan was about to explain that this class is admittedly weak in the early stages, but he was cut off before he could finish. A sword controller. An Ran Ling's expression turned stern. Even if they are weak early on, it shouldn't be to the point where he can't even crack the top 500. Her words were laced with deep skepticism. Instantly, the atmosphere in the meeting room became electric, and everyone felt an invisible weight pressing down on them. A single question rose in every mind.
Could Su Ming have been surrounded by monsters shortly after entering the dungeon and met his end? If that were true, then for the school and the massive expectations they carried, it would be a truly fatal blow.
Vice Mayor Anne, please, calm your anger. Wang Tingshan took a step forward, his face solemn. Besides Su Ming, our school still has several other outstanding students this year. Yan Zi, with a 9-star talent and the Demon Hunter hidden class, is our brightest star alongside Su Ming. Wang Tingshan said, handing a list to Ran Ling, and pointing out Yan Zi was currently holding second place on the rankings, making him a formidable rival to the Lin family's genius. Li Shenguang, he continued his introduction, noting that other students were performing well too. And there's another girl who awakened as an undead summoner with a 7-star talent, currently ranked 19th. Young Master Zhang Yang of the Zhang family is a demon mace warrior this time, born with an 8-star talent, and he's currently in 4th place. He rattled off the names of number 1 high school's most elite students. We also have a student with a 7-star talent, a meat shield warrior named Yang Ding. His progress was slow at first, but he's on track now, ranking just outside the top 40 and having reached level 6. Wang Tingshan poured his heart, validating the worth of his school's students. It's fair to say that our class changes at number 1 high school have shown a marked improvement in quality this year. Faced with this information, and Ran Ling's expression remained calm as she gave a slight nod. This student Yan Zi is indeed an unexpected surprise. She spoke slowly with a hint of amazement. But that rookie Li Shenguang from neighboring Wuyang City is the true chosen one. She added solemnly. He has a 10-star talent, and the Blade Madman hidden class. His brilliance completely overshadows the students of our Xuanjing City, making this entire generation look dim by comparison. Even Yan Zi can only trail behind him. On Ran Ling's side, a flicker of worry in her eyes. I hope Xuanjing can produce someone to keep up with him. Otherwise, we'll be left in the dust in this competition. If Xuanjing City comes in last again this year, then next year, I fear we'll lose our eligibility to even participate in the Sky Tower Association. Her words were heavy with concern for the future. The Sky Tower Association was Long Guo's most prestigious organization, responsible for repelling monsters and defending the borders. Joining them meant boundless opportunities and a bright future, and among the rookies, only the most brilliant geniuses could earn a spot, an emblem of unparalleled honor and challenge. Wang Tingshan stood tall and said firmly, Vice Mayor Anne, our school always puts its students first. Every student understands clearly that they fight not just for themselves, but for the school and the very future of humanity. His voice was steady and convincing, resonating through the hall like a great bell. In the face of limited resources and a cutthroat competitive environment, number 1 high school bore a heavy burden. All the class changers had to unite their strength, for the youth were the hope of the future. And Ran Ling was moved by his words. She lowered her head in thought for a moment, then pulled 4 tokens from her bag and handed them to Wang Tingshan. I understand, Principal Wang. These tokens represent entry into the Sky Tower Association. It'll leave their distribution up to you. She added, the hope of this entire city now rests squarely on the shoulders of your students. Wang Tingshan accepted the tokens with gravity, knowing that they were more than just metal, they were a massive responsibility. Meanwhile, I was still fighting relentless inside the newbie dungeon. He quickly approached the entrance of Hong Yan Cave, a massive mountain surrounded by glowing red cliffs that looked both eerie and magnificent, as if it were drenched in a vast sea of blood. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the surroundings, shattering the silence. Several goblins lunged out of the cave, bodies small and stunted, reeking of rot, their appearance utterly hideous. I showed no mercy. The sword light flashed, thunder exploded, and in an instant, these small monsters were crushed into ash. Goblins annihilated. Time 3. EXP plus 302. In his eye, these things were just a starter. Right then, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the cave, and a massive figure appeared. Its body like a small mountain, less than greater than. Its skin a dark moldy green, less than greater than. Goblin Lizard Leader, Elite Monster, less than greater than. Level 10 Strength, 105 Stamina, 102 Agility, less than greater than. 25 Spirit, 8 Skills, Great Club Strike, less than greater than. Fierce Rage, less than greater than. Venom Spray, Crush, less than greater than. This was a mutant cross between a lizard and a goblin. Its strength was terrifying. It could spit venom, but its intelligence was limited. Su Ming's next formidable opponent. Looking at the goblin leader's hideous appearance, I frowned slightly. Isn't this thing a bit too ugly? Covered in hair and green slime. Looking at it just makes me want to slash it to pieces. Arka Karki, the goblin leader, saw the corpses of the 3 goblins at my feet, scattered across the ground, and let out a roar of absolute grief and fury, seemingly devastated by the slaughter of its kin. Its roar was incredibly loud,
a piercing sound that made me feel like my head was about to explode from the noise. Then it charged forward aggressively, its massive club swinging through the air in a wide arc of light. My expression grew cold, and I moved with absolute composure, using my agile footwork to evade the blow. This Goblin King has immense strength and stamina,
with thick skin and deep reserves of health, less than greater than.
so I must maximize my agility, less than greater than, to wear down its energy, less than greater than, before I can secure a victory. A battle plan was already forming in my mind. After I dodged that strike, Goblin King didn't slow down, charging again, less than greater than, its great club flailing wildly, less than greater than, sending sand and stones flying, less than greater than, and smashing ancient trees one after another, less than greater than. My mindset remained unshakable, less than greater than, completely devoid of haste as I continued to proactively evade its attacks. My speed was far superior, giving me total dominance. No matter how the Goblin King attacked, it couldn't even touch a single hair on my head, let alone lay a finger on me. Gradually, the Goblin King's stamina began to fail. It gasped for air, a foul yellow mist leaking from its maw. Hong de Chang Kark. It roared, finally activating its skills, creating a deadly toxin. With the blood of a mutant lizard in its veins, it was capable of spitting venom. My gaze turned ice cold, and my hand immediately went to the hilt of the sword on my back. Goblins were monsters with relatively high intelligence, so it wasn't strange that they could speak, but I didn't need to understand a single word it said, because they were inherently brutal, loving to eat people alive for sport, less than greater than, torturing female knights, less than greater than, and imprisoning female class changers, less than greater than. These monsters were loathed by everyone, less than greater than. I despised them with a passion, so there was no need for talk, only death. In the next breath, the Goblin King spewed toxic sludge. Its bloated body twisted, and from its gullet burst a torrent, a dark yellow liquid with lethal toxicity. Everywhere it touched became slimy and foul. Trees withered, leaves fell instantly, and even stones were eaten away into large pits. The venom was ejected at high speed, sweeping directly toward me, making a head-on dodge nearly impossible. Facing this, I remained expressionless, pushing my spiritual power to the limit. Spiritual energy gathered in my hand, flowing all the way to the sword hilt, until the entire mysterious steel Bloodslayer's sword crackled with lightning. I immediately unleashed the drawing sword flash, lunging straight ahead. It looked like nothing less than a suicide attack. How could a mortal body withstand such a potent concentration of venom? On the Goblin King's hideous face, a twisted grin appeared. But in the next heartbeat, the grin vanished instantly, as I had passed through the venomous stream completely unscathed. In that split second, my presence seemed to vanish from the world, my entire body becoming a blurred silhouette, clothes billowing, less than greater than. As the sword's phantom sliced right through the acid, less than greater than. It was because I had activated the stealth step. Stealth step consumed a massive amount of energy, and I could only maintain it for a heartbeat, but that was more than enough. Once activated, I entered an untargetable state, directly bypassing the vast majority of attacks at the level of world rules, so that sludge essentially never touched me. My body glided right past the goblin leader's form, the blade accurately severing its throat. The deep blue sword light turned into a straight line, piercing right through its neck. The massive bloated green neck, layered with thick fat, was slashed open to create a colossal wound, bleeding profusely and deep enough to show bone, spraying dark green blood everywhere. The Goblin King collapsed entirely. The power of that single strike was terrifying. All sword techniques had triple the speed, triple the power, so what monster could possibly endure it? My face remained cold as I gave the blade a sharp flick, shaking off the remaining blood after the kill. Elite monster, Goblin Lizard Leader defeated. First advancement quest completed. Promoted to First Advancement Sword God. All stats increased. EXP plus 1000. Reached level 11. Mythic effect of Origin Sword Body Talent enhanced. Less than greater than. Sword technique power increased by 10 times. Less than greater than. Sword technique speed increased by 10 times. Less than greater than. Sword technique proficiency gain increased by 10 times. Reward received. 1 lucky wheel spin. A series of notifications flashed through my mind and I was deeply shaken. The effectiveness of the Origin Sword Body could actually increase tenfold. This is just too terrifying. If it had been tenfold earlier, probably could have finished that Goblin Leader in a single blow. Loot obtained. Goblin Leader's treasure map, mid-silver grade. Mid-silver grade sword skill scroll times 1. Hearing this, the sheepskin map in my hand seemed a bit heavier. Took a closer look, unable to hide my surprise, less than greater than. I didn't expect a treasure map to drop. Less than greater than. Treasure maps were incredibly rare rewards in dungeons. Less than greater than. As long as you found the treasure, it was yours. Less than greater than. Offering great rewards with relatively low risk. But the drop rate was miserably low, making them highly sought after. You could either go for the treasure yourself, or sell the map on the World Channel for a fortune. I use all things sublimation to upgrade the treasure map. Upgrade successful. Goblin King's treasure map, low gold grade. There are many goblin leaders, but only one goblin king. You want my treasure? I buried it all in one place. Go and find it. The map marked a specific location. My eyes shifted slightly. Since I could directly create a gold-grade treasure map, it looks like I'll have to make the trip myself. The coordinates were right here in the Hongyan cave, so I could grab it on my way to the boss. I tucked the map into my inventory. There was also another piece of loot, the mid-silver grade sword scroll. I used all things sublimation on it immediately, receiving a high gold grade sword skill scroll. My eyes filled with wonder, jumped straight to high gold grade. Just one step away from platinum sword chi. Platinum was the next tier up. This will be my highest level skill for now. I crushed the skill scroll, learning the high gold grade skill, sword control. A bright smile spread across my face, and I felt immensely satisfied. I hadn't expected to pull this specific skill, but it's perfect for disguising myself as a sword controller. This time, the plan was truly seamless, with no gaps left behind. The sword control skill uses willpower to manipulate the blade, making it fly, a skill usually exclusive to sword controllers. But as a sword god, I can learn any skill from any sword-related class. The grade of this skill is very high. Usually, sword controllers only learn it in the mid to late stages, which is why they're so weak in the beginning. Yet here I am at level 11, and I've already mastered it. I checked the skill description. Sword control, high gold grade, proficiency 30,000. Use the mind to fly the sword and slay foes less than greater than, taking the heads of enemies from thousands of miles away. Less than greater than, controlling a sword over thousands of miles. Would require astronomical spiritual power, so I can't even dream of that right now. However, with my current spiritual power level, controlling the blade within 30 meters is no problem at all. I focused my mind, and with a swing, the mysterious Bloodslayer's sword reacted to my thoughts, trembling and emitting a low hum as it hovered right beside me. Swish, swish, swish. The blade sliced cleanly, spinning and shooting forward, as agile as if it were my own arm. In mere moments, the goblin carcass before me was minced into scraps, limbs severed and flying everywhere. Unfortunately, when using mental control, less than greater than. I can't use skills like less than greater than. Drawing sword flash less than greater than, and thundering sword art while the blade is in the air. Less than greater than. Those still require me to hold the sword physically. But I believe that as I master sword control, I'll eventually be able to use any technique with it. As long as my proficiency keeps growing, anything is possible. Then I called to the system. I want to use my spin. Immediately, the familiar wheel appeared in my mind's eye. Advancing to first advancement is like jumping a whole tier, so I earn one lucky draw. The needle spun wildly, finally landing on a legendary grade talent. The legendary is a step below mythic. It's still absolutely incredible. New talent. Auto-cultivation legend. All of your skills will now automatically gain proficiency, increasing every single minute. Drawing sword. Flash proficiency plus 102, less than greater than. Thundering sword art proficiency plus 70, less than greater than. Sword dance master proficiency plus 127. I was stunned. Less than greater than. This truly means getting stronger while doing nothing. Sheathing my sword, I let out a long sigh. I actually considered hunting down Zhang Yang in this dungeon to kill him, but the dungeon is just too vast, and we aren't even in the same zone, so searching for him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. So I'll have to put that on hold for now. It's the most rational choice. Hatred is a powerful emotion, but I can't let it blind me. If I sacrifice everything, collecting my levels just to hunt Zhang Yang, then I would be the real loser. The one who can turn hatred into fear is the one who is truly elite. Zhang Tang's day will come, along with the entire Zhang family backing him. My gaze remained calm as I looked deep into the cave, ready to step into the Hongyan cave. Just then I caught the sound of footsteps behind me, and my eyes sharpened instantly. Whish! A cold arrow came flying, a sneak attack aimed directly at the back of my neck. I tilted my head slightly, dodging the arrow with effortless grace, and it thudded deep into the tree trunk ahead of me. It stopped there, vibrating. Killing intent flashed in my eyes. You dare ambush me? I Suming will absolutely not tolerate this. Judging by the craftsmanship of this arrow, it was likely crafted by a ranger using their passive skills combined with various materials. Goblins could never make something this refined. I'm certain the attacker is human. To be able to identify an enemy, just from the shape of an arrow, this is clearly the work of a seasoned warrior. I spun around and fixed my gaze, only to see several figures emerging from the brush, each holding a different weapon. It was a group of class changers, including a meat shield warrior and a ranger, along with 2 mages, a 4-man squad in total. I activated my Eye of Insight, seeing through every bit of their information. What surprised me the most was seeing a familiar face in this group, Yang Ding. My expression darkened, noticing their sinister and gloomy expression. It truly is a small world for enemies. A vicious look surfaced on Yang Ding's face. Su Ming, I never thought I'd run into you here. He had always fantasized about exactly how he would take his revenge if he ever caught me in the newbie dungeon. He never expected it to actually happen. Yesterday at noon, in the weapon shop, I won a massive bet against him, not only humiliating him but causing him heavy financial losses, preventing him from buying weapons, which naturally put him far behind everyone else's starting point. You must be just like us. You're seeing that pile of wolf corpses.
You got scared and took this shortcut, didn't you? Yang Ding said coldly. Too bad, because even though you managed to avoid that elite swordsman squad, there's no escaping us. What incredible luck. It seems even the heavens want me to finish you off. Yang Ding glared at me, his eyes overflowing with savage killing intent. Killing you inside a dungeon isn't against the law, and it's almost impossible to investigate. He let out a cold sneer, and his teammates all raised their weapons, entering their combat stances, 4 of them surrounding me. A normal newbie would have knelt and begged for mercy by now. Humanity slaughtering its own kind. Inside dungeons is a common occurrence. If you die here, you lose your life in the real world too. You think you can kill me with just the few of you. I glanced around, my tone remaining completely calm, my gaze as steady as still water, not showing even a hint of fear, displaying a truly rare level of composure. Boss, he doesn't look like someone we should mess with. One of them, a female mage, looked terrified, softly gulping down her fear. Don't be scared, Hoa, he's just putting on an act. The ranger beside her sneered. Su, stop playing these mind games. Let me tell you the truth. Our brother Ding has already reached level 7. We just cleared out a massive pack of forest monsters, and all of us have hit level 5, each with at least 2 skills ready, less than greater than. While you're all alone, stuck with a less than greater than. Sword controller class, the weakest early game role. How can you fight back? The lanky mage spoke up while clutching a rotten wooden staff. His gear was the worst of the group, clearly having no luck in finding any decent loot, still using a basic newbie branch. But mages don't rely heavily on weapons. Their spells alone pack quite a punch. Hearing this, I simply offered a faint smile, looking incredibly relaxed and composed. A sandbag warrior with a measly 7-star talent like you actually thinks you can bring this group of nobodies to kill me? A cold light flashed in my eyes. Sandbag? You dare call my class a sandbag warrior? Yang Ding had never been so thoroughly insulted before. Once I hit level 10 and advance, I'll have 5 class options. Whether it's sword shield warrior, shielder, or muscle berserker, any of them will be leagues stronger than your trash early game sword controller. Who do you think you are calling me a sandbag? Yang Ding. The more he thought about how he was always the one taking hits for the team, the more insulted he felt. Hearing his explanation, I just casually picked my ear. You're still just a sandbag. My cold words were the ultimate trigger of anyone's rage, making Yang Ding grit his teeth in fury. It seems you'll only crawl and beg for your life when death is staring you right in the face. Everyone, kill him, Yang Ding roared. Even if he has a 10-star talent, his class is still just a sword controller, the ranger said. I bet he hasn't even managed to kill a handful of mobs yet. His level must be pathetic. The male mage added, we can definitely take him down in a heartbeat. The awakened players all attacked at once, with the ranger's strike being the fastest. He drew his bow and notched an arrow, firing off a shot trailing a deep crimson light, soaring through the air. I stared directly at the arrow, having no intention of dodging, as this was a homing arrow skill. No matter how I moved, it would chase me to the end, so I met it with a direct slash. That arrow, which would have been a blur to any normal person, seemed to move in slow motion before my eyes, every detail crystal clear. My agility was simply on another level. A cold flash of my blade, and the arrow was sliced perfectly in half mid-air, less than greater than. Split lengthwise with absolute precision, less than greater than. Falling uselessly to the sides, less than greater than. Then I kicked off the ground, less than greater than. Lunging forward in an instant. I'm not going to hold back. Since you've chosen to try and kill me, I should return the favor. The truth is, from the moment they tried to ambush and backstab me, I had already sentenced them to death in my heart. Lightning coiled around my palm, pale blue electricity flickering through the air, surging with crackling energy, blindingly bright. This power was easily on par with high-level magic skills, and carrying this electric charge, I vanished, moving with extreme speed. Slash. Before anyone could even blink, I was already standing right in front of the ranger. When a long-range fighter lets a melee attacker get close, the outcome is already decided. I swung my blade, blood spraying everywhere without a moment's hesitation. The ranger's throat was sliced open in one clean stroke, collapsing to the ground, dead before he could even gasp. My movements were so lightning fast that I bypassed Yang Ding at the front, leaving the remaining 3 completely shell-shocked. They couldn't believe my actions were so instantaneous,
or that I could be so ruthlessly efficient, taking a life without even a second thought. How could they have known that this was far from the first time it'd taken a life? Me, whether it's a monster or a human enemy, it makes no difference. I had long since mastered this cold-blooded indifference toward my foes. Rage bubbled up within the remaining members. After all, their teammate had just been slaughtered. The male mage finally finished chanting his incantation. Upon completion, basketball-sized fireball condensed in the air, hurling toward me to incinerate everything in its path.
The scent of scorching heat filling the surroundings, less than greater than. Its intense temperature creating visible ripples in the air, less than greater than. Facing this attack, I only felt boredom at such a weak display. You're far too weak. Fighting you lot is nothing but a waste of my time. I only wanted to pass through this red rock cave to hunt down the hidden boss, and had no intention of competing with anyone. Why must humans always go out of their way to find death? My expression remained cold as ice. I sheathed my sword as electricity crackled. Flash draw! Great Master Slash! In an instant, I blurred forward, my strike moving with blinding speed. The fireball flying through the air was immediately torn apart by my lightning-infused blade, dispersing into nothing but white smoke. I didn't stop there, my entire body turning into a streak of deep blue light, gliding through the void to close the distance, vanishing for a fraction of a second, before piercing straight through the male mage's body. A single slash across his throat and blood erupted, his eyes turning dull, still trying to cast one more spell, but then realizing he no longer had the strength to keep fighting, as his life force drained away rapidly. How can this be? His final words were filled with absolute horror. Finally, he collapsed, never to rise again, on the spot with his eyes wide open. The female mage and Yang Ding were completely shaken. To think a single skill could execute a full health player. This required not just monstrously high stat, but also extremely leveled up skills. I had only swung my blade twice from start to finish, yet 2 lives were already gone, essentially 1 swing for every life taken. This level of power was simply beyond logic. Could my level really be even higher than Yang Ding's? They couldn't bring themselves to believe it. The sword controller class was supposed to be weak early on, less than greater than. And I wasn't even in a party, less than greater than. I was completely alone, less than greater than. How could my leveling efficiency be this incredible? Don't be afraid, Hoa, it's just because his weapon quality is high. That's why he can fight like this. As long as I stand at the front to tank and you focus on DPS, he'll definitely die. Yang Ding roared fiercely, knowing full well that this was now a fight to the death, with absolutely no room for negotiation or peace, so no matter what, he had to keep pressing the attack. Even as he spoke those words, he forced himself to believe them completely. Tian Hoa Nam nodded in response, raising her staff as she began to channel her spiritual power, eventually condensing a spear made of water, hovering right in mid-air, ready to strike at any moment. Yang Ding charged at me with his shield raised, his burly frame kicking up a storm of dust. With every heavy footfall, the shield he carried formed a protective barrier, keeping his body safely tucked behind it. At the same time, his right hand gripped a 50-centimeter-long newbie blade, swinging it violently toward me, leading the charge in his role as the team's meat shield. I watched the gleaming blade, steady as a mountain, less than greater than, easily evading the slash with a simple duck, less than greater than. Then spinning around, I delivered a casual sword strike, less than greater than. A backhand slash that moved with such extreme speed it was truly like a bolt of lightning, making Yang Ding's scalp tingle with dread. He had no choice but to frantically raise his shield, straining every muscle to block my strike. Though the strike looked effortless, its power was incredibly heavy, blasting Yang Ding and his shield backward, sending him flying into the distance. A truly terrifying strike. It wasn't even an active skill, just a basic normal attack. Yet it had already depleted more than half his health. Horror filled Yang Ding's soul. He was supposed to be a tank warrior, known for his massive health pool. Furthermore, my sword strike can only hit his shield, so how could the impact still be this devastating? He racked his brain for an answer, finding it all so bizarre, and could only conclude it was because of the weapon I held. The level of that sword must be incredibly high, allowing it to skyrocket my stats like that. Yang Ding gritted his teeth in a fury, suddenly crushing a necklace on his chest. The necklace emitted a bright white fluorescent glow, as a mysterious power shot out, enveloping my blade. I could clearly feel my sword slipping from my grasp, the dark steel blood-slaying sword hovering in mid-air, leaving me unable to reach it. I frowned slightly. This was a single-use accessory item, which when crushed created a halo effect to suppress my weapon for a short period of time. This was truly an incredibly expensive and luxury item, something a common family could never dream of affording. Yang Ding finally felt like he had the upper hand, letting out a cold, triumphant laugh. Su Ming, you really made me pay a steep price. This necklace is a one-time use item, and even with my family's wealth, it still hurts my wallet. Fortunately, its effect is incredibly potent, less than greater than.
Once activated, it completely disables your weapon, less than greater than, forcing it out of your hands for over 10 seconds, less than greater than, you're as good as dead, less than greater than. Hoa, kill him. His face twisted with cruelty as he immediately barked orders at the female mage. Tian Hoa Nam nodded in understanding and made her move. At that very moment, a malicious glint flashed in her eyes as well. The water spear in the air shot forward instantly, at incredible speed. This was a basic mage skill. The water spear's power was formidable. If it pierced through a body, the water from the spear could seep into the wound and invade the bloodstream, wreaking havoc from within. If a normal awakened person took this hit, they would lose all ability to fight back. A look of triumph passed through Yang Ding's eyes, as if he were already gloating over my corpse. However, in the very next second, whoosh, the sword hovering in mid-air suddenly trembled violently, making sharp ringing sounds, before slashing downward diagonally, as if an invisible hand was firmly gripping the hilt. The blade descended with blinding speed, streaking across the air, instantly shattering the water spear, reducing it to common water that splashed onto the ground and soaked into the earth. The attack was neutralized with absolute ease. My figure remained standing proud, not having moved a single inch, only my eyes following the motion. The pitch-black, dark steel blood-slaying sword suddenly spun, returning to hover directly in front of me. The 3-foot-long sword floated before my eyes, quietly drifting in the air, blade rotating slowly, as if it were dancing through the sky, under the complete control of my gaze. Witnessing this scene, both Yang Ding and Tian Hua Nam were frozen in shock. "Sword control!" Yang Ding's voice trembled uncontrollably. "That's clearly a high-level late-game skill. How could you have possibly learned it so soon?" Before reaching a certain level requirement, monsters wouldn't even drop the skill books needed for such advanced late-game techniques. Normally, in battles between low-level awakened players, controlling the opponent's weapon means holding the initiative for the entire fight. Once someone's weapon is gone, there's basically no hope of resistance left. That's why the necklace, which could control an enemy's weapon for 10 seconds, was his ultimate life-saving trump card. But he never imagined I had already mastered sword control and could easily reclaim my weapon even while it floated out of reach. My expression turned freezing cold, my hand forming a sword seal as I pointed directly at Yang Ding from a distance. Whoosh! The dark steel sword turned into a black blur, suddenly lunging forward, the blade creating friction with the air, producing menacing whistling sounds. A terrifying sound filled the air as Yang Ding strove to desperately parry only 2 strikes. Finally, squelch. A single strike ended his life. He was truly gone, his lifeless body slumping to the ground. Until his very last breath, his eyes remained wide with absolute terror. In this moment, the remaining female mage's face had turned pale with fear. Tian Hoa Nam collapsed onto the ground, her whole body trembling with fright, not a shred of fighting spirit left in her. Looking closer, one could see a yellow liquid trickling down from beneath her. She had literally wet herself out of pure terror. I walked toward her slowly, the 3-foot dark iron blade floating alongside me. In this instant, I appeared like a mysterious black-clad sword cultivator, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. I was wrong, I was truly wrong. "Su Ming, please, I beg you, don't kill me," she pleaded. "I'll serve you like a slave for the rest of my life. It was all Yang Ding's fault. He forced me to attack you, less than greater than. I was just a teammate. How could I have dared to disobey him? Less than greater than. Facing this beautiful girl, less than greater than. I only slowly shook my head. Less than greater than. There are some mistakes that can never be made right. From the moment you attacked me, you were already dead." The dark steel sword flew back, settling into my hand, and then I brought the blade down. 4-man squad defeated. XP gained. 2088. Loot. Wolfbone, Great Spear, Bronze tier low. Damage, Wolfbone shield, less than greater than. Bronze tier low. Ancient staff mid. Illumination necklace, less than greater than. Bronze tier low. Leveled up to 12. Less than greater than. I've already achieved my first job advance, putting my progress light years ahead of everyone else. To me, this equipment was practically worthless, as I'd already picked up plenty of bronze tier gear while hunting monsters earlier, and I hadn't even bothered to look at those either. Only one item among them actually caught my attention, and that was the accessory that dropped from the female mage. Equipped. Illumination necklace, less than greater than. Bronze tier low. Less than greater than. Once worn in dark areas, less than greater than. It illuminates the surroundings. Less than greater than. For someone like me who's about to enter a cave, less than greater than. This was truly a useful find. Less than greater than. I put it on immediately, and instantly, everything around me became significantly brighter. I then turned my gaze deep into the red rock cave, took a deep breath, and prepared to venture inside. I began walking into the interior. The inside of the red rock cave was incredibly gloomy, Luckily for the illumination necklace, otherwise it would have been pitch black with zero visibility. The sound of dripping water echoed through the damp cave. My expression remained calm as I moved slowly forward. Occasionally, swarms of bats would fly by, less than greater than, their red eyes flickering in the dark, less than greater than, making the atmosphere truly bone-chilling. Less than greater than. I pulled the Goblin King's treasure map less than greater than from my coat and examined it carefully, planning to claim the treasure first before taking down the hidden boss. I mapped out the route in my mind, following the coordinates written on the treasure map, less than greater than, delving deeper into the narrow paths of the cave. Less than greater than. The path was winding and convoluted, occasionally interrupted by mutated frogs and mine monsters lunging out of the dark, but all were easily dealt with by my hand. Screeching sounds. With the death of the final mine monster, I successfully reached level 13. I allocated some stat points into spirit, others into strength, and a few into constitution and other stats. My current status: Su Ming, level 13. EXP: 1,455,000. Class: Sword God, unique in mythical world. STR: 30. CON: 40. AGI: 110. SPI: 70. Look: 25. Talents: all things sublimation, sword body origin, auto-cultivation. Sword body origin, auto-cultivation skill, god slaying strike hidden, godly path step, eye of insight, thunder sword art, flash draw, blade dance master, sword control. With these stats and skill, I basically have no reason to fear any boss anymore. My only low stat was luck, which affects drop rates for gear and other necessities, while also slightly influencing critical hit rates. If I were playing the God of Slaughter class, I would have focused heavily on luck and agility stats, but in this life I am the Sword God, and luck isn't a core attribute of high importance for my role. I decided to invest in luck points later on. Battle power is the only thing that matters in the early stage. Strength and health are always closely linked. I'll save luck for the later stages. I noticed my spirit attribute had reached level 70, which my sword control range now extended to 70 meters. That was already an incredibly vast distance. I traversed the cave passages freely, moving with extreme speed. Suddenly, a pungent, foul stench hit my nose as the tunnel ahead abruptly widened, opening up into a small cavern. The area was littered with waste that smelled so bad it was starting to form. Faint clouds of toxic gas within this goblin den. I suddenly realized I had stumbled into a truly filthy and disgusting place. My eyebrows furrowed instantly. I was right. Several goblin younglings came rushing out of the cave, screaming and launching into a frenzied attack the moment they saw me. I felt absolutely no pity for them. With a single thought, my blade left its scabbard and hovered in the air, soaring forward to cut down the targets. I finished off those goblins in the blink of an eye. I ventured deeper into the den, which smelled absolutely rank, and was less stunned by the sight before me. Countless human skeletal remains were scattered everywhere, with the thick metallic scent of blood filling the air. There were even charred bone fragments being roasted over a fire. They had been grilled until they were completely black. It wasn't hard to imagine that entire parties of players had met a gruesome end at the hands of these goblins. Goblins were the most brutal and bloodthirsty of monsters. Cannibalism was perfectly normal for them. What caught my eye was a wooden rack deep inside the den. Several people were tied to it, their clothes in tatters. Most of them were female players. They had been tortured until their bodies were covered in wounds. The goblin race had no females. To sustain their species, they were forced to kidnap humans. Whether it was female players or the females of other animal species, they would bind them all tightly within their dens. Fortunately, these women hadn't been violated yet, because my sudden appearance earlier had alerted the goblins here. They had rushed out to fight and met their end, including even that burly lizard goblin leader. You could say I indirectly saved their innocence. Hearing the sound of footsteps, one of the girls slowly opened her eyes. When she saw who was coming, her eyes suddenly lit up with utter shock. Su Ming. Her voice was weak, as if fading away. I frowned slightly, a bit suspicious. Why does this female player seem to know me? I immediately used the Eye of Insight to scan her information. Jiang Yunqing, level 5. 9-star talent, class, corpse gathering healer. Hidden combat class, strength 9, constitution 9. Agility 9, spirit 45, luck 9, skill, soul collection. Healing, soul power 0450, depleted. So she is the second young mistress of the Jiang An group. Jiang Yunqing. I met her once before. Back then, her sister wanted to pay me to ensure her safety within the dungeon. I didn't expect to run into her again here, since she looks incredibly disheveled right now, with messy hair and a face covered in dirt. Her body is covered in bloodstains and even whip marks. That's why I didn't recognize her at first. Fortunately, I have the Eye of Insight, allowing me to see through all information. I didn't expect to find you here. I looked at this poor girl and smiled slightly. Oppa Su Ming, Please save me." She looked at me like a savior, her eyes filled with tears. Her team had endured a bloody battle. She had watched her teammates with her own eyes, as the brutal goblins murdered them, leaving her as the sole survivor. She had many expensive life-saving items on her, but before that goblin leader, everything was as fragile as glass, shifting and shattering at a touch. At this very moment, I just wanted to escape this place as fast as possible. Hearing that, I bowed my head and thought for a moment. Having a second chance at life, I am extremely cautious. Every action must be weighed against its benefits. She is a corpse-gathering healer, which is a rare hidden profession, a variant of the healer class. She can absorb the souls of dead monsters to restore her spiritual power, and she can also use that soul power to heal her teammates' wounds. A true, dedicated support. The battle against the hidden boss will be very dangerous. If I have an effective support, winning rate will be much higher. Furthermore, her talent is also very high, reaching 9 stars. Overall, she's well worth saving. I can save you, but I have one requirement, I said in a deep voice. Join my team, and you must strictly follow my commands. Jan Yunqing didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement, her little head nodding rapidly like a chicken pecking at grain. Jiang Yunqing has become a teammate. You have become the party leader. I swung my sword to cut the ropes binding her tightly. She immediately went limp and collapsed to the ground. After struggling for a long time, she barely managed to crawl up. On her wrists and across her body were deep red welts. Her face was pale, devoid of any color. Thank you. Her eyes were rimmed with red. At this moment, she seemed ready to give herself to me in gratitude. It's understandable. The scene she had just endured was far too terrifying. And captured by goblins and then rescued. Anyone who went through this would be moved to tears of profound sorrow. She took a healing potion out of her pocket, downed it in one gulp. Her wounds immediately recovered by 70 to 80%. This potion was also a reward because a player from Long Kwok achieved the first clear. That's how she got it. I didn't pay much attention to her, but walked over to a few other female players who were also being held captive. I reached out to check them, only to find that these women had all stopped breathing. Only Jiang Yunqing was lucky enough to survive. Su Ming, let's get out of this cave quickly. Jiang Yunqing's face was ashen, her expression extremely tense. She glanced around anxiously. I remained motionless where I stood and asked in return, why leave? Jiang Yunqing gripped her ebony staff tightly. This was a mid-grade gold equipment. She is, after all, the second young mistress of the Jiang'an group, possessing immense wealth. She had purchased gold-grade gear for self-defense from the armory shop. However, even with gold-grade weapons, her team was no match for the goblin leader. There's no time. Su Ming, there's another goblin leader in this cave. He is incredibly massive. All my teammates died at his hands. Just now, that leader heard some noise outside and rushed out. I bet he's about to come back any minute now. If we don't run away quickly. I interrupted her immediately. Don't worry, I've already cut him down. These words left her utterly shocked. How is that possible? You're all alone. You haven't even formed a party yet. Besides, you're just a weak early-stage sword controller. Her gaze was dull and filled with doubt. She even thought I was boasting, because she had witnessed with her own eyes just how terrifying that goblin leader was. He slaughtered ordinary players basically with one strike per life, like killing children, yet could defeat him in single combat. No matter how you look at it, this is just too illogical. I directly pulled out the Goblin King's treasure map and presented it before her. This is a treasure map Luke dropped from his corpse. I used this as ironclad proof of the truth. Looking at the treasure map, less than greater than, her eyes narrowed slightly. Less than greater than. She was clearly dazed for a moment. Less than greater than. She blinked several times. Less than greater than. So shocked she couldn't utter a word. Less than greater than. Finally, she could only choose to believe. Fine, okay. I believe you now. You are truly too strong. That goblin leader was a level 10 elite monster. Suddenly, it seems she connected some dots. She asked, wait, Su Ming, are you that person? The Long Kwok sword controller who achieved the first clear. I nodded slightly. She sucked in a cold breath. She didn't expect that person to truly be me, Su Ming. This cave still holds many dangers. Besides the goblins, many other packs of monsters are gathered here. The best choice is still to leave this place, she advised, but my expression remained calm. I said sternly, stop talking nonsense. We already made a deal earlier. The condition for me seeing you was that you join my party and follow my orders. Now I want to go deeper into the cave. You must follow me. If you keep talking too much, I'll tie you up and carry you along, I said coldly. Jiang Yunqing had to nod, but she still felt a bit of resentment inside. Don't you know how to treat a lady with some kindness? I am a second young mistress of the Jiang'an group, after all. If you were a bit gentler, wouldn't you have won my heart already? Once we're out, wealth and prestige would be waiting for you. Yet here you are, obsessed with this current dungeon. This Suming guy is really a blockhead. The young lady Jiang sighed softly, feeling secretly helpless. In an instant, I walked off without looking back, heading straight for the deepest part of the cave. She looked around nervously. It felt pitch black in here, both terrifying and gloomy. She didn't dare stay alone, so her only choice was to hurry and catch up, clinging to me without leaving my side for a second. It took both of us several hours to push through. I moved very quickly, hardly bothering to wait for her. She had to run with all her might just to keep up with my pace. There were countless monsters in the cave. They appeared incessantly like a surging tide. This is a hidden area, after all, less than greater than. So the monster density is naturally very thick. Less than greater than. But those monsters less than greater than were basically cut down by me the moment we met. Less than greater than. EXP plus 78. Less than greater than. EXP plus 79. Less than greater than. She almost just had to follow and soak up the experience. Even during this time, a wave of small beast monsters rushed out. There were over 20 bloodthirsty mutated beasts, yet they were all easily eliminated by me alone. I glided through with my sword control alone, quickly leaving those mutated beasts lying in heaps. Among them was even a beast king, but it was also finished with just one sword strike. As for me, I only had a few minor scratches. Witnessing the full extent of my power, Jiang Yongqing was constantly terrified, her mouth hanging open in shock. Especially that lightning-fast sword draw under the influence of the primordial sword body, its speed and power were magnified tenfold. That prestige was truly too terrifying. After seeing that technique with her own eyes, she felt her legs turn to jelly. If I were an enemy, she probably wouldn't have a whole body left long ago. This time, she was completely and utterly convinced by me. Now I slowly walked over to her. "What are you standing there for? Start healing," I said. "Yes." Jan Yongqing hurriedly activated her skill, a violet light appearing in her palm. From the pile of mutated beast corpses around us, she extracted soul power and funneled it all into my body. The wound on my arm quickly healed completely. The profound steel blood-slaying sword does have healing abilities, but they are extremely weak, unable to compare to a true healer. That is why I brought her along. "What level are you now?" I asked. She replied, "Thanks to you, I've reached level 10. My first-class advancement mission has appeared. It requires killing an elite monster." She spoke with a hint of nervousness. "Very well, I'll take you to complete the mission later. You will advance to his soul controller," I said, and she nodded immediately. At the same time, she felt a bit of surprise in her heart. The first advancement of the corpse-gathering healer has a career branch that can be chosen, which is the soul controller. It can not only heal teams, but also has several buffing skills. She didn't expect me to understand her profession so well. There are countless professions in the world, basically too many to count. To easily name the advancement branch of a certain profession requires an extremely profound amount of knowledge. I truly possess both extraordinary combat ability and intellect. In her heart, she secretly felt a bit of admiration. Though her family had poured endless resources into her since childhood and sent her to countless enrichment classes, she admitted to herself that she still wasn't as capable as me. While I originally came from a poor background, relying solely on myself to achieve this strength, I must have endured many hardships, whether in terms of mind or combat strength, less than greater than. She completely acknowledged me. Less than greater than. My strength fully deserves being her party leader. Less than greater than. Directly ordering her to advance to soul controller. Less than greater than. This is normally a lifelong decision, which cannot be regretted or changed later. Thus, my words were somewhat overbearing. Fortunately, she also originally wanted to advance to soul controller, so there was no conflict between us. Besides, I saved her life, so she had no reason to refuse. I walked over to the corpse of the mutated Beast King to harvest large chunks of its meat. Beast King meat is a rare delicacy, extremely delicious. I must store it in my spatial storage first in case it's needed later. Teaming up as a duo, the error rate will surely be lower, and the survival rate will be higher. But the only downside is that experience points will be shared. Even so, my current level is already very high. Killing monsters in this newbie dungeon won't level me up much more anyway, so there's no need to be stingy. All the loot I nonchalantly claim as my own. I am the party leader after all. Since she shared half the EXP, the loot naturally belongs to me. After that, I took her to kill another elite monster to complete her advancement mission. She successfully became a soul controller, learning a new skill, Wisteria Enhanced Wings. Bronze grade low tier, designates one teammate, consumes spiritual power, to continuously increase their parry rate. Soon I brought Jian Yongqing to the Goblin King's hidden treasure spot. The map in my hand instantly turned into a beam of light, merging into the ground. "You have reached the burial site of the treasure. Please proceed with the excavation." I immediately activated the sword control skill. The profound steel sword on my back soared into the air, unsheathed itself, and slashed straight down into the earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dirt and sand flew everywhere, with sword light flashing. Before long, a large hole was dug into the ground, and a dark purple treasure chest appeared within. I flick my fingers lightly, sending the profound steel sword back to its sheath and scan the chest's info. I didn't rush to open that purple chest immediately, instead directly activating all things sublimation. The chest was instantly upgraded. Result: upgrade successful. As long as it's a dungeon treasure, it can be upgraded. The chest's appearance became much more beautiful, with shimmering purple spots of light circulating, its surface inlaid with several transparent blue gems, less than then, and its size grew noticeably larger, less than greater than. Dark Moon chest, platinum grade, low tier, less than greater than. My eyes lit up. Platinum grade, low tier. Jump from gold grade, low tier straight to platinum grade, low tier, advancing an entire major tier. All things sublimation is truly too powerful. A platinum chest is absolutely a top-tier treasure. Among the items opened from it, there will be at least one platinum-grade treasure. I chose to open the chest directly. Chest opened successfully. Received: Shadow Sword Hair Accessory. Platinum-grade low tier. Shadow Sword War Breeches. Platinum-grade low tier. Shadow Sword Bracers. Platinum-grade low tier. Shadow Sword Trousers. Platinum-grade low tier. Shadow Sword Cloak. Platinum-grade low tier. Drift Current Long Sword. Platinum-grade mid-tier. Soul Controller Skill Scroll. Platinum-grade high tier ×1. Looking at the sequence of notifications popping up, less than greater than, my eyes were filled with amazement. Less than greater than. I didn't expect a whole set of equipment to drop. Less than greater than. All at platinum grade low tier. These are extremely rare, especially that sword, and even more formidable is the platinum grade mid-tier weapon. This is truly heaven-sent luck. I immediately equipped everything as a strange aura trembled into existence. In the next moment, a longsword appeared before me. The material of this sword is very strange, covered in dark purple patterns. Only the hilt is physical, while the blade is like a phantom. With its ethereal form, a slight slash through the air made the blade swirl, less than greater than. Instantly cutting the air in front of me, less than greater than. Leaving a dark rift in the void, less than greater than. Checking its info: Drift Current Longsword, less than greater than. Platinum grade mid-tier, less than greater than. Shadow Meld. This sword can hide within your shadow, making it easy to carry and withdraw whenever needed. Soul Guidance. Spiritual power gradually dissipates. This sword can sever a target's shadow, causing the opponent's spiritual power to drain slowly. Shadow Slash. While wielding this sword, every strike of yours will deal an additional 50% darkness attribute damage. Grasping the sword firmly, I felt all my stats increase significantly. At the same time, I put on the Shadow Sword equipment set, and my outer appearance abruptly changed. From the black snakeskin armor, it shifted into light gray robes, embroidered with mysterious dark ancient scripts, looking as if they were shrouded in misty moonlight. In my short hair, an inconspicuous gray gem appeared, tied to a lock of hair and hanging down by my ear. My hand also featured a pair of gray bracers. Shadow Sword Set, Platinum Grade Low Tier. After being fully equipped, all sword-type skills will receive an additional 52% attribute damage. This type of damage can penetrate physical defense. Shadow Slash. When unleashing sword skill, there is a 60% chance to create an illusion to follow up with an additional strike. The power of this strike is equivalent to a normal attack. Looking at this long list of descriptions, I was incredibly excited. These effects are truly powerful. Directly adding 50% darkness attribute damage, plus with the Drift Current Longsword, it's equivalent to 100% bonus darkness damage on every strike. The only pity is that I cannot use all things sublimation one more time to upgrade these pieces of equipment, because these items were all opened from the chest that was already sublimated. Every item can only be sublimated directly or indirectly exactly once. I lightly shifted my consciousness, and the Drift Current Longsword left my hand, falling straight into the shadow beneath my feet. As expected, this physical longsword turned into a dark ripple of water and vanished into my shadow, leaving no trace behind. Whenever I want to use it, I can instantly withdraw the sword from the darkness. It truly is extremely convenient. To activate the Shadow Sword set effect, I just need to wear 5 pieces of wearable gear, and it's done. Shirt, shoes, pants, bracers, and hair accessory already make a full 5-piece set. That means even if I don't use the Drift Current Longsword, but use the Profound Steel Sword instead, I can still receive the 100% boost from the set effect. Seeing me clad in a full set of new equipment, Yang Yunqing stared blankly in complete daze. Platinum-grade equipment. Outside, the selling price would be at least millions of gold. Even if she is the second young mistress of Jiang and Group, she would still find that to be a colossal figure. She was so shocked she couldn't say a word. "Take this scroll and use it," I said, tossing a skill scroll over to her. Soul Controller Skill Scroll, Platinum Grade High Tier ×1. A Platinum Grade skill. An average person would probably need their 4th or 5th class advancement to have a chance to learn it. One can imagine just how incredibly expensive this Platinum Grade skill scroll would be. Yet I could just pull it out casually like that and give it to her for free. This made Jiang Yongqing feel extremely terrified. Are you really giving this to me for free? She hesitated a bit, then spoke up to remind me. Taking this outside could fetch a lot of money at auction. It's worth at least over 1 million. But I maintain a calm and firm expression. There might be a fierce battle soon. The better your skills are, the higher our chances of winning will be. Money to me right now is just a material thing. What's the use of having so much? Strength is what truly belongs to me. So I will do everything I can to prepare well for challenging the hidden boss. If Jiang Yongqing has one more skill, it might increase our chances of victory later. I know exactly how strong that hidden boss is, so I'll put all my effort into preparing as thoroughly as possible. She didn't say another word, and immediately used it. Used successfully, receives skill, soul augmentation. Platinum grade high-tier skill, proficiency, 300,000. Consumes soul power to activate. When used, everyone in your party will receive an additional 200% experience points. Upon seeing this skill, Jiang Yongqing joyfully shouted, "Wow! I didn't expect soul augmentation, a late-stage skill of the soul controller. As long as there are monster corpses, I can absorb their souls to then increase the experience rewards. Su Ming, when you party with me, even if I take a share, you can still receive the full 100% experience." She was so happy she almost wanted to dance. This skill is truly extremely rare, helping one level up rapidly. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Very good with this skill. My experience won't be reduced by her share, allowing me to gain full experience while in a party. To other teams, this is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. I suppose my luck is good too, running into someone with a rare class like Soul Controller. I found a clean corner in the cave to start a fire and cook a meal. Fighting in the dungeon is extremely taxing on stamina. I've been fighting continuously for several hours and I'm already ravenous. I took out the chunks of meat from the mutated king, placed them in a spring pool in the corner of the cave nearby and gave them a quick rinse. Then I pulled out 2 shadow feather chickens. After plucking the feathers, it was roasted over the fire. Soon, a delicacy was born. Fragrant roasted amvu chicken legs, dripping with juice, crispy skin, and tender meat, roasted to perfection. Eating this increases mental attributes by 10 points, lasting for 3 hours. There is also roasted dong yuan wang meat, crispy roasted dong yuan wang meat. The pale yellow dong yuan wang meat, once roasted, underwent the Maillard reaction, forming a naturally crispy crust. The taste is supreme. Eating this increases constitution by 20 points. The constitution attribute lasts for 4 hours. Jiang Yongqing had long been famished. She took the chicken leg I offered and began to eat in small bites. But soon she could no longer maintain her elegance, less than greater than. Because it was so delicious, she started devouring it. Less than greater than. As the saying goes, if you want to win someone's heart, less than greater than. You must first win over their stomach. Less than greater than. And I have clearly succeeded in doing so. She never imagined in a million years that my cooking skills would be this good. In my past life, I often fought in dungeons, so I naturally honed my cooking skills right there in the field. I know how to make the most of limited ingredients, using the most primitive cooking methods, less than greater than, to create the most exquisite dishes, less than greater than, without the need for any seasoning, less than greater than, using only heat to bring out less than greater than, the original flavor of the ingredients. After eating our fill, our attributes increased significantly. Though the buff isn't permanent, it is still quite wonderful. Only exceptionally delicious food, less than greater than, can produce such special enhancement effects, less than greater than. Ordinary bad-tasting food usually gives negative effects, less than greater than. All right, it's time to find the hidden boss, I muttered to myself. I stood up and led Jiang Yongqing to continue our journey. We rushed toward the depths of the cave. We soon found a crack, less than greater than. I swung my sword and shattered the rocks blocking it. Less than greater than. Dust swirled everywhere. Less than greater than. A small exit appeared before me. Less than greater than. A beam of sunlight streamed in, dazzlingly bright. Jiang Yongqing and I stepped outside. She felt her vision suddenly broaden. The air was much fresher as well. Finally, we're out of that cave. She stretched her arms. Outside the cave was a forest, vast and lush, filled with various beasts roaming about. In the center of the forest was a massive blood-red lake, with blood like water bubbling as if it were boiling. Looking at the scene from afar, Jiang Yongqing couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. My gaze remained calm. My expression involuntarily turned serious. The hidden boss is about to appear. That's right, the Hongyan cave was just a shortcut. Passing through the cave led us into a whole new world. The hidden boss will appear in this area, freshing right in the center of that blood-red lake. I was silently counting the time in my head. In about an hour, the hidden boss will show up here. It's terrifying with a very high level, and its combat power could truly be called peerless. Hamyan Cave isn't the only entrance. It was just closer for me.
There are still other players in this area. I knew about the hidden boss, thanks to the experience from my past life, because in my previous life, the strongest player from our school, Yanzi, less than greater than, lost his life right here, less than greater than. It was Yanzi who discovered the hidden boss, less than greater than. Before he died, he used the communication channel, less than greater than, to tell me the location, less than greater than, and warn me to stay away from here. But he was the one who had to die. It wasn't the hidden boss that killed him, but rather the genius from the neighboring city, Li Chengguang, who murdered him. I still remember this very clearly. So right now, I'm secretly on my guard. A 10-star genius from Wuyang City is an extremely ruthless and cruel person. At this moment, somewhere in the dungeon, a team of surviving players was being slaughtered and left covered in wounds. No, please don't kill me. We are all fellow humans. A male player cried out in terror. But in the next second, he was finished with a single blade strike, his head rolling onto the ground. Please, I'll give you all my gear less than greater than. Just spare my life. Less than greater than. Another female player pleaded before him. Less than greater than. It was a blade-wielding player, less than greater than, who showed no mercy at all. Less than greater than. His expression cold as ice. Less than greater than. You two pieces of trash, begging is useless. Squelch. A blood-red blade light slashed out, incredibly sharp. In just a few short breaths, he had killed both players. He wore a green robe, with bloodlust clearly visible in his eyes. The weak only have one path, death. Looking at the corpses at his feet, he let out an excited smile, as if killing made him incredibly thrilled. He held a long cleaver in one hand, less than greater than. His entire aura was extremely dangerous. Less than greater than. He was this year's #1 expert from Wuyang City, less than greater than. Li Chengguang with the starting class blade madman, less than greater than. Possessing a natural 10-star talent just like me. From the moment he appeared, less than greater than. He had been a renowned genius, less than greater than. After entering the dungeon, less than greater than. He caused even more of a bloodbath, less than greater than. Wildly slaughtering players, less than greater than. Because he discovered, less than greater than. That the experience gained from killing high-level players, less than greater than, was more than from killing ordinary monsters, less than greater than. To maximize leveling efficiency and secure the top spot, less than greater than. He chose the playstyle that yielded the most experience, less than greater than. Along his entire path, less than greater than. No one was left alive where he had passed, less than greater than. Thus, his leveling speed was also incredibly shocking, less than greater than. Already reaching level 13, he had also completed his first class advancement and was now a level 1 Blade Madman, his combat power increasing by another tier. Blade Madman, as such a powerful class, could choose to advance to Blade Addict, Blade Hero, Blade Cultivator, or Blade Demon, and so on. One could also choose to stay as a level 1 Blade Madman, not changing the class, but only increasing skills and attributes. This meant constant refinement along one path, but upon reaching the third advancement, there would be Blade using classes even stronger than Blade Madman, less than greater than, which is when it would truly be necessary to change classes. Less than greater than, at this very moment, less than greater than. Before him stood a girl dressed in white, less than greater than, holding a massive scythe in her hands, struggling to hold her ground, her breathing heavy and ragged. It was Ji Yao. On her chest was a wound dripping with blood, a horrific sight to behold. It was caused by Li Chengguan's blade. Right now, 3 skeletons holding ancient swords stood before her, protecting her. Those were her 3 summoned beasts, but these 3 skeleton sword soldiers were also covered in wounds, their bones chipped and broken. Blade Madman Li Chengguang was truly too powerful. She had formed a party with several classmates, making fast progress and reaching level 7. However, just as they were preparing to leave this area, less than greater than, they were suddenly ambushed by Li Chengguang. Less than greater than. She had witnessed her teammates die miserably at his hands, less than greater than. So now her heart was filled with both anger and hatred. Less than greater than. Li Chengguang, emotionless, less than greater than, approached her slowly with his cleaver. You are Ji Yao from high school #1, right? Ji Yao's expression turned cold upon hearing that. How do you know my name? Her lips were pale and colorless. Her stamina was exhausted, yet she had absolutely no intention of begging. Humph, before the newbie dungeon opened, I obtained from the principal the list of all this year's geniuses, from your high school #1. I've already studied all your classes and talents. This dungeon is essentially my hunting ground. Li Chengguang said with a cold laugh. The blade in his hand was also a low-grade gold weapon.
The gear you wore was also extremely valuable. The Blade Madman class, combined with a 10-star talent, less than greater than, made him incredibly famous and sought after, less than greater than. So before entering the dungeon, less than greater than, he received investments from many parties, less than greater than, including equipment, money, and skill scrolls. Thus, as soon as he entered the dungeon, his power already far surpassed everyone else's. Added to his extremely brutal nature, treating humans like monsters for leveling up, his leveling efficiency was truly terrifying. Xuanjing High School No. 1 is supposed to be a big school, but the schools in this Datong city are full of trash. You all are truly too weak, deeply disappointing me. Why don't you just turn into experience points and serve as nourishment for me so that I can reach the top? Li Changguang's face was grim, approaching her while continuing to speak. He had killed many players, not just from Xuanjing City, but students from every city. Their souls perish under his blade. To him, they were all nothing more than experience points. Ji Yao's slender body was covered in wounds, her clothes soaked in blood. The only recovery potion had been used up. She had long since reached her wit's end. Li Chengwang was a ruthless man who showed no mercy, with no intention of letting her go. He held his blade across his body, activating a Blade Madman's skill. Blood Blade, horizontal slash, was unleashed with precision. Swish! A terrifying streak of blood appeared in the air. He flashed forward, rushing straight toward Ji Yao to strike, intent on taking her life with this blow. In the critical moment, Ji Yao remained incredibly calm. Gathering her final strength, one of the skeleton soldiers in front of her transformed into blue soul motes, suddenly lunging forward, blocking the fatal blow for her. As for herself, she disappeared in an instant, leaving her original spot. Undead Summoner's skill, Entity Swap. She had swapped less than greater than. Her spatial position, less than greater than. With a corpse at the furthest distance, less than greater than. Li Chengguang missed his strike, less than greater than. And turning his head back, he saw that Ji Yao's figure had vanished into the dense forest. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Humph, little lamb, you won't escape. He activated his movement technique and quickly pursued, like a demon coming for her life. Ji Yao fled in panic through the deep forest, breathing heavily with her wounds constantly bleeding. Eventually, she was forced to hide inside a cave, where the rocks were all a blood-red color, looking incredibly eerie. But to hide her tracks, she had no choice but to rush in. Surprisingly, there were no monsters in the cave. Instead, it was filled with piles of monster corpses, leaving her completely shocked. Someone has already been here. Who could be this powerful? Even an elite team might not have killed this many monsters, especially in such a dark cave. She didn't have time to overthink and ran with all her might, but she could still faintly hear Li Chengguang's footsteps behind her. Stop hiding. I'll find and slaughter every last one of you geniuses, from high school number 1, 2, and 3, one by one, to make sure that this Xuanjing city can never hold its head high again. His voice echoed through the cave, sounding frantic and filled with pleasure. He seemed to truly enjoy the process of the hunt, less than greater than. His voice grew closer, less than greater than, and Jia Yao became increasingly desperate, less than greater than. If caught, she would surely die, less than greater than. Li Chengguang's speed was truly too fast, less than greater than. The distance was constantly narrowing. Just as Jia Yao was about to be caught, a ray of sunlight shone into the cave. The exit was right ahead. A figure appeared in front and caught her, less than greater than, quickly pulling her into the shadows, less than greater than. Jia Yao's forehead was beaded with sweat, less than greater than. Her vision slightly blurred.
Then, leaving the cave area, they mentioned the right from. They hid inside a thicket of grass. They looking closely, they wondered before her was a boy in blue, with a large bow on his back, one today with neat short hair and an extraordinary aura. Yan. Yanze? Ji Yao recognized him, the one who awakened a 9-star talent at high school number 1, with talent second only to mine. Even though they weren't in the same class, he knew. You're Ji Yao from class 1, right? Class Undead Summoner, he asked calmly. Ji Yao nodded. That's right. Thank you for saving my life. She still hadn't fully regained her composure. No need to thank me, we're classmates. He smiled. I couldn't just stand by and let you die. Although Yanze looked cold on the outside, he was still very kind-hearted. Why are you here? Yanze's expression turned serious. It's a long story. Originally, I also formed a team, but when I went out to get spring water, I returned to find all my teammates had been killed. It was Li Chengguang's doing. I saw that his strength was too great and knew I was no match for him, so I've been silently tailing him, waiting for a chance to act. Ji Yao was shocked. You've been tailing him all this time. You want to assassinate him? Yes, Yanzi said, drawing from the quiver on his back, an arrow that radiated a cold light, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. I've been silently observing Li Chengguang. He's a pervert among players, a blade madman, or rather, a hunter of humans. He treats this dungeon like an amusement park,
hunting prey everywhere. The casualties for our school will only get worse if we don't kill him. Ji Yao thought for a moment, and realized Yanzi's plan was the most viable. He belonged to the long-range demon hunter class, less than greater than. If a ranger fought a blade madman in close quarters, less than greater than. The outcome would basically be certain defeat, less than greater than. Finding a chance to sneak attack was the only solution.
What level are you now?
She asked. Level 10. I'm currently on my first class advancement quest, which requires me to kill an elite rank beast or higher. Hearing his level, Ji Yao was incredibly amazed. Already level 10. The leveling speed is so fast. If it's you, might actually be able to kill Li Chengwang. I'll do my best to coordinate with you to avenge our fallen friends. Her eyes were full of determination. All right. At the same time, gazes of the two pierced through the grass, less than greater than. Watching Li Chengwang from a distance, less than greater than. Li Chengwang's cold expression scanned the surroundings, less than greater than. But he couldn't find any sign of Ji Yao. Follow me. We need to hide for a bit. This isn't a good place to fight. Yanzi quickly led Ji Yao away from there. He opened his personal information panel, sending a message to Su Ming. Su Ming, I'm Yanzi from Class 4. Even though we don't know each other, we're from the same school. Since you have the highest talent, less than greater than, I can't hide this information from you. Less than greater than, that blade madman Li Chengwang from the neighboring city, less than greater than, is out there hunting students from our school. You must stay far away from him. He's incredibly strong. Right now, he's in the Huzhuzhang area. After sending the message, Yanzi closed his info panel. Despite being strangers, Yanzi had a kind heart and was extremely enthusiastic. He understood that a single message could save a classmate's life. Yanzi and Ji Yao quickly ran off, but they hadn't run more than a few miles. On the shore of the blood-red lake, their path was blocked by a sudden streak of blade light. The light was as fast as a lightning bolt, passing right before Ji Yao, slicing the very air in two. A chill ran down her spine, and as she turned to look, she saw Li Chengwang approaching with an expressionless face. Did you really think I wouldn't catch up?
You've already been hit by my blade. I can track your position using the blade energy left behind. His face darkened as he stared intently at Ji Yao. The blood blade in his hand reflected a cold light. It seemed there was no escaping now. Yanzi frowned deeply, his expression icy. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, his bow, crafted from silver-grade blueprints and materials less than greater than, was a low-grade weapon named Rengu Yu Gong, less than greater than. The arrow's shot could carry significantly more physical damage, less than greater than, while also increasing his attack speed, less than greater than. This was also perfectly suited for his class, Demon Hunting Ranger. Looking at the bow in his hand, a hint of surprise flickered in Li Chengwang's eyes. Demon Hunter Yanzi, I finally get to meet you. The 9-star genius from high school number 1. He licked his lips, a feverish glint appearing in his eyes. A genius like you levels up so fast, I bet you're already level 10.
Once I kill you, I'll definitely reach level 14. He charged forward violently with his cleaver at an incredibly high speed. Murderous intent surged in Yanzi's heart as he immediately drew his bow and fired. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Several cold arrows were unleashed, creating the sound of whistling wind. However, just as the arrows reached Li Chengwang, he slashed several times, slicing all those arrows in half. None of them could even touch him. Ji Yao also acted, using her spirit power to summon 3 skeleton soldiers. A pitch-black rune appeared on the ground, and 3 skeletons emerged from it, their bodies rattling, their bones clattering together. A truly terrifying sight. They swung their bone swords and lunged forward. Blade madman Li Chengwang, facing these attacks, still showed no expression, directly unleashing his ultimate move, Luan Yin Wu Dao, a high-grade bronze skill. In just an instant, numerous blade shadows appeared before him, less than greater than, as if he had grown countless arms, less than greater than. Swinging simultaneously, overlapping blade lights flew out, less than greater than, decimating all 3 skeleton soldiers in moments. Ji Yao was already severely wounded and had very little spirit power left, so the skeletons she summoned simply didn't have enough combat power and were no match for Li Chengwang at all. These 3 skeletons couldn't even slow Li Chengwang's pace by a single step. As he approached, Yanzi saw the situation was dire and immediately unleashed his strongest skill, Healing Demon 1 Arrow, a high-grade bronze skill. This was a specialized Demon Hunter Ranger skill, less than greater than, where if it hits the opponent, less than greater than, for a short duration, less than greater than. The enemy would be unable to use any common skills, less than greater than. A golden light flickered in Yanzi's eyes, less than greater than. The arrow was fired with maximum bow strength, less than greater than, whistling as it tore through the air, less than greater than. An arrow as bright as mercury lunged straight toward Li Chengwang's throat. However, Li Chengguang was too conceited and didn't even bother to dodge. Just as the arrow was about to hit, Li Chengguang let out a cold laugh, and with a few rapid blade strikes, he sliced the ceiling demon arrow in two, right in mid-air with incredible speed. Just like that, the arrow turned into green motes of light and vanished. Yanzi was beyond shocked. This was his strongest skill, and it was countered so easily. Before Yanzi could even react, Li Chengguang had closed the distance and was right in front of him. A single thrust pierced through his chest, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this, Ji Yao, whose face was already pale, was overcome with a surge of fury. She swung her crescent scythe at Li Chengguang, less than greater than. She was a summoner, and melee was her weakness, less than greater than. Yet she recklessly attacked head-on, less than greater than. Clearly blinded by her rage, Li Chengguang spun around and slashed her shoulder, less than greater than. She hurriedly used her scythe to parry slightly, less than greater than, but was still sent flying backward, less than greater than, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood, completely losing the strength to keep fighting. Li Chengguang lightly flicked his blade, and blood sprayed out. Looking at the fallen Yanzi and Ji Yao, less than greater than, his eyes were filled with nothing but disdain and contempt. Less than greater than. Too weak, he remarked. Less than greater than. He had heard, less than greater than, that high school number 1 had several genius players this year and thought he could have a little fun playing with them. But now it seemed they were all just worthless small fry, less than greater than, a complete waste of his time. Less than greater than. Li Chengguang cast his scornful eye over everyone, less than greater than, and walked slowly toward Ji Yao, less than greater than. A blood-red light glowed on the blade's edge, less than greater than. As Ji Yao's HP had hit rock bottom, less than greater than. If she took one more strike, less than greater than, there would be no chance of survival, less than greater than. Ji Yao gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with a helpless, burning rage. She didn't want to die, but facing such an overwhelming enemy, there was nothing she could do. Her classmate Yanzi had been gravely injured trying to save her, and she felt a profound sense of self-reproach. In the moments before her eyes closed, she thought of the person she had secretly loved and yearned for all these years, Su Ming. Despite his humble beginnings, Su Ming had always achieved such brilliant results, always remaining strong and resilient. She always loved to steal glances at him, watching the way Su Ming focused so intently on his books. It's a pity that from now on there will be no more chances. Thinking of her parents, if they were to lose her, they would have no one to rely on in their old age. A wave of sorrow welled up inside her as tears began to fall uncontrollably. Just as Li Chengguang raised his blade, preparing for the final lethal strike, suddenly the resonant cry of a sword echoed through the air. From the distance, pitch-black dark steel longsword transformed into a streak of light, rushing forward at an incredible speed. The powerful sound of rending air shook their eardrums, and in almost a heartbeat, this flash of sword light shattered Li Chengguang's blood-colored blade aura, forcing him back several steps before he could regain his footing. He was utterly terrified. As the dust slowly settled, a young man dressed in gray robes appeared, stepping out slowly. With a slight flick of his finger, the black dark steel sword spun and flew back, coming to a halt as it hovered right beside him. That man was Su Ming. I quickly scanned the surroundings, instantly assessing the situation. What I hadn't expected was that Ji Yao would be here as well. In my past life, Yanzi was killed while fighting solo. It seems that even though this life has changed slightly, less than greater than, the connections between people remain like less than greater than, a vast interconnected web. Less than greater than. I took a step forward. Bot. And in the blink of an eye, I landed right beside Ji Yao. Bot. I knelt down gently. Pot. Ji Yao's voice trembled. Pot. Her eyes rimmed with red. I responded with a calm and steady gaze. Pot, gently wiping away the bloodstains from her face. Killing intent flared in my eyes. If I had been even one step later, the two of them might have been separated from the living forever. Jian Yongqing followed closely behind. A surge of dark purple light flooded into Ji Yao's body, quickly mending her wounds. The fact that I knew such a powerful healer left Ji Yao in complete shock. Yanzi watched this scene speechless with amazement as he struggled to pull himself into a sitting position, one hand clutching his chest. Being off by just a few centimeters had saved his life. Then Jiang Yunqing raised her hand from a distance, less than greater than, and began healing Yanzi's injuries as well. Less than greater than. His astonishment was beyond words, less than greater than, that this healer could treat two people simultaneously. Impossible, unless she was a sole controller of at least the first advancement. Li Chengguang adjusted his stance and stared at me, less than greater than, and a look of gravity finally appeared in his eyes. Less than greater than. All his arrogance and disdain vanished, less than greater than, as he realized he had encountered a true opponent. Less than greater than. The power of that previous sword strike was unforgettable to him. Li Chengguang slowly raised his weapon, only to discover a chip had appeared on the blade. A flicker of disbelief crossed Li Chengwang's eyes, for his blade was a gold-grade weapon. To be able to chip his blade, one would need an absolutely terrifying level of strength. It was truly a powerful skill. But what he didn't know was, my dark steel sword was merely a silver-grade weapon. Using a lower-grade weapon to inflict damage beyond its rank upon a higher-grade weapon required an even more absolute dominance in skill and attributes. If you knew this truth, Li Chengguang would surely be even more devastated. So you're the sword controller from Zhuanjing High School number 1, Su Ming, right? I have to admit your strength is indeed far beyond my expectations. His eyes were locked onto me. The full weight of his aura was no longer hidden. Less than greater than, exploding with violent intensity. Less than greater than. He'd already reached level 13, less than greater than. And in this entire dungeon, less than greater than. His current rank was number 1, less than greater than. His killing intent radiated in all directions as he suddenly raised his blade. In this dungeon, only you are worthy of being my opponent, but that's as far as it goes. You will definitely die by my blade. He let out a cold laugh, pointing the tip of his blade directly at me in provocation. In the early stages, a sword controller is not strong in close combat, less than greater than. Once closed in on, they are easy to kill, less than greater than. Therefore, Li Chengguang felt no fear, struck immediately. Crimson lights flashed like fresh blood upon his blade, as he lunged forward like a gale. Su Ming, be careful. Ji Yao cried out in worry. Yanze, watching from beneath a distant tree, followed every move, his expression intensely strained. It didn't have much faith in my abilities, their hearts filled with overwhelming pessimism. Currently, they were so severely injured that they couldn't lend a hand, only able to watch from afar. I stared at that oncoming blade, my gaze remaining utterly calm. What a weak blade strike. I sighed with sincere disappointment. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's expression shifted in shock. Facing the genius of Wuyang City, my words seemed excessively arrogant. Li Chengguang's eyes suddenly darkened with malice, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and instantly, murderous intent erupted in his gaze. Who would dare to provoke him to such an extent? He was a cold-blooded killer who didn't blink an eye, considering himself invincible. To him, a mere lowly sword controller could never stand in the way of his hunt. My words had clearly enraged him, and he poured all of his strength into the strike. This strike carried an unstoppable, heroic momentum, swung with devastating force. I'll cut you down in a single blow. I'll show a pathetic sword controller like you what reality is. His voice was as cold as ice. Faced with the full force strike of the blade madman, I remained as steady as Mount Tai, neither dodging nor flinching, standing my ground without a hint of hesitation. My face showing no emotion at all, I slowly raised my hand and grasped the dark steel sword hovering beside me. In an instant, thunder flashed, less than greater than, as violent electrical arcs surged through the air. Less than greater than. The sword sang with a mystical ring, less than greater than, the sound echoing in every direction. Seeing this, Li Chengguang sneered. You bastard, a sword controller who doesn't keep his distance and tries to duel in close quarters. You're truly seeking your own death. A sword controller is technically a class that can fight at any range, but to win, one must maintain distance to utilize the advantage of reach. Yet I chose to fight hand-to-hand, and in Li Chengguang's heart, he had already sentenced me to death. However, in the very next instant, his expression suddenly froze. I had actually swung my sword, and in a heartbeat, a sword strike was unleashed. My form turned into a spear of lightning, leaving a brilliant trail of sword light in the air. The speed was at its absolute limit. With the primordial sword body, its power was amplified tenfold, moving too fast to be countered. With his talent, there was simply no way he could stop it. For what he was facing was absolutely not an ordinary sword controller, but the sword god himself. Li Chengguang's face was filled with pure terror. Instantly, I closed in and engaged him head-on, resulting in a massive explosion. The blade in his hand snapped clean in two, shattering into pieces, severed completely by a single strike from my sword. And immediately after, a massive wound appeared across his chest, as my sword strike tore right through his ribcage. The sword energy pierced through his body, and he coughed up a huge amount of blood. That strike was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, utter devastation written clearly in his eyes. His whole body flew backward and slammed hard against the ground. Fresh blood sprayed into the air, gushing uncontrollably from the wound on his chest. His health bar plummeted to almost zero instantly, less than greater than. It was truly a blow of complete destruction. Less than greater than. Witnessing this scene, less than greater. Everyone present was frozen as if turned to stone. Less than greater than. Both Ji Yao and Yanzi were dazed with absolute shock. How is this even possible? Isn't he supposed to be a sword controller? How can his close combat prowess be this terrifying? But Jiang Yunqing was already well acquainted with such a sight, having seen my fearsome strength with her own eyes before. Along the way, even the most ferocious monster waves were easily dispatched by me. Li Chengguang lay slumped on the ground, unable to rise, coughing up another huge mouthful of blood as he struggled to push himself up, only to realize his weapon was completely shattered. He drew in a sharp, cold breath, utterly terrified. How? How is this possible? I slowly stepped toward him, my eyes filled with a frigid, icy chill. And why wouldn't it be? I asked in return. The gaze of true killing intent is always cold and still, and he stared silently into those eyes. Deep within Li Chengguang's soul, Quan, an emotion surfaced for the very first time. Quan, and that was pure fear. Quan, it was a feeling he had never known before this moment. Quan, standing before me. Quan, his own killing intent was like child's play. This gaze. It was truly the eyes of the god of slaughter. I approached him with sword in hand. Quan, my face cold and expressionless. Li Chengguang had severely wounded Ji Yao, and for that alone he could no longer be allowed to live. Upon the blade in my hand, deep blue lightning flashed and surged. The next strike would be the one to finish off this Li boy, the blade madman. He backed away slowly, his hair disheveled. Quan, with a look of disbelief still etched in his eyes. He couldn't accept the reality that he had been defeated. Quan, completely crushed in just a single move. This had trampled upon and shattered his confidence, as well as his pride. I stood looking down at Li Chengguang from above, my gaze completely indifferent. Actually, from the very beginning, my sword strike could have killed him in a heartbeat. But at that time, Ji Yao was right in front of him, less than greater than. The distance between them was far too close. Less than greater than. In order to ensure she wasn't hurt, less than greater than. I had chosen only to parry his attack. Less than greater than. But now, at this moment, I would truly reveal my terrifying power. The #1 genius of Wuyang City. So the blade madman is only at this level. I spoke coldly. These words were like a direct psychological blow, causing Li Chengguang's eyes to tremble, as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Next, I swung my sword once more, aiming directly for Li Chengguang's head, intending to end his life for good. In that very second, a flash of green light erupted, and a protective barrier suddenly manifested around him. It enveloped and swallowed him like a wave of water, encasing his entire body. In the following second, he was instantly teleported away, his figure vanishing completely from sight. My finishing blow had missed its mark. Staring at the empty space before me, my expression grew pensive. A life-saving accessory. He managed to escape. This type of defensive gear is incredibly expensive, integrating both a protective shield and spatial teleportation into one. Most of them are single-use items, usually costing tens or even hundreds of thousands. Linchi coins to manufacture. It seems Wuyang City values this genius exceptionally highly. Next time, even 10 life-saving charms won't be enough to save you. I sheathe my sword, telling myself that as long as my swordplay is fast enough, less than greater than, then even protective gear wouldn't have time to activate. Less than greater than. I have total confidence that the next time I face Li Chengguang, I will have raised my strength to that level. Or perhaps, I will never have to face him again. Today's battle has completely shattered Li Chengguang's martial heart. His arm has been crippled by my blade. It will be very difficult to heal in a short period. Both his dignity and the pride in his heart have been crushed by me. For a genius, this is a blow of absolute destruction. It's highly likely he will never recover, and might even need the help of a psychologist. I turned back to look at Ji Yao. Is everyone okay? I asked Ji Yao and Yanzi with genuine concern. I'm okay now, thank you. Yanzi replied after a long day's pause. His wounds were 50% healed by Jiang Yongqing. Essentially, he was out of danger. Ji Yao's eyes were rimmed with red, and she suddenly lunged forward, throwing her arms around me. Witnessing this moment, Jiang Yongqing pouted slightly. I think someone had already beaten her to the punch. Less than greater than. No wonder I had been so cold toward her. Less than greater than. But she didn't lose heart at all. Less than greater than. As the old saying goes, as long as the pickaxe is swung well, no corner of a wall is too strong to be broken. Su Ming, how are you so incredibly strong just now? Ji Yao was still in a state of utter shock. I gave a slight shrug. It's just that he was too weak. Upon hearing that, everyone nearby was left speechless. Li Chengguang. Weak? If so, who on this earth could ever dare call themselves a genius? However, there wasn't much time for idle chatter, because in the middle of the blood-red lake ahead, a massive whirlpool was beginning to form. In the very next instant, a knight clad in blood-red armor leaped out from the center of the vortex. Standing several meters tall, he looked like a giant, his powerful form encased in shimmering plate armor. As he walked across the surface of the water, a terrifying pressure was approaching at an incredible speed. Su Ming, let's retreat quickly. This hidden boss is too strong. It's too dangerous. Yanzi spoke up with a hint of terror in his voice, but I remained standing firm and composed. Jiao, you and Yanzi should leave first. An Yunqing and I will stay to challenge the hidden boss. In truth, this had been my plan from the very beginning. Seeing the unwavering determination in my eyes, Jiao didn't hesitate for a second. I'll take the challenge with you, she spoke with absolute resolve. Yanzi, standing beside her, remained silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. It would look too cowardly to run away now. Since everyone is being so brave, I have no choice but to stay and fight as well. Though challenging a hidden boss is very dangerous, rewards are incredibly generous. As the saying goes, the biggest fish are found in the roughest waters. Soon after, Ji Yao and Yan Zi requested to join the party, less than greater than, and I accepted. Less than greater than. Although it wasn't part of the original plan, less than greater than. Having 2 more people would slightly increase the chance of success. The red-armored knight charged across the water, his eyes flashing with a savage glint, wielding a colossal greatsword. The sword was as large as a full-grown man, striking fear into the soul of anyone who beheld it. Intruders must die. He let out a violent roar, leaping onto the shore in a single bound. The broadsword swung down powerfully toward me. I leaned aside to dodge, evading the strike by a mere hair's breadth. I immediately scanned the boss information. Hidden boss, Blood Lake Guardian. Red Armor King Rider. Level 19. Strength 301, Constitution 250, Agility 100, Spirit 102, Luck 10. Skills: Medium Armor Mastery. Level 5. Wind Cutting Horse Decapitator. Water Howling Hooked Blade, Lifesteal. Backblade Shockwave. The lava skin attribute sent a shiver down one's spine. This is far beyond my expectations. Never encountered this hidden boss in my previous life. Seeing it now with my own eyes, I realize how truly terrifying it is. The attributes of the Red Armor King Rider have far exceeded those of the Rank F newbie dungeon bosses and could even rival a Tier 1 dungeon boss. An average newcomer who encountered it would almost certainly face death. If I had known this boss was so horrific beforehand, less than greater than, I might have reconsidered whether or not to challenge it. Less than greater than. But now that things are set in motion, less than greater than. There's no turning back. I pressed 2 fingers together into a sword gesture, focusing my internal willpower. The dark steel sword on my back automatically rose and hovered, less than greater than. The pitch-black blade glinting with cold light, less than greater than. Vibrating slightly in the open air, less than greater than. Using the sword control skill to manipulate it, I sent the hovering dark steel sword to attack the enemy. The tip of the sword pointed straight ahead and lunged at the Red Armor King Rider. The Red Armor Rider roared, swinging his sword back with immense force. The massive broadsword carrying a terrifying momentum. The dark steel sword was knocked backward, driven straight into the ground. But immediately after, the blade trembled and soared upward again, continuing its relentless assault. Under my mental command, dark steel sword was like an unkillable cockroach, constantly flying back to engage the Red Armor Rider, while managing to deflect his massive sword. I raised my hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The longsword, as black as ink, rose from the darkness within the ground, settling perfectly into the palm of my hand. This was the platinum-grade weapon, Flowing Shadow Longsword. Seeing the way the sword manifested, Ji Yao and Yanzi were both completely astounded. The Flowing Shadow Longsword has no physical form, its blade and tip extending from within the shadows, appearing utterly ethereal. To think I possessed such a weapon, it seems my luck was indeed substantial. Yanzi quickly retreated to the rear, less than greater than, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. Less than greater than. As the source of long-range damage, less than greater than. He needed to stay back to provide cover for me. Less than greater than. In his quiver, very few arrows remained, as he had consumed too many fighting Li Chengguang. But then I saw him draw his novice short blade, casually cutting 2 branches that had fallen before him, less than greater than. And with a squeeze of his hand, less than greater than. The branches were instantly transformed into razor-sharp arrows, less than greater than. With arrows now in hand, the swordsman Yanzi immediately dropped to one knee, his evil sharp eyes locking onto the Red Armor King Rider. Drawing his bow, he unleashed a flurry of homing arrows. But their effectiveness against the boss was minimal. These arrows, against the massive frame of the Red Armor King Rider, were like mere toothpicks, especially since he wore such thick armor, making it impossible for the arrows to breach his defense. Ji Yao also began chanting her spell as 2 undead skeleton soldiers materialized from a dark magic circle, charging forward with ancient swords, heedless of death. But they were too frail, shattering into pieces after taking just 1 blow from the great sword. Jian Yunqing's expression was incredibly solemn. Since she didn't belong to a combat class, she was the best choice for support. She ran quickly to the shelter of a tree behind us, raising her hand to cast a buff that increased the parry chance for the 3 of us. Bronze fortification, consuming her spirit power to raise her teammates' parry rate, giving me a higher chance to block. Watching this unfold, my heart remained perfectly calm. These three teammates, though they couldn't decisively turn the tide of the battle, were all fighting with everything they had. At the very least, they could slow the boss' movements, and creating even a small hindrance was enough. I didn't ask for anything more. Knowing full well that I was the primary damage dealer, I gripped the flowing shadow longsword tightly, the light from the blade flashing coldly. So the hidden boss is strong, is it? Today the one I'm going to kill is this very hidden boss. The blade shimmered with a dark attributed light, less than greater than. I tightened my grip and moved the strange, erratic footwork, less than greater than. Actively closing the distance with the red armor king rider, less than greater than. My combat movements, less than greater than, were nothing like those of a typical swordsman, but resembled those of a ruthless assassin. My strikes were incredibly treacherous, and my motions were exceptionally fluid. All of this was thanks to countless times in my past life, less than greater than, of being forged on the thin line between life and death, less than greater than. That these skills were honed, less than greater than. These combat techniques, less than greater than, weren't some pre-existing skills, the pure crystallization of actual combat experience. Intruder, leave the blood lake immediately. Get out of here. He swung his greatsword wildly, but I completely ignored him. Activating the thunder-running sword art, flashes of dark blue lightning spread and elongated. I unleashed an evil god's thrust, striking forward in a head-on confrontation. That single strike actually stopped the boss attack in its tracks. That massive stone sword was halted by this tiny longsword, unable to advance even a single millimeter. At that moment, I was still utilizing my sword control skill as the dark steel sword danced through the air, delivering a horizontal slash. The Red Armor King Rider was beyond furious. He could only pull back his stone sword to defend against the constant harassment of the dark steel sword. My movements were exceptionally agile as he swung his stone sword with force, knocking the dark steel sword aside. I immediately pressed the advantage, not giving him a single chance to catch his breath. Wielding my longsword, I slashed at him frantically, less than greater than, while the dark steel sword in the air provided support. Less than greater than, the assault was as relentless as a downpour. Less than greater than, the speed of my swings pushed to the absolute limit. The sound of violent thunder exploded, shaking our eardrums, as plumes of white smoke rose into the surrounding air. With both swords attacking in unison, dark steel swords circled the boss, radiating a vivid killing intent. He continuously launched a barrage of harassing strikes. Flowing longsword, infused with dark attribute damage, stone sword was unable to withstand the assault. As I swung my sword, the blade became almost illusory, slipping right past the boss parry, slashing directly into his shadow. Hong Jiao Wang Qi struggled to mount a defense. Repeatedly forced into retreat, the massive guardian figure kept stumbling backward. Flowing longsword. The effects of sluggishness and mental drain began to take their toll. The boss' mental power was steadily depleting, effectively causing his energy bar to be worn down significantly. Stone shards flew from his massive stone sword, and numerous slash marks appeared on his armor. There's a chance. Gui Yao's eyes sparkled, filled with intense excitement. He's way too powerful. To think a hidden boss is being pushed back like this. Gui Yao cheered loudly for me, while simultaneously summoning a skeleton warrior, which rushed behind the boss to launch a sneak attack. Yanzi's eyes flashed with killing intent as he drew his bow and notched an arrow, activating the demon's sealing arrow. He sent a massive arrow, flowing like liquid mercury, streaking through the air, piercing directly into the boss' eye socket. There was no armor protecting that spot, and the strike achieved a stunning result. The boss was now sealed, temporarily unable to cast any skills. Gui Yao's skeleton warrior seized the moment to slash frantically from behind, less than greater than, its ancient blade thrusting deep, less than greater than, stabbing until the boss could no longer keep his footing. Driven to absolute fury, the boss lashed out, turning around to shatter the skeleton warrior with a single swing. Gui Yao's stamina was running low, so the summoned skeleton warrior had appeared quite frail, yet it had successfully drained a portion of the boss' strength. My advantage became even more apparent. Hong Jiao Wang Qi roared in agony, suddenly stumbling back several steps. Great. At this rate, we'll definitely win. A glint flashed in Yanzi's eyes. He continued to fire his arrows. A continuous rain of arrows flew relentlessly toward the boss. My expression remained as calm as still water, for unlike the optimism shown by the others, my heart was still filled with concern. This isn't good. His health pool is too deep, and his defensive capabilities are just too strong. That diamond armor is also incredibly tough. Even now, the boss' health has only dropped by about 10%. Yanzi's demon sealing arrow was very effective, but it can't be used repeatedly. Once the effect of that arrow fades, the boss will be absolutely livid. And just as I suspected, the skill sealing effect vanished just a moment later. The red-armored king trembled with pure rage, his greatsword radiating a brilliant blood-red aura. All intruders must die. Having guarded this forest for hundreds of years, his power is beyond question. He is the true king of this dungeon. He raised his greatsword and activated his skill. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the blade, and I hurriedly swung my sword to block. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, and the boss' overwhelming strength sent me flying. The ground was churned up, large patches of grass torn from their root as dust filled the air. I knitted my brows tightly, adjusting my stance and managing to regain my footing with great difficulty. My entire body was covered in grime and dust. This hidden boss is, after all, a level 19 monster. The level gap is simply too wide, I thought to myself, even though I've reached level 14. Without a doubt, in the fastest leveling newbie, but compared to Hongjia Wang Qi, I'm still way behind. Whether it's attributes or skills, this boss is powerful to an absurd degree. It's lucky I'm here. The buffs, the speed and power of all my sword arts are increased tenfold. Otherwise, I would have been wiped out long ago. Even for a standard dungeon boss, would normally take over 10 squads grinding for a long time just to secure a kill. Not to mention we only have 4 people here, so the boss health is dropping at an excruciatingly slow pace. I was fighting with every ounce of my strength, but I never once entertained the thought of giving up. I took a deep breath, trying to regulate my stamina consumption. Focusing my mind, I activated the Thunder Dash sword arts and charged forward once again. Closing the distance, I swung my sword frantically, pushing my swordsmanship to its ultimate flexibility. Every now and then, my equipment set effects would trigger, less than greater than, sending a dark shadow separating from my body less than greater than, to unleash unexpected sword strikes. Less than greater than. When shadow expansion triggers a sword art less than greater than, there's a 60% chance to create an illusion less than greater than, that deals an additional slash. The power of this slash equals in normal attack less than greater than, and as long as my swing speed is fast enough, less than greater than, the probability of triggering shadow expansion will also increase. Therefore, I knew that. I had to use offense as my best defense to have any chance of winning. My sword swings became faster and more powerful, rippling nothing less than a raging storm. Gradually, I felt a new level of insight awakening within me. Learn new skill, Continuous Rainstorm Sword Mid-Grade Silver. Mastery, 02000. Sword strikes like a torrential downpour, endless and unceasing, launching an immense number of attacks in a short time. Winning through sheer speed, my sword arts became even more ferocious by persistently using the weapon of one's own class and gradually reaching a level of mastery. One can occasionally comprehend new skills. The skill I acquired is Silver Grade. For those in other classes, newly learned skills usually start at Bronze Grade. Yet I reached Silver Grade directly. This sword style is truly incredibly violent, releasing a massive number of slashes. My equipment's shadow expansion effect triggered constantly, as the dark shadow moved in sync with my strikes, unleashing an attack like a violent rainstorm. At this point, the rate at which the boss' health dropped increased, and a few minutes later, his health fell below 60%. Great, if we keep this up, we'll definitely win. Jan Yunqing, providing support from the rear, spoke with excitement. Nice, Yanzi, keep firing your arrows. However, in the very next second, Hongjia Wang Qi let out a furious roar. He stopped his foot down hard, sending out a massive shockwave that threw me back. He then slammed his sword down, causing the stone casing of the blade to shatter, revealing the giant blade hidden within. This greatsword seemed composed of living flesh, bristling with red barbed spikes. This was the boss's true weapon, signaling a transition into a new combat phase. Next, the boss gripped the blood sword and lunged at me. Behind his armored mask, less than greater than, one could vaguely see his head was a mass of rotting flesh. Less than greater than. His eyes emitted a chilling, eerie light, less than greater than. And the boss expression was full of rage and murderous intent. Both his speed and power had surged exponentially. I raised my sword to block, and with a loud boom, I was sent flying far away, coughing up a mouthful of blood, struggling to stand with a cold, determined face. Even in this second phase, I felt no fear. Instead, a wild, frenzied smile played on my lips. The stronger the boss, the more generous the rewards will be. At this moment, my heart was filled with anticipation. Seeing that I was injured, Jian Yunqing hurriedly cast a healing spell on me. But because she had already healed Yanzi and Gui Yao earlier, she had exhausted too much of her stamina and mental energy. The healing effect was significantly diminished. Though she was very worried, there was nothing else she could do. I understood this perfectly well. To recover faster, I decisively took out from my personal space a bottle of recovery potion and downed it in a single gulp. This potion can immediately heal part of the wound and then slowly mend the rest. With my injuries 70 to 80% healed, I dove back into the fray once more. My gaze was razor sharp. The boss had revealed his second phase form. That meant he had truly gone berserk. Hongjia Wang Qi swung his greatsword and charged violently, unleashing a highly dangerous boss skill. Gale Horse Slasher, raising his blood-red greatsword high above his head, taking a step forward and bringing it down upon me. Red light flashed along the blade. Its power was undeniable.
The ground split wide open. With a mere thought, I controlled the Xuangang sword to strike from the air, hoping to use it to block this attack. However, the Xuangang sword was knocked aside the moment they clashed. That great sword possessed an incredible momentum and immense potential energy. Its strength was likely as heavy as 1,000 pounds. From the sword's tip, a blood-colored light erupted, streaking forward. My eyes were as cold as ice as I sheathed the flowing longsword and stepped forward. To dare to charge straight toward that sword stroke was truly a reckless, death-defying act. I intended to use the flash draw skill to confront it head-on. Under normal conditions, Hong Jiao Wang Qi's range of motion was small, his armor providing full coverage for his body. That thick diamond iron armor made most attacks feel like mere scratches, but while using the Gale Horse Slasher skill, the execution of the move creates a delay, making it impossible to block all incoming attacks. Right now, he was raising both arms high, revealing the flesh through the gaps in his armor. I had to seize this chance to land the most lethal blow possible. Despite the immense risk, potential reward would be well worth it. My body transformed into a streak of light as the sword's slash swept through the air, reaching its absolute maximum speed. The flash draw skill was activated with full force, the terrifying slash leaving a faint trail of light in its wake, followed by a piercing whistle of wind. I glided straight through the Guardian's form, a deep blue sword mark slicing down with extreme precision, targeting the gap in his arm armor. A torrent of murky yellow blood sprayed out, and the boss' health plummeted as if it were being drained. As for me, I remained completely unscathed, because at that very moment, I had executed Shadow God Steps, a mystical footwork technique that cannot be tracked. The instant it was activated, it seemed to have vanished into the void, passing through the boss like an incorporeal ghost. Witnessing this, Hong Jiao Wang Qi went mad with rage, his voice trembling, his entire body covered in wounds, his face contorted in agony, while his whole frame emitted sickening cracking sounds. The sword of flesh and blood in his hands began to change its shape, finally transforming into a massive mace. The boss let out a mournful howl, unleashing his final attack toward me. The blood lake surged like boiling water into a violent tidal wave, billowing up toward the heavens. Countless droplets of blood water condensed into blade-like shapes, moving in sync with the rhythm of the mace swings in his hands. My heart skipped a beat. I knew this was the boss' ultimate skill, Blood Water Giant Blade. As he swings his weapon, he draws up a massive amount of lake water, forming blood-throwing daggers to attack. I heard echoing laughter as dozens of blood daggers condensed and fired at extreme speed, leaving countless blood streaks across the air. My gaze became intensely serious at this moment. Every movement had to be executed with extreme caution. I immediately cast my fastest attack skill, Continuous Rainstorm Sword. Suddenly, I swung the flowing longsword in my hand, sending out countless pitch-black sword lights, shattering all the incoming blood-throwing daggers. Simultaneously, I commanded the Xuangang sword to hover around me, defending against any remaining blood daggers. However, the number of blood daggers was far too great. This was an area of effect skill, powerful enough to attack dozens of players at once. No matter how strong I might be, I couldn't block them all as the volume of daggers kept increasing, becoming so numerous that I started to feel overwhelmed. Damn it! I hissed through gritted teeth. I was preparing to activate Shadow God Steps once again, to force an evasion through the attack, but doing so would cost an astronomical amount of mental power. During an entire battle, Shadow God Steps can only be used once or twice at most. If I spent all my mental power now, the rest of the fight would become impossibly difficult once I was depleted. Fortunately, just then, dozens of arrows came flying in. It was Yanzi providing support. He was also a rogue sword master with a 9-star talent, and his power was quite formidable. He shattered many blood daggers, helping to lighten my burden. I breathed a sigh of relief, glad I didn't have to use Shadow God Steps yet. It saved that precious mental power for the final blow on the boss. While swinging the Continuous Rainstorm sword, I dashed forward quickly as lightning crackled across the blade in my hand for an instant. At the same time, I took a heavy step forward, and the Xuangang sword flying above dropped neatly into my grip. With killing intent surging in my eyes, I no longer held back any of my trump cards. Holding the Xuangang sword in my left hand, I cast Thunderdash Sword Arts. Holding the flowing longsword in my right, I cast Flash Draw. 2 mid-grade silver sword arts were activated simultaneously. The sound of clashing swords ringing so loudly shook my eardrums. The surrounding ground split into a deep trench as my body transformed into a brilliant bolt of lightning. Sword light flashed by in the blink of an eye as both swords came crashing down, directly shattering Hong Jiao Wang Qi's helmet, revealing the head inside. It was a hideous, protruding mass of flesh, covered in patches of rotting wood and decayed meat. So that's how it is.
This red-armored knight is nothing more than a lingering remnant. The physical body of this vengeful soul had long since rotted away. He and the monsters summoned by the undead summoner were essentially no different. His eyes grew dull as he sank to his knees. Murky yellow blood, seemingly corroded from the inside, poured out in a torrent, mixing with a wave of blood behind him. I have successfully secured the kill. An announcement rang out on the World Channel. The hidden boss has been defeated. A sword controller player has taken down the hidden boss. Dungeon summation is beginning. Congratulations to all players. Prepare for a triumphant return. This announcement echoed in the minds of every player, sparking a flurry of chatter that exploded like a bomb. No way. How could a hidden boss be taken down so easily?
We haven't even seen the shadow of the regular boss yet, and he's already killed the hidden boss. Apparently, the one who killed it is also a sword controller. Could it really be the same person? Damn it, this guy must be using hacks. We haven't even finished grinding our levels yet. The dungeon has only been open for about 10 hours. This speed is truly unimaginable. The debates raged on without end. Usually, in a newbie dungeon, it takes days and nights just to locate the boss. Then you have to gather dozens of players for the challenge. Even if over 10 squads rush in together, it would still take half a day of grinding down its health to get the kill. And yet, in just over 10 hours, just who the hell is that guy? Soon after, the system began totaling the results. Player Li Guang killed 3 crazed earth rat and 1 bloodthirsty rebellious chicken, defeating 4 monsters total, receiving 410,000 races coins. Player Song Q killed 1 hairless clawing cat, receiving 150,000 races coins. The discussion grew more and more heated. Players didn't even care about their own scores anymore, only interested in who exactly it was that took down the boss. God, I only got 610,000 races coins, and my level is stuck at a measly level 4. I won't be able to show my face to anyone outside. He cleared it at Godspeed and even killed the boss, forcing us all to end our dungeon runs early. How annoying. Cut the crap. Even if that master hadn't cleared it so fast, you guys wouldn't have ground many more levels anyway. In fact, you probably would have ended up as monster bait. Exactly, this dungeon is full of danger. One slip up and you're food for the monsters. With a big shot clearing it this fast, we actually benefit a little bit, clearing the stage without having to risk our lives. But his speed really is just way too fast. The World Channel is currently as messy as a mixed hot pot. Meanwhile, at a certain location in the dungeon, a man holding a long-handled purple crystal mace, clad in his set of magnificent golden armor, bore an incredibly ugly expression. It was Zhang Yang. Behind him followed the strongest newbie elites, forming an exceptionally elite squad. Everyone's face was grim. These members were actually bodyguards arranged by his family, and every one of them was a genius with 8 stars or more. Furthermore, Zhang Yang was equipped entirely in gold-grade gear. Before entering the dungeon, his family had prepared this equipment set for him. His starting point was definitely far beyond anyone else's. Since entering the dungeon, he had been focused solely on finding the boss, intending to kill it to claim the title of #1 newbie. The top spot in the dungeon ranking would receive bloodline power as a reward,
a stroke of luck that money couldn't necessarily buy. Thus, he had hardly bothered killing regular mobs, spending his time searching for where the boss would spawn. As a result, he hadn't even seen a glimpse of the boss, yet someone had already killed the hidden boss. The dungeon was immediately closed for some mission, and he was forced to leave. All his plans had been thrown into total disarray. He had been extremely confident he would surpass Blade Madman Li Chengguang. Even though he only had an 8-star talent, he had the backing of the Zhang family. Yet here he was, left completely empty-handed. Every calculation had vanished like smoke. He roared in anger. Damn it. Always can this be happening? Exactly who is it? At the same time, his heart was both restless and puzzled. Since last night, he hadn't been able to contact Ren Xiaomen at all. What the hell is going on? I didn't have the energy to care about
the online gossip and chatter. Right now in my head, I heard constant sounds of the summation report. Defeated hidden boss Hongjia Wangqi. The whole party received 6,292 experience points. I directly jumped 2 levels, reaching level 16. Jiang Yunqing reached level 13. Yan Zhe reached level 12, and was just a hair away from level 13. Gui Yao was even more incredible, leaping 3 levels, from level 7 up to level 10. If she hadn't been blocked by the first-class advancement quest, she might have been able to gain 1 more level. Yan Zhe had also finished his class advancement quest, securing an elite-grade kill and jumping 2 levels instantly. This amount of experience is truly staggering. Both Gui Yao and Yan Zhe stood dazed in absolute shock. We did it! But why is there so much experience points? Gui Yao was stunned with surprise. A team of only 4 people defeating the boss.
They shouldn't have been able to get this much experience. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing smiled and said, "It's thanks to my soul buff skill. It doubles the experience points received for all party members." Hearing her say that, Yanzi couldn't help but be flabbergasted. This skill must be platinum grade at the very least. While still in the newbie dungeon phase, Jiang Yunqing had already learned it, as expected of someone from a tycoon family. Enzi thought to himself, this is thanks to the Jiang and group's resources. But he had overlooked a critically important detail, less than greater than. Before newbies enter the dungeon, less than greater than. All equipment is level restricted. Less than greater than. The most powerful items allowed were only gold grade. Less than greater than. She couldn't have possibly received a platinum grade skill scroll from her family before coming in here. Typically, only divine artifacts are exempt from level restrictions. It took a long time for Jue Yao to regain her senses. Her level had advanced at a breakneck speed. I calmly walked toward the boss corpse, where countless items lay scattered about. Heaven-descended stone sword. Low-grade platinum skill scroll. Renaissance sword technique necklace. Low-grade platinum, Blood Lake swarm soldier summoning technique. High-grade gold skill scroll. Royal feather ancient bow. Low-grade platinum, 40,000 10,000 races coins. These were all rewards belonging to the platinum grade. As the party leader, I had the right to distribute the items without needing to think for too long. I divided the 10,000 races coins equally among everyone, since everyone had put in their best effort. Each person received 10,000. 10,000 races coins are a god-tier currency circulating worldwide. They aren't just used on Earth, but can also be used in the dungeon's Myriad Worlds shop. In the Myriad Worlds shop, almost anything can be purchased, from rare bloodlines, ancient divine beasts, ancient talents, and extraordinary skills. Nothing was missing. 10,000 races coins are extremely rare and valuable, and can be exchanged in a 1-to-10 ratio. For copper advent coins, which are used for eternal human transactions on Earth. Then I use all the loot I had gathered to perform a round of sublimation using my all things sublimation. Sublimation successful. Heaven Falling Sword Wood. Mid-grade Platinum Skill Scroll. Sword Advanced Star Soul Necklace. Mid-grade Platinum. Blood Armored Undead Knight Summoning Technique. High-grade Platinum Skill Scroll. Soul Shaking Strike Bow. Mid-grade Platinum. Most items had been upgraded to mid-grade Platinum. Regarding the Blood Armored Undead Knight, the summoning technique jumped from gold to high-grade Platinum. This was the item that received the strongest upgrade. Selling this for cheap would still fetch several million advent coins. With a solemn expression, less than greater than, I began scanning the information of these items. Less than greater than. The Star Soul Necklace has incredibly powerful effects, less than greater than, increasing soul power storage limits and absorption efficiency. Soul power is the resource used by different classes. It is equivalent to the energy bar mana. For instance, for Gui Yao and Jiang Yunqing, their skills both require consuming soul power to cast. Soul power must be absorbed from the death energy on the battlefield to be acquired. I decided to give the Star Soul Necklace to Jiang Yunqing. She is a healing mage. It requires a continuous consumption of soul power. This necklace will be most effective for her. Even though Ji Yao also needs soul power, less than greater than. She mainly relies on her summons to fight, less than greater than. So her soul power consumption isn't too high, less than greater than. While I do have a bit of a soft spot for Ji Yao, less than greater than, I also understand the principle of making the best use of everything. Now that we've formed a party, we must act responsibility and without favoritism. Then I handed over the skill scroll, less than greater than. Summoning the Blood Armored Undead Knight, less than greater than. A high-grade platinum item to Ji Yao, less than greater than. Only someone with her specific class abilities can use this skill. Once she learns it, she can summon a Blood Armored Undead Knight, exactly like that hidden boss. Of course, the combat power of a summon can never truly match the original. Nhưng cũng không được phép xem thường. It can definitely crush the vast majority of monsters and players of the same level. As Ji Yao's own strength continues to grow, the summon will become even more powerful, perhaps even surpassing the original boss. Once she reaches her 4th job advancement, the summoned Blood Armored Knight will have combat power nearing or even exceeding the original. The most important thing is, this skill scroll has no level requirement at all. Under normal circumstances, most skill scrolls require a certain level before they can be learned. After being upgraded by the all things sublimation talent, the effect of this scroll has completely changed, directly removing the level restriction. Ji Yao can learn it immediately now. Ji Yao took the scroll and crushed it, her eyes filling with shock. I never thought I could learn it directly like this. If news of this gets out, everyone's jaws will surely drop in disbelief. That's because not everyone gets to be my teammate, and only I possess the all things sublimation talent. Finally, I handed the spirit-suppressing epoch bow to Ren Xiaomen. She's a demon hunter, so using this bow is absolutely perfect for her. Ren Xiaomen took the dark red longbow, examining the mid-grade platinum spirit-suppressing epoch bow. Level requirement, 20. Class requirement, archer or skilled hunter. Attribute, corrupted bow. When drawn, it can transform corpses into skeletal archers, making the power even more formidable. Adds 50 points of corrosion effect. Spirit-suppressing attribute, consumes mental energy, ensures that all arrows fired from this bow possess a random enhancement effect. Ren Xiaoman's gaze trembled with emotion, her eyes shining brightly. Her old bow was only silver grade. Now she's upgraded straight to platinum grade. The only downside is the level restriction. She can't equip it just yet. She still needs to keep grinding levels. She put the bow away, and with a solemn expression, she said earnestly, "Thank you, Su Ming." I gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. Then I turned my attention to my own spoil, Heavenly Descent Wood Sacrifice Sword Technique, and the mid-grade Platinum Heavy Wood Greatsword. Heavenly Descent of Good and Evil, Sword Intent Reaching the Sky, summons a massive stone sword to crash down, inflicting a colossal amount of damage. I crush it instantly, learning the skill with proficiency jumping from 0 to 200,000. I raised my hand and clenched my fist. Dark shadow appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a giant pitch-black stone sword plummeted straight down. It was larger than a full-grown man, driven into the ground like a massive tombstone. The terrifying weight caused the earth to shatter. The wood sword material was even tougher and heavier than steel. Countless strange patterns were engraved upon it. The weight alone was enough to crush monsters to death. If that hidden boss were still alive, this move would have shredded its armor with ease. This is my first active platinum-grade damage skill. My mood suddenly became incredibly bright. At this moment, I noticed everyone's bodies starting to blur and it's time for the dungeon tally and to leave, Su Ming. Next time you run a dungeon, remember to call me. Ren Xiaoman said to me, slaying the longbow over her back. Su Ming, thank you for saving my life. We will meet again soon. Ang Yunqing waved and smiled. Then her figure gradually faded away. Ji Yao stepped closer, brushing her hair back as she looked at me. A second later, she too vanished. I also entered a different space. Dungeon settlement in progress. Player, Su Ming. Defeated 33. Ash-backed Grey Wolf. Defeated 12 stone-beaked jungle fowl. Defeated 24 minions. Defeated 1 minion king. Defeated 1 hidden boss. Defeated. A long list appeared before me. The system frantically calculated my score. The score kept skyrocketing until it nearly broke the scale. Passed through the Beauty's Cave area without taking any damage. Cleared with godlike speed. Took first blood. Perfect challenge. Final rank. S grade. Awarded the title Newbie King. Effect. Plus 15 to all attributes. All skills increased by 10 proficiency. Calculating final rankings. A leaderboard list appeared before me. Newbie Dungeon number 144. Finalizing rank. Rank 10, Warrior Sun Xiao Yang. Level 7. Rank 9, Long Qiang. Level 8. Rank 8. This is the dungeon leaderboard. The top 10 will receive additional rewards. The reward for first place is incredibly generous. My expression remained calm. I essentially knew the result already. I was certain that I would be at the top. Reaching level 16 right in the newbie dungeon. This is an unprecedented level. At this very moment, not just me, also the other players in the dungeon, and even countless people back on the Blue Star, are watching with bated breath following this leaderboard. The leaders at number 1 high school are intensely observing the rankings. What's going on? This year's newbie dungeon number 144. How did it end so quickly? It's only been a day. Why has the settlement already begun? Could there be some kind of glitch? The school officials stared at the leaderboard, their expressions extremely grave. Usually, a dungeon takes several days or even a week. But this newbie dungeon took less than 24 hours. It's truly a godlike clearing speed. In front of the leaders, it wasn't just the leaderboard, but also several rows of giant virtual screens displaying the images of leaders from all the surrounding colleges. Dozens of people were tuned in. Every year, the newbie dungeon is considered a major competition. Teachers from schools across the region gather together to discuss and observe. On one screen, a cold laugh rang out from a school in Wuyang City. Heh. Teachers of number 1 high school, don't be so surprised. The reason this year's dungeon finished so fast is entirely due to the genius Li Chenguang. He's from our Wuyang number 3 high school. With a 10-star talent and the Blade Madman class, he's basically invincible. I suggest that all of you from number 1 high school check this year's remaining resources while you can. Because starting next year, it'll be hard for you to keep your spot in the Sky Tower Association. The one who just spoke was the principal of Wuyang number 3 high school, Xie Shirong. Once the eligibility for the Sky Tower Association is revoked, it means this city will no longer receive any funding from the Longguo government from then on. No more resources will be allocated, and it'll be difficult for any more genius students to emerge. It's a cruel, vicious cycle. Once you decline, there's practically no chance of rising again. Hearing Xie Shirong's mockery, the teachers of number 1 high school were absolutely furious, but they couldn't find any words to refute him, because they had to admit that Li Chenguang was indeed very strong. His taking first place this year seemed like a foregone conclusion. Not just in number 1 city, but in all the neighboring cities, no genius could match him. Aside from the 10-star talent, the most terrifying thing was his Blade Madmen class. It's one of the strongest hidden classes in the early stages of the game. Its combat power is incredibly violent. However, Wang Dingxian maintained a calm expression. He didn't show any anger at all because of the taunts from Principal Xie Shirong. His heart remained as still as water. No matter what happened, he absolutely could not let his resolve waver. His gaze was steady as he looked at the screen and spoke in a booming voice. Principal Xie, nothing is finalized yet. There's no need to be so quick to make such arrogant claims. The fact that the dungeon settlement started so early this year doesn't necessarily mean it's all thanks to your school's Blade Madmen. Countless geniuses have emerged this year. Mamian City nearby has a 9-star healer. Wusong City No. 3 High School also has an 8-star buff mage and many other high-talent students. Our school also has 9-star demon hunter Ren Xiaomin, 8-star demon mace warrior Zhang Yang, and also the 10-star talent swordmaster, Su Ming. Su Ming had not yet appeared on the leaderboard, so people speculated that he had either died in the dungeon or was hiding, too afraid to face the monsters. Either way, it meant Su Ming's future was essentially over, but he still had to mention his name, since Su Ming possessed a 10-star talent. He was the only child on the same talent level as Li Chengguang. Doing this would help boost the school's morale. In previous years, any one of these kids would have been worthy of the champion's title. For some reason this year, top-tier talented students have exploded, making competition fierce. Their strength is also significantly greater than previous batches. Clearing stages faster is perfectly normal. Yet you claim all the credit for the of your Wuyang No. 3 High School. That sounds a bit shameful, doesn't it? Wang Dingxian's words were sharp and powerful. One thing must be admitted. As a principal, his ability to judge the situation was extremely keen. These words of his immediately caused the teachers and principals from other cities who were watching the screen to nod in agreement. Principal Wang is absolutely right. I agree as well. Several principals immediately spoke up in support of Wang Dingxian. Xie Shirong just gave a cold laugh upon hearing that. He said loudly, "No matter what you say, Principal Wang, first place this year still belongs to our Wuyang No. 3. And it's not just Li Chengguang. My school also has 2 more 9-star geniuses and several others with 8-star talents." His tone was full of confidence and pride. Wuyang City was already a key city, so it had far more resources than No. 1 City. The number of geniuses this year was also superior. Please, principals, stop arguing. The higher the talent, the more good seeds we have, which is a blessing for humanity. Don't let this lead to endless bickering. Another old professor spoke up to mediate. Let's continue watching the leaderboard. Wang Dingxian nodded and turned his eyes back to the rankings. On the outside, he wouldn't back down an inch, but deep down, he couldn't help but worry. A student must make it into the top 3 this year, for No. 1 City to have a future. He had already started praying silently in his heart. The teachers at No. 1 were also extremely tense. Rank 7, Summoner Ji Yao, level 10. When they saw her name, the teachers at No. 1 High School were stunned for a moment, then burst into immense joy. My God, I didn't expect one of our students to make the top 10. What a huge, unexpected surprise. Someone cheered while clapping in applause. Ji Yao, the summoner, had only a 7-star talent. This year, that wasn't actually considered very outstanding. Yet there she was, sitting comfortably in 7th place. Amazing. She has brought glory to our school. They began imagining how hard Ji Yao must have worked, completely unaware that the real reason behind it was that I had defeated the hidden boss, allowing her to jump from level 7 to level 10. A teacher from the finance office adjusted their glasses and declared, one of this year's 3rd-tier scholarship must definitely be awarded to her. The other professors nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Wuyai No. 3 principal, Xie Shirong, saw this and only laughed coldly to himself, getting that excited over just 7th place. No. 1 High School truly is a thing of the past, he muttered coldly. His mockery made teachers grit their teeth and clench their fists, their expressions turning icy, but there was nothing they could do. This year, Wuyai No. 3 had Li Chengguang, giving Xie Shirong an excuse to arrogantly suppress other schools. This caused significant resentment within the educational community. Yet, such is reality. No one could defeat Li Chengguang. Everyone could only stand by and watch his triumph. Rank 6, Hunter Wei Sha, level 11. Rank 5, Demon Hunter Ren Xiaomin, level 12. Upon seeing these ranked, teachers in the No. 1 High School office were overjoyed. Great, this is the No. 1 High School. Great, this is wonderful. Our school has 2 students in the top 10. Amazing. Ren Xiaomin even took 5th place. Truly commendable, but Wang Dingxian's face looked a bit grim. This meant their Sky Tower Association quota for next year was effectively gone. Ren Xiaomin possessed a 9-star talent and the Demon Hunter hidden class. With that talent and class, she should have been at the top of the board, and yet she couldn't even make the top 3. At this moment, Xie Shirong immediately seized the opportunity to continue his mockery. Heh, Principal Wang, it seems things aren't looking very good on your end, he He stared at Wang Dingshan through the screen, his tone full of provocation. It's over now. You can drop the... Your number one city is out of hope. Starting next year, number one city's Sky Tower eligibility and government budget will all be transferred to our Wuyang City. We will have double the resources. Thanks for helping our Wuyang grow even stronger. He laughed triumphantly without stopping. Only with more resources can better students be trained to maintain one's standing. Wang Dingshan heard the taunts and was so angry his face darkened, but he couldn't say a single word back.
The principals of other cities also felt extremely uncomfortable, but no one dared to speak up. Since their own students' talents weren't strong enough, they didn't have the leverage to intervene. The leaderboard continued to flash. Rank 4. Demon Mace Warrior Zhang Yang, level 12. Dungeon Settlement page. Shocking all the rookie players. Isn't this Zhang Yang? The young master of the Zhang family in Long Guo. You guessed right. It's him, an 8-star talent. My god, that's absolutely shocking. In the meeting room, Dingshan saw this name and his heart turned cold as ice. Zhang Yang was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan, a family so powerful that even the prince had to respectfully call him Young Master Zhang. That alone shows how terrifying the family's power is. The Zhang family had equipped him with the very best. When Zhang Yang entered the dungeon, he likely already had a full set of gold-grade equipment.
That's the strongest gear a rookie could possibly wear. This explains why Zhang Tang's rank surpassed Ren Xiaoman's. It was natural, but even so, Zhang Yang was still stuck in 4th place. This was the final straw that broke the last bit of hope in Wang Dingshan's heart. If Zhang Yang couldn't make the top 3, his heart was filled with despair. As for that kid Su Ming, he didn't dare to place any expectations on him at all. She Shirong laughed victoriously without end. Then the leaderboard flashed again. Rank 3. Healer Jiang Yunqing, level 13. Haha. 3rd place is the genius Jiang Yunqing, from our Wuyang. Number 3. She's the 2nd young mistress of the Jiang An group. Truly extraordinary talent. She Shirong beamed with absolute satisfaction. It looks like this year's top 3 all belong to our Wuyang city. Wang Dingshan trembled slightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. Next, rank 2, Li Chengguang.
Level 14. The world channel exploded instantly. Li Chengguang, the blade madman genius of Wuyang number 3, only ended up in 2nd place. How is that even possible? A 10-star talent with a hidden class, why isn't he number 1? What's wrong with this leaderboard? He was clearly in 1st place just a moment ago. Quick, see who the champion is. The principals in the meeting room were all momentarily stunned, especially Xie Shirong, whose expression was so shocked he was speechless. Why? Why is he in 2nd place? He had placed enormous expectations on Li Chengguang. Moreover, Li Chengguang had even brought a gold-grade weapon into the dungeon with him. How could he possibly only be in 2nd place? Xie Shirong scratched his head, completely unable to comprehend it, and seeing Li Chengguang ranked only 2nd, the principals of the other colleges also began to whisper among themselves. And then, when the champion's data was announced, it immediately sent everyone into a state of extreme shock.
Rank 1, Swordmaster Su Ming, level 16. The entire world channel erupted instantly. Su Ming. Who is this guy? A Swordmaster reaching level 16 already? Heavens, how did he do that? That level is truly unimaginable. Swordmaster. Could it be that legendary hidden class? That's absolutely defying nature. He actually far surpassed Li Chengguang. The teachers of number 1 high school cheered and celebrated wildly. Our school student won the championship. My god, it's truly unbelievable. Wang Dingshan's face remained stern, but deep in his eyes, hope was flickering. This meant that the Sky Tower quota for number 1 high school was secured. Xie Shirong was completely stunned in place. He had always been certain that Li Chengguang would win without any obstacles. He never imagined someone would actually surpass him.
To him, this was like a bolt of lightning from a clear blue sky. The principals from other cities watching nearby all breathed a sigh of relief together. Wuyang's arrogance was finally extinguished. Everyone could finally breathe easy. Finally, the rankings were set. Su Ming of number 1 high school took the championship, and I too could finally let out a sigh of relief, ending this fiercely intense competition. I looked at the settlement page appearing before me. Rank 1. Rewards. Chance to buy low-level items at a discount in the Myriad Races store. X1S1 custom title card. 30,000 Myriad Race coins. X1 random bloodline blessing. In the next second, a brilliant stream of light poured directly into my body. My eyes constantly change as the bloodline transformed. This is a power that is incredibly potent and it was truly unexpected. The reward was a random bloodline power. I wonder what grade it will be. In my mind, characters dance without stopping. E-grade newborn vampire bloodline. Wound cell regeneration. S-grade dragon bone. E-grade earth root cultivator. S-grade zombie physique. S-grade human sacred physique. It made my head spin. Finally, the bloodline stopped at a deep blue character. Random selection complete.
Shrimpkin bloodline. Tens of thousands of years ago, this was an evolutionary branch of humanity. Today on the blue star, it has long been extinct. Within your bloodline, there is a genetic expression of the long-lived creature, the lobster. This allows you to molt once every 10 years, helping you restore a youthful body. But the lifespan limit remains the same as a normal human. Seeing this, my gaze immediately turned cold. This kind of bloodline is actually a bit hard to accept. Once bound to the shrimpkin bloodline, will my form turn into that of a lobster? That was what worried me most. The effect isn't half bad, though. It's equivalent to never growing old. This effect is truly powerful, being able to molt every 10-year cycle to regain a youthful body. I immediately activated all things sublimation to upgrade this bloodline. Anything that is a dungeon reward can be sublimated. Sublimation successful. Ageless body. The blood of gods flows through your veins, even if only a tiny trace, but it ensures you will never age, and your lifespan will be longer than regular class holders. When your life finally reaches its end, less than greater than, you will still pass away in a perfectly youthful form. Less than greater than. I'm incredibly happy, thankfully, after less than greater than. The sublimation, I don't have to be a lobster, and there's no need for any shell shedding. The next second, a surging, boiling wave of power flooded my entire body. It lasted for a long time before gradually fading away. I clenched my fist, feeling like nothing much had changed. My attribute stats didn't increase either. I have eternal youth, but I haven't reached immortality yet. I muttered. Is it possible this bloodline provides basically no support for combat at all? Maybe that's why it's only ranked at this level. But even this is more than satisfying. Decades from now, when everyone else has grown old, less and greater than. Even the strongest players less than greater than will become aged and frail, less than greater than. But I will still maintain this peak condition, less than greater than. It's just a shame that my lifespan is still like a normal person's. It means that when my final day arrives, I will still have to face death. Finish receiving all the settlement rewards. In my personal space, less than greater than. 30,000 myriad race coins and a card have appeared. Less than greater than. Custom title card. Less than greater than. You can set a custom title for yourself to display to the world. Less than greater than. This type of title card is actually incredibly expensive. Less than greater than. On the market, it can be sold. Less than greater than. At a sky-high price of millions of soul coins. I used to be very broke in the past, less than greater than. But now, money is no longer an issue for me. Less than greater than. Therefore, I've decided to use it for myself. Less than greater than. I chose a simple name, God of Slaughter. Less than greater than. In my past life, I was the God of Slaughter. And in this life, God of Slaughter will be my title. After equipping this title, it doesn't affect the attributes of other titles at all. From now on, all my actions in dungeon will be displayed under this title instead. This way, I can hide my movements. Even the dungeon summary won't display my real name. In doing this to avoid standing out too much, which is also a way to protect myself. I've always preferred staying low-key. I look at my personal status board. Suming. Titles. God of Slaughter, First Blood Battle. Newcomer King, level 16. Experience. 24,558,000. Class, Sword God. Mythic Grade Unique. Strength, 50. Constitution, 60. Agility, 130. Spirit, 90. Luck, 5. Bloodline, Eternal Body Grade A. Talent, All Things Sublimation. Essence Strengthening, Automatic Cultivation. Skills, God-Slaying Blade, Absolute Concealment. God-Leading Step, Eye of Insight, less than greater than. Rushing Thunder Sword Art, Drawing Sword Flash, less than greater than. Sword Dance Master, Continuous Rainstorm, less than greater than. Sword Control Technique, Heavenly Falling Sword Curtain. I've already allocated all my attribute points, combined with the First Blood Battle title, and the bonus points from the Newcomer King title. Right now, my stats have reached a truly terrifying level. There are practically no weaknesses at all. My skill count far exceeds other Awakeners of the same level. My agility has already hit the 130-point mark. The higher the agility, the faster the speed. So those speed-focused sword techniques will have many times more power. So for now, I can be considered invincible at this level. The dungeon summary process is complete. I leave this empty space and reappear right in my own bedroom. I finally cleared the dungeon. I'm actually a bit exhausted. I let out a soft sigh and give a nice, long stretch. Suddenly, 2 notifications ring in my head. Skill, Drawing Sword Flash, and Rushing Thunder Sword Art have reached max proficiency. Skill upgraded. Instant Drawing / High Grade Silver. With the sword sheath, then unleashing a frantic surprise strike. Incredibly strong penetration power. Rushing Thunder Sword Art has also been raised to High Grade Silver, becoming Enveloping Thunder Sword Art. High Grade Silver rank. can cause lightning to envelop your blade. Even when the sword is not in your hand, you can still perform the instant drawing slash. Skills are upgraded, less than greater than. I thought it was just a minor improvement, less than greater than. I didn't expect enveloping thunder sword art to be a true qualitative change, less than greater than. To be able to control lightning around the blade from a distance. This means when I use my sword control technique, less than greater than. I can deal extra lightning damage from afar, it's so overpowered. Less than greater than. Am secretly overjoyed in my heart, less than greater than. My current strength is truly terrifying now. My second job advancement probably isn't far off anymore. Thanks to my automatic cultivation talent, even while I'm asleep, my proficiency keeps increasing steadily. My skills will constantly be upgraded. I open my personal inventory, looking at the pile of loot stacked as high as a mountain. Everything here dropped from the dungeon. Bone-cutting iron, Wolf King heart. These two are forging material. Dropped from the silver-backed Wolf King. They can be used for crafting, enhancing weapons, or other equipment. Mutated beast meat, level F18. This meat has a premium flavor. It will definitely sell for a very high price. Besides those, there are many other materials, like mutated black armor, turtle shell, predator claws, monster eyeballs, and a bunch of bronze-grade equipment I don't need, wolf bone bow, wolf bone shield, glowing necklace. I plan to sell all of these to clear them out. There's so much, I'll just list it all in the auction house. I take inventory of the supplies one more time, less than greater than. Then everything is put up for auction. Less than greater than. I try to do a quick mental calculation, less than greater than. Once I sell all this stuff, less than greater than. I should bring in about 150,000 descending coins. It's safe to say that in the near future, I will no longer have to worry about money. In Long Country, with 100,000 descending coins, less than greater than. You can already buy a house in a fairly good location. Less than greater than. It shows that the purchasing power of 150,000 descending coins is massive. If it were an average worker, this amount would be enough to buy his freedom, no longer being exploited. Living comfortably for a few decades wouldn't be an issue. As for a regular awakener, this money is enough to buy several sets of high-end equipment. I look at my personal status column. Defeating the boss brought me 10,000 all-race coins, less than greater than. And then by topping the rankings, less than greater than. I receive another 30,000 all-race coins, less than greater than. In total, I have 40,000 now, less than greater than. This is an incredibly precious universal currency that can be used to buy anything I want in the Myriad Realms shop. I open the Myriad Realms shop and scan through the items inside. The item list is so rich, it's making my eyes blur. Equipment, weapons, divine beasts, pills, and bloodlines. Those are all the main categories. Underneath, there are even more detailed classifications, like the weapon category being divided into blades, swords, axes, darts, staves, and so on. Every type of weapon for every profession is fully present, less than greater than. From the lowest white-grade common weapons, less than greater than, to legendary-grade weapons, less than greater than. It's immensely diverse, less than greater than. Of course, there are even firearms. Since the Day of Descent, less than greater than. The physical laws of this world have completely changed, less than greater than. Many of humanity's previous firearms, less than greater than, have all become useless. For instance, missiles, guns, and other armaments. These technologies can no longer be used at all, and were phased out long ago. Current firearms typically use some kind of thermal energy crystal to provide kinetic energy. They are postmodern technological guns. The gun bodies and their shell casings are usually crafted from the corpses of demonic beasts, less than greater than, specifically from their skeletal materials, less than greater than. The ammunition consumed by these guns is also priced sky high, less than greater than, so ordinary people would never even dare to dream of it. To manufacture guns, one also needs blacksmiths who have learned gunsmithing skills to be able to create them. The vast majority of awakeners still only use cold weapons. Right now, I already possess a full set of platinum-grade gear. Compared to my current level, less than greater than. I can say it's more than enough, perfectly sufficient. Less than greater than. I rub my chin and think, diamond-grade equipment. Even if I bought it, I might not even be able to equip it yet. I'm not lacking in weapons or equipment at all, so I don't even bother looking at the weapon list anymore. Less than greater than. And start eyeing other things. Less than greater than. The items in the shop are truly too many to count. Less than greater than. In the Divine Beasts section, less than greater than. I found some demonic beasts that look quite interesting. Mutated Poison Python Egg Grade F takes 90 days to hatch a young mutated poison python. The mutated poison python is a fairly common demonic creature. They don't just appear in dungeons, but even in the forests outside human strongholds. This type of mutated python often lies in wait. Though their level is low and they aren't high-tier monsters, their damage is terrifying. The venom in their fangs can kill someone in an instant. But most importantly, this python possesses immensely strong evolutionary potential. If you let them devour the corpses of powerful demonic creatures, they can continuously shed their skin to evolve to higher levels. It would be pretty cool to raise one as a pet. However, this python egg is only the lowest grade F, yet the price is as high as 500 all-race coins. I feel it's really not worth it at all. Plus, the hatching time is way too long. It takes a full 90 days just to hatch, and the hatchling takes another year or two to reach maturity. Only then would it actually be combat ready. Obviously, I don't have much time to waste like that right now. Thinking for a bit, I decide to skip this python egg. Even so, there are still a few other demonic beasts to choose from. Young firecat slime. A glowing red mass of burning slime, less than greater than. It can cast low-level fire spells, less than greater than. To incinerate enemies, less than greater than. When you feel hungry inside a dungeon, you can also treat it like a piece of jelly and scoop it up to eat. It will automatically regenerate so it can be used as portable emergency rations. Sale price, 10,000 all-race coins. Adult mountain-swallowing giant python. A super-mutated giant python species over 20 meters long, it can easily constrict most common demonic creatures. Below the 5th job advancement level, making it the perfect choice for self-protection in dungeons, but you better not raise it in the city. Sale price, 6 million all-race coins. Ancient black mystery bird egg grade S. The heaven-destined mystery bird descent. High-tier exotic beast from ancient times. Sale price, 80 million all-race coins. Looking at these prices makes my scalp tingle. Too expensive. It's absolutely terrifyingly expensive. I took first place in a newcomer dungeon and only received 40,000 all-race coins, just enough to buy a few Earth-grade exotic beasts. I think for a while, let's just forget it then. Next, I focus my attention on the bloodline and skills section. These two are the things that can truly increase my own strength, less than greater than. No matter how much money I spend, I won't regret it. Less than greater than. I browse for a while, less than greater than. And immediately buy a sword skill, less than greater than. Mental spirit blade high-grade silver, less than greater than. Consumes mental energy, less than greater than. To condense an illusory blade, less than greater than. Using will to control it as it floats, less than greater than. In the air and slashes enemies, less than greater than. With this skill combined with sword control technique, less than greater than. It's as if I can control 2 swords at once, less than greater than. To kill enemies from a distance, less than greater than. The sword control technique itself, less than greater than. Of course, can also control multiple weapons at once, less than greater than. Attacking from the air, less than greater than. But doing that consumes mental energy too rapidly, less than greater than. Making it impossible to sustain for long, less than greater than. But now that I have this skill, less than greater than. My long-range combat capability, less than greater than, will be raised to a whole new level.
Most importantly, once I possess this skill, less than greater than, I won't leave behind any murder weapon, less than greater than. The mental spirit blade, after killing, less than greater than, the target will automatically vanish into nothingness, leaving no trace behind at all. Killing people in dungeons, of course, doesn't require this tactic. But on Blue Star, if I have this skill, less than greater than, things will become much more convenient, less than greater than. Then, I enter the Super Bloodline shop again, less than greater than, to exchange for a grade C bloodline. Less than greater than, self-healing factor +4, thanks to a special genetic inheritance, making the number of cell divisions in your body surpass the Hayflick limit. Effect, your self-recovery speed far exceeds that of a normal person. After being injured, you can consume mental energy as the price to heal yourself rapidly. This bloodline gives me a self-recovery ability that isn't bad at all. It's just a pity that this bloodline isn't counted as loot, so it can't be sublimated. Whatever, I'm already satisfied with this. My offensive skills are countless and extremely powerful, and my movement skills are already set, with the instantaneous invincible move of God leading step. I seem strong in every aspect, except for my self-recovery capability. That's my only weakness right now. If I only rely on the small lifesteal when killing enemies, from the profound steel blood-slaying sword, it would be too weak. So that's why I decided to exchange for a bloodline, to make up for my healing gap. There are many types of bloodlines that enhance recovery, but they are either too expensive, or they carry negative attributes. For example, the vampire bloodline, where you recover just by drinking blood, with an extremely impressive self-healing speed. However, once you become a vampire, it also means a constant thirst for blood will haunt me for the rest of my life. Not to mention being unable to touch sunlight, less than greater than. It's just full of negative consequences, less than greater than. The werewolf's self-healing is also respectable, less than greater than. But the price is losing all reason on full moon nights.
After weighing all the options carefully, I still decided on this best self-healing factor. Only needing mental energy to heal rapidly, and most importantly, there are no side effects. Doing this can save so much healing medicine. My all-race coins are also completely drained, perfectly spent down to the last penny. A normal grade C bloodline costs at least 100,000 all-race coins or more, but because I ranked first in the dungeon, less than greater than, I got a chance to buy a bloodline of this grade at a huge discount, less than greater than. That's why I could spend less than 40,000, less than greater than, and already own a grade C bloodline. Suddenly, on my personal dashboard, a message notification appears. It turns out it was personally sent by Principal Wang Ting-shan.
Assuming it's the principal speaking.
Please stop by my office for a moment. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Seeing this message, tender. The corner of my mouth curls into a slight smile. Tender. It's definitely related to the Sky Tower Association. Tender. That's always been the tradition. Tender. The Sky Tower Association is an organization with a very long history. Tender. Founded by the Long Country government. Tender. Once you join, tender, you basically become a registered awakener. Tender. Able to participate in tender dungeon missions that commoners never get a chance at. Tender. As well as special hunting missions. Tender. To earn extremely valuable rewards. Tender.